Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day two, the Tour Winners Invitational. So now we've got down to the last eight, the quarterfinal, and the match we're covering. Good morning, everyone. John Barnes against Gazo, the Tour Winners Invitational. The strongest British players and have been for quite a while. So the format's slightly different today. So they play, rather than one match, they play two matches up to 7 points. And if either of the players wins 2-0, that gets them through to the next round. But if the scores are tied at one match each, then they play a 5-point decider. So the players are just getting seated. So you'll see from the screen that Gaz is at the bottom of the board playing white, and John is at the top of the board playing blue. And they're using a baffle box. So John starts with a 4-1 with the normal best opening play. Gaz gets double 3, so he makes an advance anchor, and making the 10-point is correct. So Gaz has got an early initiative here. So there's a choice here. You can make the bar or the 22-point, and it's not clear to me which is which, but John jumped on the bar point. So this looks like 5-4, which is a pretty useless roll, shall we say. I'm just trying to see what you can do with this. So Gaz had a look at the double tiger of hitting twice, but I suspect this is a better play. So he's still keeping a structure in his position. So 2-1 hits, and then he creeps forward to improve his chance of making an advanced anchor. So 4-2, he can make the 20 or the 4, and this again, I think he's picked the right play. So the idea is anchoring at the edge of the prime is forever, whereas pointing on the 4-point is good for now, but you're making a point behind the anchor. So having said that, making the 20-point is forever, John immediately comes off it the very next roll. So now he's thinking of doubling. So after he hit Gaz stayed on the bar, but John doesn't actually have a point in board yet. So the Americans have a phrase for this. They call it a pointless double, if you double before you've got a point in board. And although John has got the advantage, you can see it might well be difficult for him to bring everyone home safely here. So he thinks his advantage is enough to double, so he duly does. And Gaz took it without much thought because, I think he's seen positions like this before and understands that John has a long way to go to fill in all these points in his home board. So double 5 is definitely a good roll. So the question is, do you make another point in board? You could also clear the 11-point, but it's not actually clear at the moment if that's an asset or a liability. So clearing the midpoint is the most direct route to victory, but it does leave some shots. So it's leaving 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1. That's 9 shots, and maybe double 4 as well. So 2-1 comes in and hits. And if John doesn't hit back, then I think Gaz will be in control in the game. So 5-6 he fans. Gaz still has to cover his blot, which he does. So he's got a 5 to play, and I think the play is clear that you slot the bar point here, because if you get away with it, it's only 6 shots that you're probably still behind in the race. So he duly does this. John comes in, but he's not out, and he might well have to expose another blot here. He can play 6-1, but that play really does look grotesque. If he hits, then it's not too good either. So the 2 points he's got in board, the 1 and the 6-point that Gaz can't use to enter, he can use 1s and 6s to make the bar point. So Gaz is having a think about doubling here. If he does double, I think it's a fairly comfortable take for John. So if nothing else, there's 4 numbers stay on the bar. So that's That's 11% of games that he's going to be in charge of. So there's bad scenarios where he gets hit and he makes the bar. So in Gaz's position, I don't think I would double. Gaz is always notoriously an aggressive doubler, but I think it's reasonable to double from the centre, but always when you've taken the cube, I think you should be a bit more careful about recubing because you're giving your opponent cube access again. So double 4 comes in is good, but doesn't seem to do anything at the bottom of the board. Now he could hit on the 1 point. The idea of this is to protect the blot on the bar, to reduce John's chance of escaping in one roll. So 1-5 comes in, hits and covers. And Gaz needs to come in, and that's a beautiful shot. So he makes the second anchor and the 5 prime. So Gaz is back in control of this game. So now Gaz has got to find a way to make the point at the back of the prime. So that would be the 9 point. And what he should be trying to do is to duplicate the 2s that John needs. So I don't like this play at all. That's what he's trying to do is to make the point at the front of the prime. And you can see he's only got 11 checkers on that side of the board, so he can't really improve on the 5 prime. As I say, I think he should have been focusing on making the point at the back of the prime. However, this plan as well is the idea of saying, well, even if he jumps the prime, I've got some containment. So when he rolls the escaping 6, I might well be able to hit him anyway. So John comes out, gives 4s and 5s to hit. So Gaz does hit and slots the back of the prime. So pretty clear that's right, because John has still got a blot in his board at the top. So 4-2 doesn't get to the edge. So John's position looks pretty sorry now. So Gaz has any 1s and double 6 to make the back. So he can extend the prime from the back or the front. And I think this is right, that you've eventually got to roll it forward. So making a point at the front now leaves you one less point to make in the rest of the game. So in Gaz's position, he's fairly confident about winning this game now, but he would like a shot at winning the gammon, winning the match in one game. So provided he keeps the 6 prime, there's no danger of leaving blots at the bottom of the board. And what he's really hoping is John will come in and send him back, and Gaz will have a chance to go for a second blot. So John has a choice whether to hit, and I think the right play is not to hit here. I think you clear the 3 points safely. And if you hit Gaz, you just send him back 20 odd pips. So he has another 3 rolls of timing to wait for a blot to appear or to roll his prime forwards. So the result of this game is very likely to be a single win for Gaz at this stage. You can see John has a big pile of checkers on the 2 points, so it's going to be quite a while before a second blot is exposed. So Gaz is looking at the detail, and in these positions when you roll the prime forward, if you roll small numbers, you've usually got enough time to do it at your leisure. So the danger is you roll big numbers, and double 3 and double 6 can always roll the prime forward. So it's double 4 and double 5 you should watch out for. So Gaz has got a checker on the 7 he can hit with the 5. So his question should be what happens when he rolls double 4. So 5 hits off the edge, and then you want to bring the checker in from the 8 point. So you'll be quite happy to break the 8 point to make the 2-point one, because it will still keep a 6 prime for you. So 5-4. As I said, double 4, double 5 are the potentially difficult numbers. So this is 1-5 and 1-4 is no good. So yes, I guess he hesitated. He was thinking about hitting on the 1 point, and I'm not sure whether that's better or worse than this. So we'll just have to go on his judgment. So double 2 was a good shot. He's made the point at the front and left himself 4s and 5s to hit. So if you're in a position like this and you close out just one of your opponent's checkers, then he has very low winning chances. So probably 5%, something like that. But at the same time, you've got a similar low percentage chance of winning a gammon yourself. So Gaz is deciding how much risk he should take here. So he can certainly play safely with 5-2 and 4-3, but he can also take a risk and take a checker off. So it looks like he's following the conservative route and aiming for a single win. So this was a genuine choice. He decided to open up the 4 point and take 2 checkers off. So he's still worried about John coming in and winning the race. So now he's avoided the chance of leaving a blot. And it looks like Gaz has 9 left now. So barring accidents, John should be able to save this. So that looks as though everything works for John. So Gaz starts off with a 4 point win. So 4-0 to 11. You're something like 75-25 favourite. So 3-1 favourite to win the match. So the potential problem for Gaz is that he's 3 away from winning. So whenever you're 3 away from winning, you have to be rather cautious about doubling. The problem is when you double to 2, if your opponent takes it, then he'll very often redouble to 4, where your gammons then aren't worth anything, but his gammons win the match. So John starts with 5-2, Gaz replies with 5-2, and they both make the splitting play. So 5-1 is useless. So John hits. So it's not clear that's right, but since he's behind in the score, he's tending towards aggressive plays. So 2-1 he enters, hits on the 5 point. The 5 point and the 4 point are crucial points in the early stage of the game. So not only do you want to get your opponent off the point, you'd like to be able to make it yourself. So the 6 is a bit difficult. So he's got 2 checkers stuck on his 2 point. He'd like to upgrade his anchor and make the 4 points, but so that's why he's not playing the 6 off there. So Gaz makes his own anchor on the 20 point. So that's a good result for him. And what it means is that he won't be losing this game very quickly. So John gets a 3-4 and he has lots of choices. And I would go for this one as well. So he's made the best anchor at the edge of Gaz's potential block. So 6-5 is a useless number. So I think this is the best he can do. That he could make a run off the 20 point, but that has lots of dangers in it. So he sensibly keeps his 20 point anchor and tries to play the least bad move with his 6-5. So John comes in with double 1, so he hits the blot and makes his bar point and then moves up to get another one to escape. So the game's still finely balanced. So 2-6 is terrible. So he comes in with the 2 and he can't move that checker. So again, he has to play a bad 6. So this game looks very level now. So you can see they've both got anchors on the golden point. They've both got three checkers back, and they've both got a few checkers in the outfield. So the only advantage in terms of points is that John had the bar point, and now he's added the 10 point. The 2-1 is a little inconvenient. He'd like to make the 4 point, but then the 1 is either he goes to the 1 or he leaves the blot. But I think you should make the 4 point here and then decide which one you hate the least. I think I would go for 4 and 7 would be my choice. But I don't think there's going to be a big equity swing between these plays. So double 4. So he's immediately made the 5 blind, which obviously is good. I'd certainly have thought about bringing the 3 checkers out from the back, but he's correctly assessed that there's 2 blots in Gaz's board, so Gaz is not going to be free to attack for a while. So I think 8 to 4 and 3 to 2 here, and then decide. I suspect John will be doubling here. So he still wants to get a bit more from the position. So there's nothing to hit, so I would come out with the 6. And then you could slot the 11 point at the back of the prime, but that would allow white to escape with a hit. So I would use the 6 to play 6 to 3. So perhaps I misread the dice because he's done something very weird. So I don't understand that play at all. So now he's recovered the 20 points, so that's redeemed himself from any of the damage he did earlier. Where he has lost ground is he's probably lost some of his racing advantage or increased his disadvantage in the race. So this looks like a prime shortening roll. So his 20 point anchor can't move, so he's got to play it all at the top of the board. So he's given up the 10 point and allowed Gaz to escape with double 5, which he immediately rolls. So it looks like Gaz might be getting the advantage in this game. So there's a 7 shot here, which would be good to hit. And he's rolled a double 5 himself. So he comes out and I imagine will make the 3 point. So now this position will be a lot about who's ahead in the race. And at the moment, to be honest, I can't really see one of them is doing particularly better than the other. So John has got 3 on his back point and Gaz has only John has only got 2 on his back point and Gaz has got 3 on his back point. So 6-1, he's got the extra checker into play. So both players are trying to fill their gaps in on the 5 point. So that's going to be an advantage when the hitting starts, but it's also something that's very important when you get to the bear-off. If you have the 5 point open, you'll find your 5s will always miss and you'll just have to play 6-1 every time. So it is looking very close, this position now. So if he plays 9 to 3, the position will be symmetrical, except John is 3 pips up, but Gaz is on roll. So both players are keeping a spare 6, so they're not forced to leave a shot when they roll 6x. But at the same time, they're both waiting for a double that will allow them to clear the point effectively. So he's closed his board. If he comes in with the one, he has the danger of leaving shots next time. So that's why he's considering breaking his board. Again, I'm not certain in this position. I think maybe Gaz has a better judgment than I do. I think usually I'm in favour of coming in and keeping the board, but you can see there's no number forces blue to leave a shot here. So I would go with this board breaking play. So 5-1. John looks at closing his board. He didn't even seem to consider the play Gaz looked at of breaking his board. So John could have played 6-1 and left the checker outside on the 7. So we'll have to see if he regrets that play in the next roll or two. So crucial move now. Can John get a double to clear the point, or will he roll a shot leaving number, or just break his board? So 6-1, he's forced to leave a shot because of his last play. Has to leave 15 shots, whatever he does with the one. So he hangs back a bit, which is right, because he'd like to hold Gaz up if possible, if he's not being hit. So Gaz has 5s to hit, but if he doesn't get a 5, it's not even clear he's winning. So I don't think he should be doubling at this stage with his big match lead. So even if he hits, it's not guaranteed to win because his board is broken. So imagine what happens if Gaz rolls a 6-1 and then John is redoubling him to 4. So I think it's quite clear Gaz has the advantage here, but I think the way to prosecute that advantage is to hit and double your opponent out, so you get 1 point and you get to 2 away. So he seems to see it the same way. So he rolls a small missing number. So now the advantage shifts over to John, and 6-4 gets his last plot safe. So now we'll be having a look and seeing whether John has got enough of a lead in the race to double. So he seems to think he has. So I think a good way to judge this would be just to see how many pips you've got to go forward to get your checkers into your home board. So Gaz needs to go 8 and 3 is 11, and John only needs to go 2. So John is 2 crossovers ahead. There's a bit of wastage on Gaz's side. I think I would regrettably give this one up, but I'm certainly not 100% sure about it. The good thing for Gaz is there's absolutely 0 gammons in this position, so his potential point loss is limited to 2 if he takes the cube. So whatever the result of the game, he'll still have a match lead. So having done a quick pip count, I think Gaz is actually 1 pip ahead on the position on the board, 57 to 58. but he wasted a lot of pips going down deep in his board to the 1 and the 2 points. So it was very far from an efficient bear off. So John is on the board. 4-1 is the score. 6-2 is the opening roll. Good play. Gaz rolls 3-4. So that, I think, is a very good play. So he's got to leave some blocks, but what he's done is he's duplicated the even numbers to attack him on the 4 point with the 2 that John wants to make the 11 point. So 6-3, I think this play is clear. You just make the 5 point. And having got the 5 point locked up, you then see how much damage white can do to you. Making the bar with a hit is right. 4-3 makes an advanced anchor, unless he wants to attack at the top of the board, which I'm sure would be wrong. So Gaz needs an anchor of his own, which he gets, and makes the 11 point. So it's a pretty useless point, but any point in the outfield has some value. So effectively what you do is you get some builders for new points while not leaving any shots. So 6-4, not an easy roll. I suspect the right play is to play 2 checkers off the 11 point. So although we don't want to leave any blots, we have a threat of making the 5 point, and if blue hits us, he has to give up his anchor in the process. So his defense is destroyed. So 3-2 is pretty useless again. So John decides he can leave some indirects because of the blots at the bottom of the board. So Gaz makes his 5 point as advertised. So now he's deciding, does he want to make the 8 point and leave a shot, or just play the 5 behind? I think he's probably right to make the 8 point. The double 5 is brilliant. That jumps to prime. So this is the trick that John used in the last game, that he rolls a double 5 to move his back anchor over the block. So now they're going to have to do a pip count. So 120, I think, for blue. And 125 is what I get for white. If I was playing over the board, I'd count it again. But what that tells me is that the pip count is very close here. So it's not going to be routine for John to clear all these outfield points without leaving any shots. So I think he either needs to clear some points first, or to get further ahead in the race before he doubles. I think it's just too easy a take for Gaz here. So often if you've got 2 alternative plans to win, then that will make it fairly comfortable to take. So Gaz can win by rolling double 3, double 5, double 6, or by hitting a shot in the outfield. So both of these might be quite small numbers, but the idea is if you've got 2 chances of 15% of winning the game that way, then you add them together and you've got 30%. So the take is very easy. So Gaz is having a think. It wasn't a perfect roll to move his prime forward, so he should certainly be giving some thought to coming off the anchor if the opportunity arises. And if there's 2 blots in his home board, that might well be the time. But I think Gaz has probably counted the race and figured that if he comes off the anchor, he's moving towards the race, and he's certainly not winning that race at the moment. So 6-5, John clears the midpoint, leaving a shot. So he's left a 9 shot. So 6-2 is just missing. So Gaz completes his board, hoping to get another go at the 9 shot next now. So double 5 is brilliant. So that clears a couple of difficult points and gives him a race lead. So now I think it will be double pass quite clearly. and they seem to agree. So Gaz goes on to a 4-2 lead. So now he's effectively 2-0 up in a 5-point match. So Gaz gets the opening roll with 4-1 and splits with the 1. John rolls an 8 to hit an indirect shot, and Gaz correctly makes the 20-point anchor, so his defense is secure. So John rolls an 8, makes the 16-point. So now Gaz has got to go about trying to build up his board. So John's got everyone out, and I think I used this remark yesterday. It's all very good getting your back checkers out and running for home, but you have to have a home to run to. So the problem he's got here is that there's not enough safe landing spots to bring this position home. So the 5 is fairly easy, but the 1 is horrible. So I think that's where he'd like to go, and I think the argument for that is that a lot of Gaz's hits will involve breaking the anchor, which is potentially bad for he can lose the game fairly easily when he breaks the anchor. So now John would like to make the bar point, but he's got a useless number, doesn't allow him to do that. So he can reduce the shots by playing to the 2-point, but then the 2 is very ugly. The only safe 2 is 8 to 6. Now I have a suspicion he's got to, I think, looking at it, perhaps he plays the 2, 8 to 6, and then decides whether to leave a double shot or a single shot. So he's looking at the safe play. Yeah, so now he's come round to my way of thinking and seeing that 8 to 6 is common to both plays. Now, so he's looked at the third option. So this is probably more shots and more blots. So it's the one positive is that when he enters Gaz, John has got the 6-point in his home board. So when Gaz rolls 6x, he has to enter with the x and find the 6, and there doesn't seem to be any good 6. So John's opted for the safest play, and generally when you're not sure what to do, picking the play that leaves less shots is a safe alternative. So now the difficult bit is tidying up, and he's rolled a perfect 4 to do that. So Gaz is running out of time in this position now, because I think he had a double 5 earlier on. So I think his plan should be to give up on the goalkeeper route of keeping that back checker on the 24. And I think I would have thought it was probably better to move all the way up. So Gaz doesn't want to move off the 5-point at the bottom of the board. He'd like to make that point, but he can't move his back checker up very far. So I think he should come to the 20-point and play 5 to 2. So it's not very pleasant, but the 5-point perhaps can wait. So he sees it the same way in the end. So 6-4 would make the 2-point, except he's made it already. So Gaz finally gets his extra checker out, and he's looking at whether he should stay there or come advance further. So I think he'd like to make the 5-point board, but he should be more interested in making the 5 than the 2, and minimizing shots I think is a very sensible idea here. So he comes round to my way of thinking. So 3-1 is a potential hit for John. So the 3 covers his board and then he can hit. And he's decided it's worth the risk. So 1-4, Gaz comes in and hits himself. So John needs to enter on this 4-point board or it could get messy. And he rolls 3-6 fans. So here I think Gaz should be not doubling because he has a substantial gammon threat here. That he's got 3s to hit and 4s to cover. And with 5 other blue checkers in the outfield, Gaz can easily get a gammon here when his plan of closing blue out works. So he's got this problem that if you're 3 away, your gammon price is high when the cube is on 1, but it goes down to normal when you turn the cube to 2. So effectively, you're devaluing your gammons when you double. And as well as that, there's the danger that your opponent can redouble to Paul. And so he's going for it. So everything I've said so far is true, but Dirk Sheeman has said if your wins are over 70%, then you can double and get your opponent to pass. So maybe that's what Gaz thinks. I think John should take this. I think Gaz is a long way away from bringing this position home, particularly with 3 in John's home board. So it looks very threatening at the moment, but it's going to take him a long time to get the gammon here. So if John passes, he's trailing 5-2, which is 25% match winning chances. So it's very easy for me on the sidelines to make the decision because I don't have to pay when it goes wrong. When John gets closed out in gammons, then I just say, oops, that's a pity. So although White's got several good shots, so he's got 3 to hit and 4 to cover, and he seems to have 7 to cover and maybe a 10 to hit as well. There's only one number, it seems, that you can hit and cover, so that would be a 3-4. So barring that number, I think it's fair to say John will have some chances next turn. So I think if Gaz needed 4 points, if he could use all 4 points from a doubled gammon, then it would be a bit much more scary. But the threat here is to win 3 points out of the 4. So you're really saying that his gammon isn't worth too much. So John takes it. So I think that's right. Scary, but right. So 4-2. He seems to have made the 2 point. Yeah, so that was the 4, and then he's figuring what to do with the 2. So that aims at the 1 point and gives less shots. So 5-2, John is in, and he saves 1 of his 2 blots. So 5-2 can't hit. So it looks as though Gaz might well have to break his anchor. No, so he's just playing it safe. So John should be thinking of redoubling at the slightest excuse here. So I don't think, while Gaz still has the 20-point anchor, there's enough of an excuse to double. So 6-4, I think he has to move the back checker out somewhere. So he can move out with a 6 and then play the 4, 6-2, or he could move out with the 4 and play the 6, 8-2. So this is a few more shots, but a better distribution at the top of the board. So he keeps the spare on the 8 point. So now you see, because he's survived the first wave of the attack, at the moment, John can use 2 points, he wins. But if the cube's on 4, John can use all 4 points, whereas Gaz can only use 3 of them. So theoretically, John can think of doubling when he's 2-1 underdog. But I think he's possibly right here on account of the fact he can't see anything that's a massive market loser. So now I think we must do a pip count and figure out if John has done enough to win this game. So 7/8 of 56. So 86 plays 101, so he's 15 up. So this is going to be double and clear pass. So again, you can contrast the difference to money play, where if Gaz took the cube, he'd have an opportunity to recube to 8 when things went well for him, but he can't do that here. He can't use the cube at all. And at present, if he takes the cube, as I say, that John can win an extra 2 points and he can only win 1. So adding that all together, I think it's a double and a big pass, and so do they. So now the scores are tied at 4-4, and it's a 3-point match. So 3-point matches, if it's 0-0 to 3, you should be doubling a bit earlier than normal. So the reason for this is that the first point in a 3-point match isn't worth a lot, but the second point is worth a bit more. So your opponent doesn't mind too much passing and giving you 1 point, but once you've got him on board and you win 2 points, that takes you to Crawford. So Gaz doesn't know what to do with this. I think this is fine. I think hitting twice is slightly weaker. So 6-1 makes the bar safely. Double 2, he makes the 4 and the 11, and then he has a spare 2 to play. So that's what he's reflecting on. So no great difference. I think 13 to 11 is what I would have picked. 6-2. So this, he can just make an anchor and play safely. So the problem with this is that he's got what Mitchie calls the butterfly anchor. So there's a potential of being primed when you're stuck on the 3 points. So that is what Gaz is working on here by rolling a double 6. So now he's got a 5-point prime in front of the anchor. But John has got a 4-point prime of his own. So he's going to be trying to extend his prime. So I say to my students that the way to evaluate prime against prime games is how long is your prime and how many checkers have you trapped behind it. So Gaz has a 5 prime with 2 trapped behind it, and John has a 4 prime with 1 trap behind it. So that says quite clearly that Gaz has got the advantage here. So one of the other key factors is how much time have you got. So Gaz's disadvantage is that he's rapidly running out of checkers to move while he keeps his prime. Oh, so it's double 6. I thought it was 6-4. So double 6 is probably one of his worst rolls. So he breaks the prime down to 4. So I think John, he's got, not sure how much time he's got on his clock, but it's certainly worth thinking about here. So now all Gaz's timing is gone, but I think John should probably make a 5th point before he doubles. So he's got 2, 4, 5, 6. So to guess, we say if there's 4 builders, we'd expect 16 rolls to make the 4 point at the front. He's also got an option of rolling the 1 and making the prime at the back, but then the difficulty is what other number does it come with. So he might well have to leave some shots with the other number. So his main goal, I think, is making the 4 point here. So it looks like John has about 6 minutes, Gaz has about 5 minutes, so there's no time crisis for either of them yet. So I think John is right to reflect on this position and decide. Yeah, so he goes for the double, and I'm not going to stick my neck out and say this is wrong. So 6-2, he makes the 5th point. So now he's very happy with the double. And this is, I thought, the worst roll for Gas. So now he has to break another point in his prime. So now John is delighted with his double. So what he'd like to do is extend the prime, but he's not very likely to make it with just the checkers there. So he might well have to break the anchor at some stage, but that's a dangerous thing to do. So he's having a go at seeing whether he can just roll the prime forward. So 5-2 is very awkward. So he can't move the back checker. So if he wants to keep the prime, he can either do this and leave a shot, or put 2 checkers on the 4 point, which looks very, very ugly. So this isn't too bad, because at least if Gaz hits with the 1, he's not at the edge of the prime. But the danger is if he rolls a 2 and gets to the edge, how do you progress things from there? So I'd be tempted just to put both the checkers on the 4 point and leave nothing. The thing is, Gaz's position is very sensitive, so it can break very quickly. So double 1 is brilliant. He hits and gets to the edge. So that's, I think, the only roll does that. So 6-4, he's in, is good, and runs into the outfield. So yeah, he'd certainly look at hitting, but it's definitely going to be wrong to break the prime to hit. So double 4, Gaz is expert at rolling bad doubles. So 4-1, he hits. Does he break the prime to cover? It's not clear to me. I think this is probably right, but just simply moving another check around from the back and keeping the 5 prime is also strong. So yeah, I think this might well be right, because gammons aren't worth too much here. So Gaz comes in and exposes another blot. So now we got 4s for a second checker. That's what we want. Double 5. So where does the back one go to? Nowhere. Right, so he covers his blot and then decides if there's anything else he can do. He could point on the 1 point. That seems like a good idea. And that way, if Gaz stays on the bar, he can have a go at the blot at the bottom. So 2 comes in and 4 can't move. So now we have 4s, 5s, and 6s to hit. So 3-4 is the blot he wanted to hit. And Gaz comes in and anchors. So now John wants to be working towards some sort of a trap play. So I think he brings that one in with 1 dice and then moves the back one forward. So I don't think he wants to be in this position where Gaz gets the opportunity to jump the prime with a hit. So sadly, I can't see what this roll is. 1-4, right. So there is a chance to break the back of the prime here. So one play was to just break the 7 point. And now I think he's looking at this. I can't see how it's right at the moment when he's got to leave a escaping hit as well. So this is a concept I covered in one of my lessons. So this is a trap play, and I called this baiting the trap. So you're leaving a blot for your opponent to hit to tempt him to break the anchor and stick his neck in the trap. So this is a good shot for Gaz. So he hits with the 5, and he can either save the other blot or hit the blot at the top of the board. So I would hit here, rightly or wrongly. I think we need a bit more good luck to get the back checker out. So he's made a safer play. He's more worried about being gammoned. So 6-1 comes in and hits. Gaz fans, and now John is firmly in control. So 2, he can hit or cover, or hit and cover. So, two checkers closed out. Normally, gammons are about 40%, but because White's board has broken, then John can bear off aggressively. It's very difficult for him to lose this game. So he might well get his gammons up to 45 or maybe close to 50% here, depending on how well he rolls bearing in. So that looked a bit weird. I would have gone to the 5 point. The 3-1 as predicted. Rather than playing safe, John is taking a small risk to get an extra one off and win more gammons. So Gaz is in. He's got all his checkers in very quickly. So 11 left, less 2 is 9. So double 6 should be enough to save it on its own without any more rolls. So still 16 crossovers to 7. So hardly any hope for Gaz. So that, I think, has pretty much finished it. So that will give John a 6-4 lead Crawford. So Crawford game, and gammons are worth very little indeed to Gaz here. So winning a gammon will just mean that John doesn't have a free drop in the second game. So they're taking a short break. So what's going to happen in the next game? It will be effectively a BMP game. So both players will just aim to win the game and not care whether they win or lose a gammon. So John is back, even if Gaz isn't. So that looks like Gaz on the horizon. So it should be kicking off sometime soon. So 4-2 for John makes the 4 point. So as I was saying previously, that gammons are worth next to nothing for both players. So in some ways they can play a bit more boldly than normal, that they're not scared about being gammoned. So Gaz has to win 2 games. John only has to win 1. So he's certainly taking his time with this. So I think the play is actually fairly obvious. You play 6 down and split with the 1. So 6-5 is not brilliant. So he could make the 3 points. That looks a bit weak. He could hit loose, or he could just run one of his back checkers out. So that leaves 7s, 8s, and 9s. That leaves direct 6s. So I don't think that's worth doing, leaving 6s and 7s. So perhaps the alternative would be to run the back checker out with a 6 and then save a blot with 9-4. So 5 and can't hit, so he makes a blocking point. So he's looking at making the 5 or the 4. So the 5 is the better point, but it leaves a shot and doesn't unstack. So I think the 4 is clearly better here. So 4-2, he locks up the 9 point and sensibly saves a blot. So 4-2 again is not brilliant. We could do nothing with 13-7. And I think that would be my preference. The other play is to move the back checker out all the way. So 24 to 18. So 5-2, John is wondering whether to come up and try and make an escape. So that certainly looks sensible. So 3-4, he's pointed on. So I think that's right. Maybe at different scores you might want to make the 20-point defensively, but since you're not worried about being gammoned, you don't need the anchor. The 3-4 fans, so Gaz is maybe taking control. So double 4, that makes a 6-5. So double 1 is a brilliant shot as well. So he comes in, makes the 5-point, and now he's got to figure out how to make the bar point. So he can slot it and leave 5s and 6s, but that's a bit too radical. So either he could come up with the back or break the midpoint. So I think that's just too many shots. So it's 5s and 6 and 1-4 and 4-2. Four two is a hitting number. B6 fans, 3-1. Yeah, so he tries to get that one safe. And should he come up with the one at the back? I think he should. I suppose if he plays to the 14, he's duplicating and entering 2. But I think I would have thought it was better to move the back checker up to pin the checkers on the 9-point. So 5-4, he's got the last one out, is good. So since gammons aren't worth anything to him, I think he's correct to figure out that he just wants to win this game slowly, and he doesn't need to do anything exotic to win a gammon. If he can close out 2 checkers, the backgammons he wins are still very small. So double 5 is not a good roll for keeping the 6' and rolling it forward, but the 6' has done its job. So Gaz is just trying to play safely from here, and if he doesn't get hit, he should be fairly confident about winning. So 6-2 looks ugly. So we can play safe by clearing the 8-point, but putting a spare on the 2 was pretty grim. Alternatively, he could play 9-3 and 6-4. But certainly can't be much wrong with this if you're avoiding any shots at all. Double 6 clears the 9-point. That's definitely a good roll, but his spares are all deep in his board. So double 6 takes away a lot of John's timing, so he might well be forced off the 24.53. There's only one safe play of clearing the 5-point. 3-4, John correctly slots the front. 6-2, Gaz clears the back point. So it's looking as though it's plain sailing for him. So 5-2 is safe. Now John will probably have to run off the back anchor. And he closes his board, so there's some difficult 3s, but 6-1 is fine. So now Gaz has got 7 checkers off already, so he's in a position where he's probably going to be favoured even if he gets hit. Danger for John is that he might get squeezed off the 24-point before the shot materialises. So any 6, John is forced to run. 5-4. Should he wait? Being backgammoned is disastrous here. So I think he should actually run here. The problem is if Gaz clears 2 checkers next turn safely, John, I think, will probably be right to be running, because he can lose the entire match in one game when he gets backgammoned here. So he sees it the same way. He decides to run and give up the game, but try and save the gammon. So I was saying the gammon is worth nothing, but it is actually worth something like between 0.5% and 1%. That it gives John the opportunity for what's called a free drop next time. So if Gaz starts with 3-1 and John rolls something feeble, when Gaz doubles, John can drop and it costs him nothing. So 6-5 post Crawford. So Gaz should be aiming to double at the very first opportunity. The 6-2 opening roll, he can't double. Double 3 makes the bar point with a hit. So now Gaz is correct to double. 6-1, he comes in. 6 is not good, so I think he should slot the 5 point here. Not many choices. And this is an unstacking play, so it has something to go for it, but the problem is it wasn't really aiming for the 5 point. So getting lots of checkers sent back is nowhere near as bad as normal. There's no extra cost in getting gammon, so double 6 bands. So Gaz still has 2 on the bar. So John would like to make another point on board, but 6-4 is not the perfect number to do it. So he's got one option of just getting the last checker out and just trying to race for home. So he's looking at whether there's a better plan of trying to improve his board and his prime for the long term. So that would be 13-7 and 14-10 would be that play. So I kind of like this play. I think he's, rather than get everyone out now, he's aiming to be in a position where he keeps Gaz blocked in. So 3-2. So Gaz has come in and got an anchor, and I like this play. I think making the 1 and 2 points leaves you in a very bad back game. It's going to end disastrously later on. So 5-1 does nothing. So I suspect you should just bring the back checker out here. So yeah, he'd like to play 6-5, but if he does that, there's no 5. So this is 1 and 6 maybe. Yeah, so he's looking at hit and slot. So this plan is saying that I've got lots of checkers behind a prime, so maybe a back game is the best way to win this. Another play would be to lock up the second anchor now while the option's still available. I rather liked his first play of 7 and 5. It looks flashy, but it's aiming for the long-term plan. So 2-1, John comes in and gets his builders ready to make the 4 point. 4-5 is a bit too big, I think. So now Gaz has really got a choice whether he wants to try and win going forwards or whether he wants to go all out for the back game. So I think the answer is you do go all out for the back game. The problem Gaz has got is his 2 point at the top of the board is blocked. Yeah, so this was the play I was thinking of, 6-2 and 8-3. So alternatively, we can, this play didn't occur to me. I was thinking alternative, lots of blocks there. And that's what he's gone for. The double 3 comes in, hit and make the 5 point, I think maybe would be my play. So yeah, the 5 point is quite valuable here. So if we make the 5 point, blue can't enter with 5s. So you'll see at the top of the board, blue can cover with 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. So if we make the 5 and the 6 point, then the 5s and 6s, we're effectively duplicating his small numbers as the entering and covering numbers. So 4-6 hits but doesn't cover. So he comes out, he doesn't want all these checkers aiming at him on the home board. So finally he gets to make the prime if he wants to. He can hit the other checker as well. So that looks a good play. He'd certainly like the timing if he gets hit. So the normal strategy here is to slot the back of the prime, which he's done. So the idea here is if your opponent rolls an escaping 6, he has to hit you and give you 20 pips of timing as well. So Gaz has done very well settling for this 2-3 back game. So one of the advantages of that is that your opponent always has to play 6s until he's got rid of his bar point. So if Gaz had the 1-2 back game, then John would be able to slow down, and as soon as he gets down to just having his checkers on the 7 and 8, then he's killed 6s, and when he loses the 8, he's killed 5s as well. Gaz is investing his game naturally, but he hasn't got the 6. He needs to escape one of his extra back checkers. So 6-1, 6 is forced, so he clears the bar point without any shots. So 4-3, Gaz gets one of his back checkers out. So 4-6, no 6. So Gaz will hit with a 5, but he hasn't got a 5 or a 6. So he can't hit at all. So he's going to be focusing on covering his block, making the 4 point at the bottom, and maybe getting the 3rd checker out. So choosing between all those options is going to be a tough choice. 2-6 is forced, so John has saved the gammon, which is meaningless. So Gaz is correctly aiming for the 4 point. So 5-1, lots of safe play. So he's looking at clearing the 5 point safely. So he's got 1 less point to clear. So he's decided fairly quickly that's what he'd like to do. So 5-1, Gaz is looking at some splitting play to give John some bad numbers, but all John's numbers play at the moment. So 1s he can take off, 2s he plays 6-4, 3s he plays to the 1 point, 4s he can take off, and 5 and 6 both play. So that was a weird play by Gaz. I can't understand why he didn't just fill in the 4 point. So double 5, he's got to come off somewhere. So I imagine you almost always want to keep the back anchor. So maybe if you bring that round, you make the 7 point. So 4-3 still plays safe. So Gaz has got his board ready to hit. The only problem is there aren't any blocks to hit just yet. So 6-2 is a shot. Just the right time for Gaz. So he's got 3s and 4s to hit. And 3-1 is perfect. Hits and makes the prime. So now let's have a look. John has got 8 checkers left, so he's got 7 off. Means it will be a close game if Gaz just closes out one of them. But the danger for John is when he comes in, that any 1 or 2 will expose another blot. So 5-1, Gaz correctly slots the front of the prime. He wants to get sent back for more timing. And why? I see he's rolled a big number, so he's got to move lots of things. So there's the 1 that Gaz was waiting for. So he's come in and he's stayed on the bar. So 1 or 2 will leave a shot. 3-6 is okay. 3-6, Gaz enters. Then probably plays 11-5. So 2 is okay for John, but 1s might be a bit difficult. So 1-5 he has to hit. So now Gaz can think of a banana split play, but he's just got the hit. So he can either hit again or play 7-6, but he should be working at closing two checkers out here. So that, I think, was a mistake, allowing John to anchor. The 2-1, he gets one checker safe. And that's a good play. He's decided not to hit because he wants Gaz to be motoring round. So now this is a tough play. So yeah, this is just a wimpy play. I think perhaps right was 8-6 and 7-3, and it's very dangerous to let John sit on that anchor when I think I said he had 7 off before. And 4-2 is safe. So John is off and running, and 7-2 was where I got with checker. So yeah, he should just point on this blot here. So I think that's clear. So Gaz gets another 2 off. So it's John is leading 7-4 on checkers off. There's another 2 off, so 7-6 to John. 6-1, he comes round, and I think 6-5 looks an obvious play. So where I was counting before, John had 7 off and Gaz had 6 off. So it looks as though it's going to be very close, but this 5-5 should clinch it for Gaz. So John gets 1 off. So 10-8, 12-8. It looks like it's all over. So Gaz wins the first match. So now they're taking a break between matches. So I will take a break myself for a short time. So they're off and running. So Gaz is leading one match to nil, and he starts off with a 4-1 splits. John rolls 2-1 and also splits. 6-5 makes the bar point. 6-1 hits. He's thinking of hitting or making the 5, and hitting is 100% clear here. Gaz comes in and hits back. He hits so he can keep the bar point anchor. John comes in with double 2. That's going to be good. So he makes the 4 and the 11. So I'm going to disappear for 1 minute while I make my own coffee. Right, so Gaz seems to have I think, the early advantage in this stage, that he's made his 4, 5, and 6 points, which Roberti calls the rack, as a powerful formation. So Gaz is thinking if he enters with a 3, he'll be doing very well. But I guess he figured if he doesn't get the 3, then his position isn't overpowering. So this is a tough choice. So he wants to make the 9 point as part of the prime, but he has to give up the midpoint and leave a blot. So 1-3 looks beautiful. I can't see why he doesn't hit and cover. I can see the sense in thinking you want to anchor on the 3 point, but in a way you really prime yourself when you do that. So 5-3, that's half his problems gone. 1-4 Gaz is in, and I think he has to play the same one because there's an absence of anything else to move. 6-2, he can't escape, but he does conveniently save all the blots in the outfield. Double 6, he can roll the prime forward. Just have a brief glance to see if there's anything better, but this does look pretty powerful. So John comes in, which I think was essential. So now this formation Gaz has got. Normally this is staggeringly powerful, but the problem he's got is he's got 4 checkers at the top of the board. So Gaz is doubling. Always Gaz is. Let's say he doesn't miss a double very often. So John gets his last checker out. So this was the danger for Gaz. He couldn't hit, and John rolled the immediate 6. So it wasn't particularly likely. So now Gaz is on the defensive. He's got to find a way to hit a checker. So I think you have to play 18 to 15 here. You have to get that extra checker into the game and then decide what you want to do with the 1, whether you want to move forward or stay where you are. So probably 18, 15, 5 to 4 is what I would pick. 5-2 doesn't seem to be obviously safe, so he can save the back checker with a 5, but then there's no 2. Or he could play 9-4 and then move the back checker up 2, but then that comes into direct range. So yeah, I see he's found another play of clearing the 8 point. So that leaves no direct shots, but it does still leave 8 and 11 and makes it harder to come home. So yeah, against a 5-point board, you have to play very, very carefully. So I'm pretty sure that's the right play. So 5-4 doesn't hit. So certainly sensible to look at this. So yeah, I was wondering if we wanted to leave that guy back, but this might well be the right play. So 6-2, he still can't get that straggler safe. So 8s and 11s hit. That seems like 8 shots. So 4-1 is not good enough. So he's looking here to break a point and do some sort of duplication play. So that's it. If he stays there, he's just leaving 3s. 3-1, he has to leave a shot. So 3-2 rather. So right, hit and cover is 100% clear. So 5-6 Gaz is in but doesn't hit. So John is getting to the stage where he can think about doubling. So I think he's rightly decided he wants to save that blot in the outfield before he redoubles. The 6-2 without hitting looks safe. Just trying to see if there's anything else. We could just play a 3 there and inch up with the back checker, but I think it's reasonable where it is. Yeah, so 6-2 looks right. So 10, that one I haven't figured. I haven't counted that one in as my hits. So now Gaz is firmly in control. So he's got one checker back and primed, and he's covering the back of the prime. So 2-3-6 will make the prime. 4-2 does not. So just some sort of safe play here, depending on which one we like. So 9-5 doesn't actually leave us a lot more. So 5 and something. 5 and 6, right? Okay, so he's got no safe play. So what can he do that's unsafe? So he can leave a 1 at the top of the board. So that would be 13-2. We could leave a blot on the bar point. Right, so they're arguing about the position, and I think the position they have on the board is correct. So I think Gaz had 3s and 4s to hit. So I like the play he looked at of 13-2. The alternative is just to bring 2 checkers down from the midpoint and limit blue to 6s. But when he rolls the 6, he hits and escapes. So the idea of 13-2 is you give him twice as many numbers, 1s and 6s, but when he escapes, he doesn't hit. John thinks about doubling, but I think he's going to wait here when he realizes he has to roll a 6 to win this game. So double 2, he can't even close his board. So double 5. So he can't make his prime, but he clearly has to make a switching play here. Or we could bring them all in and take one off the 5. But yeah, I think this is right. I don't think you can. You have to force blue to roll a 6 to get in the race. 6-2 comes in and hits. That's probably the best. Gaz plans, and then is it double pass now? So Gaz has no checkers off. So that was a fast turnaround. I don't think Gaz was wrong in his play there, but the dice certainly didn't like it. So it looks like they were discussing that play with the double 5. As I say, I think Gaz was right. He could have brought everyone in and taken one off, but I think he would just lose ground in the race there. So it looks like they're taking another break now. Right, so they're back in action. Okay, so 1-2. I think you make the anchor and lock up the 11 point, yes. The double 3 is definitely a good number. So the question is really which points have the greatest value here. So I think the advanced anchor is essential when you have 4 checkers back. So Gaz has done that, and now he's deciding whether to make the 7 or maybe come out to the 18 or the 5 or the 3. I can't see any reason why you shouldn't just make the 7 here. I think he's right to think and maybe have a look at the other plays, but making a point and saving a blot, you've increased your number of points by 1 and left your opponent no direct hits to get his back checkers moving. So if you could play it twice, then I think you'd make the 7, the 5, and the 3. But the rules are you only get to play 4 threes. So Gaz made the 3 point, and I think John is right here that there's nothing constructive he can do, so he might as well get the back checkers moving. So 6-4, Gaz can make another defensive point. Again, he's just ignoring this blot on the bar point. And eventually John was going to roll a 6. So he's right to take some time thinking here whether he wants to leave 3s or 4s or 1s and 6s, but playing with minimum blots when your opponent's got the stronger board seemed clear to me. So 5-1. That's the fancy play, and I think that's crazy here. I think sometimes John gets a bit enthusiastic about these clever plays. So he had less checkers back, and his opponent's got a stronger board, so he should be looking for a safe play. Have a double 5 undoes a lot of the damage. So he'd like to hit on the 5 point at the top, but he can't. So I suppose he could make the 3 point, but that's behind an anchor. So 20 to 15 twice looks automatic to me here. So often you want to hang on to your anchor for dear life, but at the moment you can see there's only 6 checkers in the zone, so it's rather difficult for white to build a board even if you vacated it. So 4-6, he comes in with the 4, then doesn't have a 6. 5-2. Gaz has got to decide what his defensive formation is. So he's got 3 anchors, which is usually more than you need. However, one of the advantages of this is he can give up whichever anchor is most convenient for him sometime in the future. And 5-1 we can't play safe, so I think 13-8 and 15-14 looks clear. There's no reason why Gaz shouldn't hit. That John's still only got a 1 point board. So yeah, he's not obligated to hit, but I can't see there's any downside from hitting. If he gets another 3 or 4 checkers sent back, how bad is that? Yeah, so Gaz eventually goes for the hit. 5-6 comes in and hits and runs out. So 5-4, that's not what Gaz was looking for. I think he'd probably preferred to enter with a 1 or a 2, so he had a bigger area of the board that John couldn't play safely to. So John's 5-3, he can just play 14-6 and decide whether to hit en route or not. So he decided not to hit and work on clearing the midpoint is his plan. I guess has to go back to making the 5 point. 3-4 looks very ugly. So he'd like to play 8-1, but both the 3 and the 4 were blocked. So I think he's looking at paying now, and he's done it. So 6-4 hits. That doesn't cover the 5 point. So Gaz hits and figures the 8 point is the second best. 5-3 hits. And just about got a safe 3. So double one, Gaz comes in with a one, which he wanted. So he could make a switch play here, but whether that's right or not is a different matter. Or he could just make a blocking play. Now, I was thinking I would have played 6 to 5 twice and 13-12 to give up the 6 point, but then get lots of builders to remake it next time. So John had to expose another blot, which has got hit, but he seems to have a good facility of always being able to enter with a 5 when he needs it. So here I think he's made a very good play, that he's locked up the bar point, which gives him a block against 6 checkers. So Gaz is itching to make the double tiger play here. He's trying to find some excuse why he shouldn't just hit twice. So if he's not doing that, what else is he doing? He could run one of the back checkers out, but I think that's against what he's trying to do. So this looked like a good play, this double tiger. So this is the strong tiger, where you aim for 2 points that you want to make them both. So I think the reason why I like this play so much is there seems to be very limited downside. That we've got lots of checkers back, we're going to make lots of anchors. There is an upside if we win the fight for the 4 and the 5. So 2-4. Gaz has to decide somewhere along the line what sort of back game he's playing. So I would lock up the 3rd anchor with the 2. He doesn't see that as his priority. So 5-2 is not a good number. So John can hit with 8-1, or he can break the anchor. And I think I would go with this before the 5 point is made. Or he can wander out into the outfield and see if he can see the green sunlit uplands from there. But as I say, I think this is the right idea. So Gaz is in, but he hasn't made the 5 point yet. So that, I would suspect, is the right 6. So that was a wasted checker. He had 3 checkers on that point, and he didn't want them all there. So 5-1. Finally, we can hit on the 5 if we want it, and we can make the 1 if we want it. Or we could do some sort of rogue attacking play, hitting lots of blots at the top. So I think the top play here is you hit on the 5 point and don't cover your blot on the 1 point. So probably hit and take 1 out. Yes, I don't think there's anything seriously wrong with this, but we've been fighting to stop our opponent making the 5 point, and the best way to do that is to hit him off it. Yeah, so this is a kind of compromise play. We hit him off the 5 and we hit him inboard. So John is 2-0 up, so he's stopping to think whether he can double this position. Certainly if he keeps Gaz down to 2 points, he'll be fine, but I think he's way off that. And I've said before today that Gaz is a big taker, and I don't think he'd hesitate long in taking this position. So John doubles and Gaz takes immediately. I mean, he did have time to think about that before he made his decision. So 4-1, he will hit inboard and cover something. So yeah, not clear to me which one you make, but he hits again and makes the 2 points. So Gaz comes in with a 1. So that's very good for him. So he might get a third anchor. And John gets 3-2, probably locks up the 20 point again. I think he's venturing, seeing if he goes into the outfield, it's going to help him to hit the white blocks out there. So 6-3, Gaz gets 1 in, but no second anchor. 2-1, looks like a feeble roll. Yeah, so he's looking at 6-3, but that's illegal. Looks like he's found another blot. And I would have made an anchor there. I have a feeling that the danger that there might be a wheel fall off at one stage here. So 4-3, there's a couple more blots he can hit with this. I think he should certainly hit with the 3 on the 3 point and then decide if he wants to cover or hit another one. Double 5, they're all in, and one of them is out. So now the smoke has cleared to some extent. So Gaz has got 3 anchors, 1, 4, 5. So I don't think that's a particularly good back game. Kind of making it up as I go along here that you haven't played many games with 1, 4, 5. But I suspect it's going to have the difficulty with the same difficulty as you have with the 1-4 or the 1-5 back game, that your points are too far apart, so your opponent can treat it as a hurdle race and jump the front points and then jump the back point. So Gaz is in, and now he's got to decide how many more checkers he wants sent back. So I would play 8-6 and 8-7 here. I don't think you want to push blue back, and certainly the minimum number of blots is going to be helpful to us. So I wouldn't argue with that play. It's really what your long-term plan is here, and Gaz is clearly not worried about getting extra checkers sent back. So he's playing this to try and get everyone sent back. So 2-6 is virtually forced. So Gaz needs a 4 or a 6 to get his back checkers out. So 4 is good, and 2. Might we perhaps make the 5 point now that we've been trying to do for the last quarter of an hour? Yeah, so this is the creative play, but I'll be honest, I really hate this play. Effectively trying to get all your checkers sent back. So the idea is when you run out of time and your board breaks, that you don't have a lot of checkers to pile up on the 1 or the 2 point. So although it's a very complex game and they've played lots of moves, they're both playing along at quite a rate. So there's there's no serious time trouble at the moment for either of them. Six, five. Do you want another blot? Apparently not. So gas is in. Now that's a good shot. We must be making the 5 prime, surely. Yep. So the question is, can Gaz get a 6 to jump the prime? It looks like he can, yes. So 6, 1. So the 6 is going to be to the 2 or the 3 point. Yeah, so that's not a bad shot for Gaz. He hasn't killed any checkers yet. Now he's going to see the blue prime collapsing a little. And now Gaz has 5s and 6s to get out. Double 3 looks terrible. That's going to cause a lot of damage to his position. Double aces. So this is a good roll to clear a point, and instinctively I would clear the 7 point here, because that's the 1 point that all Gaz's anchors aim at. I think he's seeing that that's a nice idea, but what do we do with our 4th one? We'll have to leave a shot. Well, I suppose being hit doesn't matter. The double 1 is not good, so he can't free any more checkers. And 5, 4. So we can't move the 9 point. We can play 5 from the 8 point. Save the block. So 3, 4. Gaz has got someone moving. So that's definitely good. Four, 2. So this is the right idea, to get another checker into the outfield. So we might be able to have some containment on the checker we hit later on. Double 4 looks awful, but seems he can just about handle it. 6, 4. 4, 2. We can hit if we want to. Well, I would hit here. I think you're playing this back game. You're planning to hit sometime. So, why do you want to turn it down now? He figures it's worth waiting because he's got 3 blots in board. 4, 1. He can't save the outfield blot, but probably getting it closer to home is sensible. So 3, 5. Again, he can hit. But I don't think he'd like playing 6 to 1. So based on what he did last time, I think he's going to be patient and leave the blot alone. So with that in mind, 20 to 15 and 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 Yeah, so could just remake the 6 point. Can't be much wrong with that, I'd say. So 6-4, he's in, but he hasn't got anyone off. Double one, so that's a disaster roll. That was the roll he was paying off when he made the 6 point last time. So crucial roll now. So 5-1-5 doesn't play. So he just plays a 1. Gaz gets his spare into the outfield. And crucial point clearing the 6 point. If he clears the 6 point safely, then he's doing very well. But it's a difficult point to clear, but he seems to have managed it. He hasn't been hit. I would move the other one off the 20. But there is a danger of not getting our checkers out fast enough. So Gaz needs to make the 6 point and avoid being backgammoned, but being backgammon should be the least of your worries here, because if you just lose the game, you're going to be 6-0 down. So getting off the backgammon is going to give you an extra 9% match winning chances, but 6-0 down is a pretty bad place to be playing from. So 5-3, John's down to 1 point to clear. So Gaz should probably move something off the 1 point. All depends how many John's got left, and that I cannot see. So if he had an even number left, you might want to stay there to get him to go odd. So now he's got 5 left. So we should definitely wait with an odd number. But Gaz is still watching after this backgammon. Double 6 again, that's rather a fast barrel off. So 2-3 is the worst number. 1-3 hits and goes to the 12. And fan. So this is getting to be not a bad result for Gaz. So if he just gets away with a single loss here, I think he'll be happy compared to the mess he was in earlier. The 6-2 slot the bar. So 4, 6, and 10 make a prime. So 6, yeah. Speaking from memory, I think Gaz has about an 8% chance of winning this game. So the technique is that you play boldly as white here. You assume that you're probably going to lose the game, so you have to take some risks to try and win it. So 4-3, you take off the 4 and play 6-3 is fine, or 5-2. 4-1, take a checker off. 4-2. No, I think 6 off is the top play here. So if blue rolls a 6, he's going to win the race anyway, so whether he hits you or not doesn't matter. People do say that being hit gives you an opportunity to hit back, but the main reason why you stay there is that it gives you an opportunity to keep a strong board for longer. So you can see 6-1, 6-2, 6-3 are good, and 5-1, 2-3. So Gaz comes in straight away, irrespective of the strength of John's board. He's trying to be 13 away, so that's not a good point, but he can't waste any pips at the bottom of the board. So 5-2 he misses, that's the end of the game, but I think he's trying to hope John rolls double 1. So Gaz's late hit got him out of a big pile of something with a bad smell. So Gaz is now 4-0 down. So John is the one who's 3-1 favourite to win this match. So I've had a look at the way the other part of the draw is progressing, and the winner of this match will be playing Alistair Woods in the semi-final. So Gaz is 4-0 down. He shouldn't need too much of an excuse to cube. He hasn't got a point in board, but it's not going to be a bad cube here. And Gaz, as I've said before, he doesn't need much of an excuse to double. So double one is a very good shot. It's just how we get the best from it. So he thinks that's clear. So 5-2, they're all in, but no anchor. So 6-1. Obviously, we can make some sort of safe play, but I think he's looking at this. I'm surprised. I would have thought that going after the blots would have appealed to him. So the 2 is good. He can hit or make the anchor. Now, I would be tempted to make the 20-point anchor here and prevent disaster. You could hit twice here. That's an option. So if you're keeping white amused with that, then you should be able to make some anchors. So this was my play, and then I think we play 14-9. I guess we can do that. If we do that, maybe we want to hit it 8-3, but it doesn't really achieve anything. Two six makes the bar. It's not a great point. Sure, there's other numbers he'd have preferred. Again, sensibly comes in with a 3. He wants a direct exit so he can jump this prime with a single number. But at the same time, he's out of range of one of the builders there, so that's why he's thinking of staying there and not coming up any further. So that looks like a good plan to me. So if you enter with the 3, you could just play 8-7. So 2-1 looks like a good roll to make another anchor. So not clear to me whether you make the 2 or the 3, but this can't be too bad. So he's got the second anchor just in time. If he hadn't made the anchor, he'd be wiped out. But now he's got a reasonable defense. So not clear if John should hit this, but since he's so 4-3 doesn't hit. So John's position at the top of the board is strong enough now to deter Gaz from taking any risks. He's still trying to clear this back point safely, and that's the number he was looking for. And the normal rule in these positions is you clear from the rear and don't ask questions. So the natural play would be to strip the 8-point ready to clear it. So Gaz has decided that there's no great rush to do that he wants to have a safe position. So 4-2. I think 8-2 is probably the only move. So that's probably making him regret the last play. So if he'd have stripped the 8-point, he could have cleared it safely. So 2-3. We can play 7-2 or 6-1. So this all seems to be going quite smoothly for John. So although he's in a back game, his anchors are quite high. So if he doesn't hit a shot, then he should be able to run off a gammon quite comfortably. So he can make the 1 point or run off the 20. So he's settled for keeping the anchor for one more roll. So 6-3-6 is in, and 3 has to go to the 1 point. So 3s and 5s to hit. 6-3 hits. And do we bring the other one off that point, or do we rush around to try and cover the 2? I think that's the right choice, 20-14. So now we're 12 away. We've got double 3, 4, 6 to cover. And the other one's 15 away, so double 5 will cover. So John's rushing round to get a direct 6 to cover. So 6 is perfect. So, any reason why you shouldn't double? So, if Gas passes, he's 6-0 behind his 9% match winning chances, but can't see why John is playing on here. And maybe there's a checker I've missed somewhere. So Gaz has got 14 at the bottom, so he can only have one closed out. So I see. So John was basically getting some XG decisions which are worthless in this tournament. So John goes to 6-0 Crawford, so that makes him 91-9 favourite. So looks likely that he will take this match and will go on to a decider. So again, at this score, gammons are worth very little or nothing for both players. So Gaz is utilised that by making this bold slotting play, because he's not scared of being gammon. So 5-4 is pretty useless. It gives Gaz a free roll to improve. The 3-1 is not a great number to do it. So I think split and 6-5 looks obvious. 6-5, we can get one of them out. So I guess we get the back one out since it goes safe. We could point on the 1 point, but I don't really see any advantage at all in this. I thought that play of John's of making the 1 point was a very weak play. His plan here should be to get those two back checkers out, and if you have an opportunity to get one out without any risk, then at least that's half the job done. So now he's found himself in the worst of all possible worlds, where he's got two back and no outfield control. So the gammons don't matter, so he's got to make a bold play here. So I think I would bring them both up. That seems to have worked out. Gaz isn't playing this instantly. He's found a hit. And John comes in with a hit. Now he's starting to got the idea that he wants to get those pieces moving. So 2-1 in and hit. 1-4 is in and hit. 3-6. We know what his plan is. 2-4 in and can't hit. Well, can't hit at the bottom, but we can hit at the top. But I think that's a bit crazy here, given the fact that our opponent's got a stronger board, stronger prime, and more checkers back. So we're looking for a safe play. So that's good. He's made the 4 prime. So 4-1, 6-2 looks forced. No, I think this is right. You can't sort of dig in and just sit back and get primed. So 4-2 hits off the edge. 2-1 hits. 5-6 in and out. 5-2. Maybe we just anchor and cover the 2 point. Hope for something better next time. So 4-3. That makes a blocking point, or we could get another builder. So it's not a good blocking point, 7 away. So he gets the builder ready to hit next time. So I think John has got to come off the anchor here. I think the longer he delays it, the worse it will be. So it's not ideal living 2s, 3s, and 4s. This must be 6-4 hits outside. 4-3 is clear. So Gaz is making his comeback. So 5-4. Seems to have turned down the 6 prime for some reason. Perhaps it's my eyesight. 5-3, so he's going to make it this time. So this is looking like a comfortable win for Gaz if he can get his back checkers moving. So as I was saying, the gammon is worth very little here for both sides. Probably more importantly for Gaz, it's not worth that much. So if he wins 1 point here, he needs 6 points. So it's 3 games with the cube on 2. And if he wins 2 points, he's 5 away. So he still needs 3 games with the cube on 2. So the advantage is it would take away John's free drop, but that's not worth a very large amount. It's pretty much 1% at its highest. So 5-6, genuine choice here whether to attack, and if so, how to do it. Gaz knows that the gammon isn't worth much. If it was a normal score, then I think you can make an attacking play very easily. Now he can make a point in board and put 2 on the bar and keep a 6 prime, so that's perfect for him. So 6-3, small risk to hit and just go for the closeout. Now, having said that the gammon is worth nothing, the backgammon is worth something here. The only problem is that they don't turn up a lot, the backgammons. He's looking at a safe play here. So that isn't a safe play either. So that's good. So he's got a closed board and got 1 checker off and completely safe. So Gaz is following the safety first route and making sure he wins the game. And if the backgammon comes, so be it. X3 still safe, but looking a bit suspicious next turn. So they're all in. So there's the backgammon's gone. But the gammons are still in danger. So 3 crossovers can't be too bad. So double 2 is a good number. So it can't be bad to go to the 6 point. I think I would probably have played 18-10, but this might even be better. So 4-2, that looks perfect. So double 4 will actually take off the checker in the outfield. So he's got double 4-5-6 to save it, and fails. So now we're post Crawford 6-2. So Gaz is going to double. So Gaz, yeah, this score Gaz generally doesn't double. So there is a technique called the Indian trick. So the idea is you don't double until it gets a bit scary, and then your opponent, you might persuade your opponent to pass and give you a point and effectively a whole game without any risk. So that's why Gaz is waiting here. So this particular score, you really never want to pass as John's side, on account of the fact that even when you get gammoned, it only ties the score at 6-6. So the gammon price is not very high here, is my recollection. So back in the real world, John is following a business-like plan of just making a strong board, strong prime. But 4-5 is useless, so it looks like the moment it looks like Gaz is just going to lose this, go out with a whimper. So you can slot the 5 and the 4 here. That's a kind of creative play, or you could just slot the 3. So no great difference. You're in trouble no matter what you do. So 3, 4, 9, and 10. So he's broken the 8 points, and that looks a bit suspicious to me. So his idea is there's a white blotting board, so he doesn't mind being hit with the indirects. But when you give up the 8 point, you've got to find a way to remake it sometime. So 6-3 is a hitter. So there's 3 blocks out there. So Gaz should be should be going out there and eating them up voraciously. 2-4-2 comes in for is useless. So maybe do we have to hit on the 1 point? So 5-1. So John is switching to a blitzing plan. So although he doesn't get paid for the gammons, he's still got a lot of attackers there and has a reasonable chance of success with his blitzing. So 6 hits, and there's another blot at the bottom. Can't see why we can't hit that one. So nothing wrong with trying to maximize covers at the top, but you've got lots of covers already. So 4 and only 1-5. So it looks like John has done as much as he can with his 11 checkers at the top. So he's now thinking that it's time to call in the reinforcements, but they are quite a way away. So 18-14 gives us 12s to cover. That looks very promising, but 5-5 might ruin our game. So that gives us less covers, and 3 looks pretty gruesome here. Five 2 doesn't cover. So maybe we just go to the midpoint. Can't see what that is, but he's taking a long time, so I'm guessing it's probably 4-4. Yes, so 22-6. So it looks like John's going to sew this one up. 3-2 doesn't cover. So, I mean, he can play safe here. We can just clear the 4 point, but I don't think the downside is very big here from just getting the closeout. If you give up the 4 point, you're probably not going to remake it, so you're going to have to limp home for a long time. So 5 is not good. 5, so it's his anti-joker. There's the 5. But he has got the closeout now. 6-5 is out. So now he should probably think of clearing the 6 point if he has the opportunity. So yeah, that's what he's thinking about. He's thinking about 6-1, 6-3. Looks like a very good play here. So it's unusual. Normally we keep the board closed to win the gammons, but since we're not after the gammons, we'd like our opponent to come in ASAP effectively. So that's what John is playing for. Yeah, this 2 off is the right play. So then I think you've only got 6-5 leaves a shot. This way you've got 4-4, 5-5, 6. So yeah, he's found it in the end. So 3-1, we strip both back points, is 100% safe. 5-1, so now there's half a dozen shot leaving numbers. Right, so that looks like the end of the match. So now it's 1-1 in matches, if I'm counting the matches correctly. So they play a deciding match to 5 point. So they've taken a break. So I'm afraid I'm in the embarrassing position. I'm going to disappear at some stage here. So they've been playing for 2.5 hours, and I think they're on their fifth or sixth break now. So all the other matches finished about half an hour ago. So these people are, with all these breaks, they're holding up the tournament, and they don't have a lot of sympathy for me, to be honest. So I'm going to give notice that I'm going to stop commentating on this match at quarter past. That I've allowed almost 3 hours for it, and I think they've had plenty of time to finish the match, but decided to spend all their time on breaks. So I'm just saying. So if anyone who's watching has some means of communicating with Julia, and maybe she can find someone as an alternate commentator. So it looks like we're back live. So first game of a 5-point match. Gaz starts with 5-1 splits. John rolls 6-1, makes the bar. Gaz rolls 3-1, makes the 5-point. The double 6, he gets out. He's He's finally made his intention. He's playing a priming racing game rather than a blitzing game. So I think, for what it's worth, he's 100% right that because White's made the 5 point, he's got more danger of having his checkers trapped back there. So he's going all out for the blitz attack is probably not the right thing. So second double six, and now he's got the best of both worlds. So Gaz brings in one, so I think John should be doubling here. The 5 point matches, it's if you have a gammon threat, the threat of getting 4 points is very powerful. The double and the take. I'm not quite sure about the take at this score. There are, I guess if there's 4 at the bottom, there's got to be 11 in the zone. But this looks a bit useless. So John has got to decide whether to concentrate on attacking or also trying to get into a race. So Gaz fans, so John looking for 1, 2, 3 combos, so 1 hits. He's got lots of covers, so I think 18, 14 is the best idea of playing some sort of a safe play as well. So Gaz fans, 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9 to cover. So now we got 3, 4, 5, and 10. Six, 3. I can't see why he's hesitating here. He can just play. And this is terrible play. Why isn't he hitting? If you just allow Gaz to anchor, all your gammons or a lot of your gammons will disappear. So it is 6-3. So I'm fairly confident hitting with the 3 is mandatory. And if you don't hit, then I think it could be a sizable mistake. Now, there's no problem at all about John thinking about the plays here, provided he decides on the right play in the end. So you can see even at the moment he's got a 5 point board to a 2 point board with a blot. So there is some danger in this play, but as I say, part of the reason we doubled was to try and win the gammon. So 6-5 is a random number that neither covers. So 2-5. So now he's got rid of the blot and he's feeling a bit confident, or a bit more confident. So 6-1 is perfect. So now the distribution is even. So it looks as though he's just going to comfortably win 4 points here. So John opens up with 4 points. So again, we're in this position where for both players, gammons are worth very little. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the commentating. That there's too much else on my schedule for today. So if you've been watching, thank you very much, and I hope you've enjoyed it, and hopefully you'll enjoy the commentary for the rest of the tournament.
We've got Andy Gilbert playing the black checkers and Mary Rose playing the white checkers. And these two players were both in the UK Open final as well for the intermediates. And Mary Rose plays in London. Andy Gilbert plays at Tain Gammon. That's his club. So we're looking forward to commentate on this match.
Yeah, likewise. Merrin actually plays in quite a few of the clubs that I play in London as well. So not to introduce any bias to the commentary, of course.
Okay, so...
Yeah, likewise. So we've had some opening splits and an exchange of hits. Looks like one of them's trying to make the... Yeah, Merrin's managed to make the crucial 20-point there.
So as we go along, Alec and I will try to elucidate some of the key concepts in backgammon to hopefully make this useful to people watching. Try and kind of talk through some of the plays and cube decisions. I'm Dan Rovira. You might know me from Backgammon is Beautiful, my learning channel on YouTube. So please check that out as well. So.
Okay. So Merrin is holding the 20 points. So it's resolved into a mutual holding game where sort of strategically neither player wants to leave a shot. The race typically tends to be about equal, but so there's a tendency to want to play safe, but with the strength of the anchor, there's an element of some minor risk taking, especially when both sides only has a 1 point board. The risk is relatively minimal, and yeah, keeping your race lead and not leaving a shot, maybe waiting for some high doubles is kind of strategically the concept here.
Sure. So jumped over 3-2, slotted the bar. Obviously, there was a sacrifice there from hitting and breaking the anchor with any 2. And white has a 5-1. So it looks, here you have an option of making the outfield point, but of course you leave too many good rolls. So I think you just bring that guy round. Because you really want blue to sacrifice a point if he's going to hit you, rather than hitting with a spare.
The Blues just strengthening their inner board now, waiting for their opportunity to hit or to create some landing spots to bring the final checkers round.
And that was a good 4-2. Nice. That's a good 4-2 play from Andy, making the inner board point rather than making the bar point, because an inner board point obviously is better than an outer board point. You know, if you hit, the opponent has more dances, actually 5 more dancing rolls on a 3-point board compared to a 2-point board. So pretty significant. So sometimes you can take small risks, and often you find, and I don't know whether you agree, Alec, that maybe intermediate players sometimes don't take enough risk when they play to improve their position.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, it's always hard if you're an absolute beginner and you play those kind of stacking plays. It's somewhat hard. You sometimes overcorrect and start leaving too many risks, but you have to sort of look at the context of the game. And in a mutual holding game position, you want to kind of confer a little bit of risk, but not a huge amount. So Mariners rolled a 6-4. Yes, and in this instance, yeah, you wouldn't want to leave the shot because against a stronger board, the consequence of being hit is that much greater.
Yeah, and that was a good play as well on stacking the heavy 6-point and leaving a spare there on the bar. Is how you want to come in against a holding game situation. You want to keep a flexible position, not leave any shots.
Yeah. So Andy now has some somewhat tricky. It's nice to roll high doubles, but then, as people have sometimes said, doubles, even though they're useful, they leave you twice as many ways to make a mistake because you've got twice as many rolls. So the question is, yes, how much risk is he going to take here with a racing lead?
And now white rolls are 1-2, and here, you know, the hit is pretty awkward because blue has got a stronger home board, even though there's a blot there. So I'm not sure I would hit. I'd probably just bring them in. What do you do?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because clearly those double 4s put Andy ahead in the race. The chance of dancing is minimal, but there's potentially even a cube approaching from Andy's side here. 5-5 is an excellent roll from the bar.
Yeah, so obviously he hits now, and now, there will be a cube, incoming here. I mean, unless white hits back, of course, with a 2. So blue probably at this point should just clear, the outfield point being up in the race. So just break contact, and just get ready to cube, because you're always trying to move towards an efficient cube in backgammon. So here, now blue should really consider cubing. So every move is a cube decision.
Yeah.
One way to think
about it. In particular, with these holding games, you're looking at, there's a nice cube from Andy. You're looking at things like the race, the number of landing spots you have to bring your checkers round to, and as board strength is actually not such a huge value when you're looking at cubing here, really, is it? It's really about the race and how easy it is to clear. And obviously having only one checker to bring round, having lost his midpoint, which is a good thing in this instance because it's difficult to clear. This is a good cube and leaves Merrin with a decision.
It's a good cube, and I think white should be taking this. I mean, blue has a lot of points to clear. Blue's got a point, the 11.6 away, notoriously tricky. Blue might not cover the blot in board. I mean, you might enter deep, and then you can play a holding game with one man back. I mean, white is a good take there.
Yeah. Good
take, Merrin. Well done.
Blue might not be able to clear the block from the outfield as well, because some of the numbers that bring the block round also cover his inner board block.
And this is awkward, right? The 4-1. I mean, yeah. So blue can't safety, and now white enters straight away. Now white can start thinking about building the board, hoping for a shot to come when blue clears those points.
Yeah, rolls like this, really. 6-5. Is that 6-5 or 6-4?
6-5, I think.
Yeah.
So very awkward.
Yeah, they start to leave.
But that was played. Yeah, that was played well. That 6-5 as well, because you don't want to clear the 8 and leave bigger gaps, because you end up, leaving more shots when you have gaps. You end up with kind of Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
Situation.
So here we have the difficulty of strip points. I'm not sure I would have played all the way to the ace point there, but actually, no. What else is there? There's no other good ace, really, is there?
So white has to leave, I think, with one of them. I mean, this gives you better covers for the 5 and 3 point. I like this play, actually. Now, that's a very good number, 5-2, because he clears that pesky point, which is 6 away, which is a point you just want to clear as soon as possible. And, blue is up in the race by a lot. So blue is just playing for safety here. White is playing for contact. So white really needs to get pretty lucky here, I think, now to get a shot.
Yeah. They've got some racing numbers that aren't too bad for them. 4-3 builds the board. Now we're perfectly ready for the shot on the shot leaving numbers.
So clearly 2 good intermediate players here. As we said, they both got to the final of the UK Open, and that is a strong field. And here they are again, both facing off in the semi-final, and so far both playing very well.
Yeah, indeed. And really, another thing to mention here is that the 20-point anchor holding game results in very few gammons for the defensive player, so they can afford to stay there for a long period of time waiting for the shots and not be so worried about losing a gammon even when they do lose. Hence why you can hold back.
And here we can already see the shot lever. So blue's got a 6-1, 6-2, 6-4. I mean, so 5-1. There's a number of bad shots, and white, with one shot here, I mean, it's just going to be a re-cue pass, isn't it? Really. So you can win a lot from these high anchor holding games.
Yeah, that's true. I remember always feeling like getting stuck in a high anchor holding game was a bad position to be in. But the gammons that you save with any kind of anchor, even if your game winning chances are low, easily compensate for the potential losses that are available.
That's right. And that's pretty awkward. Blue can play this pair forward. It's right for white to run there because there is some race equity in the position. Blue has a lot of wastage on the ace point there with the 5 checkers. I mean, so if white rolls a big double here, then he's in the race, or Merrin is in the race, I should say.
Merrin's contemplating to run or to stay for one extra roll.
I think you stay just because there's so many shots, as we said there.
I agree.
And even 3-1 doesn't play too well either. So you can just see how many pad rolls. And there we are, 6-2. Don't leave a shot. You move closer with a 2, of course, to just leave 11 shots here. And then white, unfortunately, misses, but does get a good number, 11 above average roll. So an average roll is about 8 on the dice. So anything above that, you're doing well. And, you know, the race is deceiving here because blue has a lot of wastage on the lower points.
Double 4's a good roll. Yeah, that's another downside to facing up against a 20-point anchor game when you don't have any checkers on the 5-point, meaning you can't make full use of your high numbers like 5s.
Yeah, I mean, when you bear in, you want to be bearing into a higher points. Actually,
Merrin's happens to be holding the cube here as well. You know, it's to be holding a cube in a racing situation, even if you're the underdog, is extremely powerful. Your recube potential and your ability to win 2 points is pretty significant.
Absolutely. And here you can keep a running pip count in these positions. You could start with a reference of 2 on each point, which is 42 pips, and just adjust from there, because here you need to be really thinking of a cube. And now it's very, very close. And white has 1, 2, 3, 4, like a 5-roll position against a through. So not there yet, but
not quite, no.
Double 3.
Double 3s.
But now okay. I would be
there's a cube. It. Yes. So we've got a 3-roll versus 2.5 roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're there yet, just because white needs 2 rolls and blue needs 1.
Yeah, there's only 9 numbers that bear off everything here. Yeah. Okay.
But that just goes to show you that even though white had 3 back in one position and was playing a holding game, I mean, Merrin came very close to winning at the end, you know.
And I guess that's the significance or the difference when you look at the different kinds of holding games that are available to you as a defensive player. The high anchor holding games have contact features, or basically the ability to hit a shot when awkward numbers are thrown, and the lower anchors have a greater level of contact, but the higher anchors also have some racing equity, which we saw play out here. So 6-1.
Yeah, and here, you know, you really want to consider the score before you begin every game. So, you know, Andy is 5 away, so winning 4 points here would take Andy very efficiently to a Crawford score. So there's certainly kind of cube considerations at work, and Merrin may be a bit more aggressive here, trailing, but of course he needs to be careful as well about potential recubes. Okay, so 6-3 is a little bit awkward. I think you just run for white.
I would run. Yeah. Yeah. So is it yes, you're right.
I don't think there's really anything else here. I mean, blue is starting to prime you, box you in a little bit. So I think it's good to sorry, blue has a
blue on roll. Well, I would say the same thing though. Blue runs as well there, right? Run past the structure. Double 1s is beautiful.
Super.
Makes the 5-point, of course. Making the rack named because it's torture for your opponent to play against.
I mean, so here, I mean, white, the cube is going to come swinging in a moment, and he may even be too good potentially in this position. So, I mean, I would still consider sending the cube here, because making the 5-point prime with a 6 is very strong. Yeah. Certainly worth considering.
So now I think Merrin, because Merrin can't run with the 6 because Andy made his 8-point, this does leave it a little bit tricky, but there is some blitzing potential here as well. The reason why Merrin might have wanted to send a cube before, of course, is rolls that make the 5' might be deemed market losers. You want to put the bet on before the horses sort of won the race, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, you can think of, in terms of O'Hagan's law, which you need 9 market losers, where he flips from a take to a pass to throw that cube in before you lose your market. And I have made a video on that on Backgammon is Beautiful, so feel free to check that out for more information. But certainly a really good one to consider, and quite an easy one to remember as well, because cubing can be often quite technical and mathematical, but it needn't be. There's easier ways to think about it.
I think Merrin made a good play here, because you tend to want to blitz when you have a stronger board. Obviously, you'd like to just make the prime and be done with it, but double sixes makes it quite tricky. So blitzing with a stronger board advantage makes a lot of sense. Merrin
and that was an
anchor.
Interesting one. It was a good roll from Blue coming out. I would have thought about it a little bit more, whether to give up that anchor, but the hit is pretty strong in that situation. So
yeah, and Blue has a lot of work to do here, to sort of make up for a 4-point board and his dilly builder on the 3 points.
Yeah,
there's quite a lot to do.
I mean, that was a good play. Often missed those sorts of plays, but of course you're using that dilly builder there efficiently. So you always want to be putting all your checkers to use, all 15 checkers. They want to be working for you. Every single move you make, every breath you take should be important, leading towards the win. Right? That's why we're doing it.
Well, and for some players that might not know, the term dilly builder is different from, say, a dead checker. For example, dilly builder usually means that it's sort of not quite dead; it's semi-dead. It can only be used for a small purpose. In this case, it was making the 2 or the ace point, as opposed to being a dead checker where it cannot be used at all.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't like dilly builders, but of course at times in backgammon, when you just have a big match lead, then they're necessary, so not to leave indirect shots. So I mean, no rule holds true 100% of the time in backgammon, but some positions just look nicer there than others. Yeah. Okay, so
we're in a bit of a tricky position here. This is what Mark Olsen would call an undefined state. That is, there's no sort of clear, direct game plan. Both opponents have checkers back. There's no obviously defined game plan just yet. It might resolve into a mutual holding game. It might resolve into a blitz, which is what Merrin would be doing here. Lots of different ways it can go, and they can be notoriously difficult to play, especially with doubles like that.
Yeah, I mean, and here as well, always pausing, not playing too quickly. They are playing quite fast in his position, and Blue is kind of burying quite a few checkers there. I mean, there's 3 checkers now on his ace point, so it's like playing with 12 checkers, really, which definitely minimizes your ability to close out. And the open 6 point is a big liability here. You really need to keep that point for as long as possible.
Yeah, it gives Merrin a bit of freedom.
I mean, Blue has a very inflexible position, and even though Blue hits here, Blue still leaves a blotting board. And now White, even though White is trailing, can certainly consider cubing, because White's got a stronger board. You just need to pause for a moment and certainly consider cubing options before you lose your market.
Every roll is a cube decision, and even if you're looking at positions that you don't even think, well, there couldn't possibly be a cube here, it's worth practicing the every roll is a cube decision mantra, because it gets you into a good habit. Yeah,
and here Merrin really needs to stop to decide: is it a double pass or is it too good? Because 2's cover, 6 is hit. I think I would double this, and
yes.
And even though White has a lot of checkers to bring round, and usually you can take on these situations when your opponent has so much work, I just think the gammons are extremely high. Hitting with 17 sixes, or covering with a 2. I'm not sure I would be taking that. What about you, Alec?
No, it's I think there's two other values as well, which is the dead checker on the ace point and the open 6 point that you mentioned before. Blue has a position from which he cannot prime, so unless he can get into a race, he's got very little going for him. It's just very hard to recover from that.
Yeah, and also the match lead. You want to preserve, even though it's only 2 points. 2 points is quite a bit in a 7-point match. So, but Blue comes back and attacks. But again, here we see Blue not having a 6 point is a real liability. And White is just going to enter here with 27 rolls out of 36. And White can really rely on the strength of their home board to take more risks with their checkers, because Blue is going to be more reluctant to hit and leave shots in return. Blue comes back in, but again, another checker gets
wasted, or rather not wasted, because I suppose it can still be made, but essentially out of play if it can't be made. Double 5 is very strong here, and the question is whether or not Merrin wants to stay back for contact or just bring all the pieces out.
I like this play, yes. I mean, you have some outfield control, but here you can take a moment to just consider how Blue is going to play certain roles. You know, how will Blue play a 6-1, 6-2?
Yeah.
And, you know, where do you want your checkers to be after those roles? So certainly maybe what intermediate players don't do enough is consider good and bad roles for the opponent. And that's why you always should slow down in these, because, you know, a hit here is a big swing, obviously.
Yeah. 5-3 is a tough one to play for Blue. Generally speaking, when you have an anchor, with a spare on it, the spare is better played out into the outfield because you just don't need it to preserve the point. And if it gets hit, the consequence is not so bad because it loses less in the race.
I don't think you want to give up your midpoint there as Blue, because that's a bridge between your front and back position. So we talk of connectivity, having stepping stones to get your checkers safely around the board. And again, this is another issue with Blue's buried checkers. He doesn't have enough checkers to work with effectively. So
5-3 works quite well here, obviously, to send another one back, potentially equalizing everything.
I mean, that is a very good role actually for Blue, because Blue can hang back there, keep the outfield control, because it's not just what's happening in the inner board. The outfield here is really central to actually who wins this game. White's got 3 checkers.
What do you think about White moving all 3 checkers out into the outfield with the remainder of the roll? Because there's no hit available.
I think so, yes, because you've got to come out at some point, haven't you?
Yeah. And you're controlling the outfield here as well. I mean, if Blue doesn't tidy up, Merrin doesn't want to break any inner boards, doesn't want to... I mean, moving the checkers from the outfield to the 6 point is not bad, but it loses control to some extent of the outfield. And like you said, breaks connectivity between the pieces. Whereas now, Blue is the one who's under pressure to either... or to consolidate the two outfield blots. Absolutely,
Alec. Yes, before Blue was controlling, and now White is controlling, and Blue is in trouble with those 2 checkers, which are vulnerable against White's stronger home board. And bear in mind the cube is turned here. So
yes,
you know, even though Blue has an anchor which reduces gammons, I mean, 3 back obviously still has gammons involved, you know, in getting those round in time. So White hits with a 6.
So there's two things to kind of consider here with the 4, which is that now Blue actually has a reasonably strong home board. Yes, okay, the 6 and the 4 point are open, but they're both 4 point boards, albeit Merrin's being slightly stronger. So you can either slot the bar, or you can move 17 to 13 and control the outfield a little bit more.
I would certainly bring one in, with the 4.
Yeah.
I mean, you're giving yourself twice as many covers for the 2 point, and also blue can't hit you in the outfield there because you can't roll a 3-7 or a 3-8.
Yeah.
And blue does enter, but again, it's still very awkward because again another checker goes deep in their board. I mean, this is why it's very hard to play containment games when you have a crunched board, because even when you get the hits in those games, you can't contain your opponent. And this is kind of similar. Blue's got those 2 high open points, and white's just going to keep on entering 20 rolls out of 36, coming back in.
And he's rolled a great number there, 4, which picks up. Oh, no, it doesn't pick up the final block, but it allows the escape.
Yeah, that's a super roll from blue.
So the difficulty now is for Andy to be able to close out the board. If he was able to close out the board with 2 checkers on the bar, he'd be looking at 40% gammons plus. But without the 6 point or the 4 point or those dead checkers, just doesn't have the material to do so.
Yeah, and even though blue does have a big race lead now, I mean, blue can't redouble this with those buried checkers, the open 6, and inflexibility in the outfield clearing those points. So white is still very much in this game. So slightly awkward one for blue. Is this blue playing a 3-2?
Yeah, yes, it is. Yeah. So the question has to be where you want to leave the shot.
So you don't need to leave a shot, right? You can just play off a 3 and break your board even further. I don't think you leave a shot here. You don't.
Is it not 3? Oh, I thought he had a 3-2 to play. So
yeah, I just feel it's an unnecessary risk to take, giving white good 3s to hit.
I didn't think there was a play that was able to not leave a shot.
They could play the 2 from 3-1 and play the 3 over. No?
Yes. Okay, you're right.
I mean, with blue having the big race lead, so now 5. Yeah. So again, we have another shot lever. Hang on, what was that?
No shot lever. He could play from the bar point.
What?
Sorry. The tricky thing is that Merrin now is going to have to potentially break something soon enough. So this is really a kind of who can stall for longest until blue rolls a big double, essentially.
Right. Okay.
I mean, so there it is.
So absolutely perfect. And now blue, of course, is too good with the 2 cube. And here we see, as we said before the game, the benefit here of winning 4 points takes Andy to Crawford.
Yeah, it's huge. And even though, in many situations, the gammons here are quite behind 6. Look at that. What a roll. I was going to say the gammons are quite sort of nominal in this position, but you play on for them anyway because they're so valuable to get to Crawford. But after that 6, the gammons have skyrocketed.
Absolutely. So
Merrin's just trying to play to the 6 point. There's no need to overshoot the 6 point. You're trying to save the gammon. So you don't want to waste your numbers by playing deep into your inner boards. There's no advantage to making the board or anything like that. You just want to play as efficiently as possible.
Well, that's right. And it's really significant here because, of course, white can roll a 6 and save the gammon, which would be huge.
Yeah.
So the 3 should cross over. And now white should really be considering which doubles would save. So you need to again spend time looking at 4, 5, 3.
3, yeah.
Which ones?
The 6, 5, and 4 would be okay. No, unable to save it. That's a huge swing for Andy there.
Huge swing for Andy. Yes, getting some good rolls, but again, slowing down, taking a moment to think. Like these two players, they are very fast players. It seems making moves quickly, maybe not taking enough time to think over the cube. Or
you have a video where Grant Hoffman came on, didn't you, to talk about a formula for working out those gammon saving doubles rolls, which is really useful. You can actually do a fairly simple bit of maths to work out which doubles you're able to sort of account for in those final last-ditch gammon saving conditions.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not over until it's over, and you will kick yourself if you then do roll a double four and you haven't put the checkers in the right places. So this is great. The double six, Merrin plays out well, bringing one out with a race lead.
And even though, because Merrin looks like she's coming into a hell of a lot of shots there, which is true, but there are, of course, conditions where you don't get hit, and even if you do, as happens here, you haven't lost that much. You're up in the race by such an extent that it really doesn't cost you that much. Now, here's a good.
That was a good. But yeah, I like that play. You don't want to come in on the ace and get primed, so you come forward. And okay, interesting. So again, another quick play. Certainly considerations there on whether to hit or not. And even here for white, whether the hit is correct. So certainly the race is important here, and whether you need to be hitting, because you give blue a lot of returns from the bar, because it's not just fives, but also the indirects, such as 3-2, 4-1, and so on. There's a lot of shots. And also blue has a stronger board, so that should send a little bell off in your head. Hitting against a stronger board is certainly worth pausing to think about.
The white now has a decision. Yes, I think this is correct. Even though she's outboarded and has leading a hell of a lot of shots, getting your checkers to sort of full freedom is worth a huge amount. It's also worth noting that at this score, both sides are effectively playing DMP. It's not quite accurate, but essentially, of course, blue can't. White can't fear losing a gammon, and even if blue does lose a gammon, the fact that the score remains an odd number away means that the cube cannot be, because the cube will be turned on every game after this if Merrin wins. The cube cannot be used as efficiently to win an entire match, because being odd away, the cube only gains an even number of points.
I mean, blue is in the perfect position really at this score, because blue, obviously with a match score lead, wants a game of reduced volatility, just wants to race, get those checkers home. White, on the other hand, would like to complicate things. And certainly here, before you break contact, you do need to consider whether you're up or down in the race, and whether you need that contact by keeping those checkers back, rather than just running into a losing race scenario. I mean, here you can do a quick count as well. Like cluster counting is a great and easy method for people who may not be very skilled in maths. It's definitely worth checking out. And Davey Gallagher did a video on colourless counting on my channel. Again, a good method to count the board.
Yeah, agreed. I'm a fan of cluster counting and the colourless method, actually. It takes practice to do it at speed, of course, but both players have enough time on the clock to be able to do a full count in this position, which is crucial, because depending on the actual pit count for both sides, with those double ones before, Merrin may have actually wanted to leave the contact rather than getting into a losing race. So now we're almost at a point of fully broken contact.
Yeah, so minimal contact on the midpoint there, of course. So, of course, no cube involved, but obviously Merrin would like to win this game. Very important. And when you get to post-Crawford, you can give your opponent, some tough decisions, of course.
Everyone's not quite the role that Marin's looking for, but correctly plays inside, which is a highly efficient play for the race. You obviously need to get your checkers into your home board before you bear them off. So anything that involves a crossover, as we say, is useful. This is pretty decisive.
Pretty
Andy
decisive.
there.
So blue is up in the race here, and of course you clear all the contact, even minimal contact, and you just take it home.
What's that? 2? Oh, I missed it. It looks like dice on checker.
So the format is Andy and Merrin are going to play 2 7-point matches. If they win one each, then they will play a 5-point decider. So we will see what happens.
So now we're into the phase that is the reason sort of early backgammon players love backgammon, where sort of anything can happen, where it might just be down to luck is the biggest component here, but it also leads to the greatest swings and the biggest excitement.
Absolutely. It's not over here at all. I mean, white, a 6-6, 5. There's certainly opportunity here. White has Merrin has all the checkers on a high point. So Crisis Tower there, yeah.
Yeah, I would have moved the last 2 closer though to make 2-1, to turn 2-1 into a crossover.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's got 3 off, Merrin's got a huge stack, but barring double 6s, this might well be the decider.
Absolutely. So white takes 2 off there. So here high numbers take off, smaller numbers will slot some of the points. But that big stack of checkers on a 6-point is really in need of some high numbers. So double 3. Okay, so blue only takes 1 off there. Obviously good for white, but white really needs to perform here. So 2 off again is very good. So white's down to 9 checkers against 8 checkers for blue. But blue has a lot of gaps in the board, 4 gaps, so could miss a lot.
6-2.
So
here I would, I would.
I like 5-3. I think you give yourself fewer misses there. So here 6-4 is correct as well. You want to cover as many points. Not great. 2-1. You just take 1 off here.
Take 1 off.
That's white. I mean, yes.
I would have borne off there.
Yeah, for sure. And now that's pretty much gin after that double 5.
Barring some 6-5. If Andy rolls a 2-1, there's still...
Yeah, and there we are. So the first match goes to Andy. Well done. Unlucky.
Just goes to show the significance of, as you said, getting to Crawford. I think quite often when you're contemplating whether or not you're seeking gammons or going after a gammon, people always think about the match-winning gammons, but getting to Crawford's is almost as valuable. If you've people have read Nick Blazer's book on adjusting to match play, if you're a typical money player, it talks about the extreme value of getting to Crawford as well as the match-winning gammons.
Absolutely. I mean, cube efficiency is really central, considering how many points you need to get to an even score as opposed to an odd score. Getting to 4 away or 8 away or 2 away. I mean, score matters in backgammon, and sometimes it can be the difference between a take and a pass, whether you force your opponent to an odd point or an even point away.
Sorry. Yes, I put myself on mute there. One of the scores where that sort of decision making is cast in the sharpest relief is at 2 away, 4 away, which is probably the most exciting score that we have in backgammon. And there's even a theoretical position that you can look at yourself. If if we were to start from the opening, as we can see here, at 2 away, 4 away, and white was to roll a 3-1 and then was allowed to make a decision again without blue having played, we would actually already be at a double pass if white was the one who was 4 away, which is one of my favorite theoretical positions, because it just goes to show the importance of gammons, the value of them, and the way they're adjusted at certain match scores.
That's right. Yes. 4-2, you can cube extremely early, as you mentioned, and even a 3 away, 2 away as a trailer, you can still be very aggressive with the cube. You do not get a full value of the gammons at 3 points away, but it's still important because a gammon win can, of course, win the match. So all these considerations are in play, and even if you cannot calculate your winning percentage or your gammon wins, you certainly know the strength of making the 5 point as opposed to the 2 point. So you can look at it in terms of patterns over the board. And actually, with a 5 point made, that is a 10% increase in game winning chances. Even misplaying the 3-1, you still get an equity boost. So it's amazing how strong that is as an opening roll.
Yeah, for sure. And as always, there are plenty of videos on your channel, Dan, that kind of go into all of this in detail.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're both playing very well. I mean, it was a quick match, but sometimes 7-point matches can be over in one game. I mean, in bear-off situations, a cube can easily, go to 8 backwards and forwards and be over very quickly. And sometimes it can be more of a slugfest where each point is a battle. So in shorter matches, you just need to be a bit more circumspect around the cube, and certainly slowing down, looking at the match score before every game starts, and thinking about whether you're just going to be more aggressive or less aggressive. I know Tim Cross has a traffic light system where he separates different scores into how aggressive or not you should be with your cube handling. But certainly really important to think, and these two players may very well be competing in the Masters round next year, and that's when cubing play becomes more prominent against stronger players who will be more studied and familiar with concepts such as cube efficiency.
Yeah, and you can. The nice thing about our sport, I suppose, is that you can go about it in several ways. Like you said, Tim Cross has his traffic light system, which is great because it allows you to adjust kind of thematically, or based on the theme of the score or the score delta between the two players. But you could, of course, revise your 5 point match equity table, and you could look at the take points for a 5 point match before coming into a competition such as this. And I know you and I have discussed some sort of little ways in which you can remember match equity for a 5 point match, and little kind of mnemonics that help you remember things. So yes, there's plenty of different ways you can go about this, and it looks like both players have returned for another 7 pointer. Andy makes the bar point with a 6-1.
White
runs, yes, okay, small mistake.
You run with a 6-4, and this is an interesting one as well, because with some you do make the 2 point. So yeah, the run is slightly better. Blue is priming you, of course. You want to not get primed, but double 4 is an excellent roll.
Double 4 certainly compensates for that, yeah. Generally speaking, with opening replies after a 6-1, if you have the ability to run past the blockade, then you should do, because your sixes then just play a little bit worse, especially things like double 6.
That's right. Even with 6-3 and 6-2, you would be leaving. So white is in a strong position there, a stronger board, advanced anchor, which negates blue's ability to prime and blitz. So the advantage of having a golden point there, a 20 point, is super strong. And so blue
has 5 comes down, and the question is whether or not you step up or play behind the anchor. And
yes, so of course, stepping up, you give more hitting numbers for white, because white can now hit you with 4s and 5s. and that wouldn't have been possible, him making a point. So now, again, Merrin should be thinking about a cube. And again, now blue dances, white should definitely cube this.
Yeah.
For sure.
Good cube from Merrin there.
Nice aggressive 4-point board, 1 on the bar. White has an advanced anchor. I think I'm letting it go.
Yeah, the threats of making the 4-point with a 4-2, or of course a double 2 as well, are so strong. Merrin also has the added threats of double 5 and double 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, blue only needs to dance one more time and is in really big trouble here. Has a lot of freight to move in the outfield as well.
Yeah.
So no, okay, so that's good. Gives white 9 ways to make the 4-point there with the builders, but blue comes in with a 4-5 and should definitely just move.
Yeah,
out
blue needs to get out of the way.
you don't. It's like a mini avalanche, right? You don't want to be there.
Also, white has to, if white hits, which white obviously wants to do, they have to break their midpoint. And 2-1 misses. But yeah, the breaking of the midpoint, running out your back checker, especially if it's the last one, is often correct, especially if the midpoint of your opponent is stripped, because they have to break it in order to hit, which costs them something.
That's right. And when we talk about stripped points, we're talking about 2 checkers only on a point that you would have to break if you were to hit a checker. So we don't like stripped points. We don't like stacked points as well when we have 5 checkers or more. I mean, so a really good entry there with 4-5 and an unfortunate miss for Merrin. So now white is playing a holding game here.
Yes, with a very strong board, which allows some freedom to move. So yeah, slotting I believe is correct there. There is going to be some consideration. Double 6. I was about to say Merrin has some racing potential.
Yeah, so blue is really, so, you know, entering and then getting some high doubles is exactly what blue wants to clear the point. And now, again, blue needs to consider the race here, see what the race is. Blue is holding the cube.
Yeah, so I did a quick pip count and got Merrin at around 74.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we can do 42 minus, well, that's 42 plus 5, 47 plus 40, right? 87 for white. And blue, we can count the 7, the mid. Oh, it's moving very quickly.
Yes, this is some disadvantage of not having the XG feed to give you the pip count on demand. Certainly, it requires some thinking.
So that's a good play, jumping both off with white, because blue is very unlikely to be leaving any shots here. So white is simply wants to play, get those rounds. So 2 crossovers here for white. Very good.
Yeah.
A double 4 for blue, obviously very good.
But now both players are in quite similar positions with 2 outfield crossovers to make.
Okay, very nice for white.
And we're back in that position where you can see how valuable it is holding the cube, even though, as we talked about, it's possibly a pass before. You know, blue doesn't need to win this game 100% of the time.
Well, that's
they
right.
Really need to get to a 75%.
I mean, having the cube is just so valuable, the cube ownership in these positions, because blue only needs to roll a good double and can redouble in this position. So having that cube access is really key, and that's often why we can take below the take point, because of the ability to redouble. So the money take point is not 25%; it's actually more like 21.5, because of a recube vig, as we call it.
It's looking good for Merrin despite the gaps. The 5s that miss for Andy are particularly costly. One of the reasons that the open 5-point is so bad in a bear off is not just that you miss with 5s, but that they waste. to the ace, so they continue to create wastage. An open 5 plus a stacked 6 is one of the least favourable positions to be in.
Good point. Yes. So here, okay, the 5-2's just been misplayed there, trying to take off. So the 5 is, of course, forced, playing to the ace, and then the 2.
I would have slopped the 2 points. More numbers take off.
On the whole, you do like to have extra checkers on the 4 points when you bear off, but here slotting an open point is really good, because otherwise you're just missing with any 2, aren't you? So this looks in the bag here.
So this is interesting. Yes, and I believe Merrin played that correctly, because you want a checker on the 5 and the 2 points, because that distribution bears off with more numbers.
That's right, yeah. Mochi calls it the magic number, which is 2.7. You want your checkers when there are 2 to be as close to 2.7 pips apart to get as many bear offs. So the 5 and 2 would be 3 pips. Okay, good. So Merrin takes
the lead.
A 2-point lead. So this is the opposite to what happened in the first game, where Andy had a 2-point lead. Merrin is fighting back. Of course, if Merrin wins this match, then he goes to a sudden death 5-pointer. And as you mentioned, Alec, knowing the take points in 5-point matches is really a really good way to improve your game, because it would certainly make you more aware of when you can be more aggressive or less aggressive with those cubes.
Yeah.
Okay.
6-3. Yeah.
That's good.
Played correctly.
A lot of players misplay the replies to when a 2-point is made by splitting with small numbers, but it's correct in this case to play that.
Yeah, the difference between splitting with a small number and splitting with a 6 is partly due to the fact that when you're hit with back, you don't lose as much, but you also, it's almost a distraction. You counter the opponent's ability to make an inner board point on your head and rather to play outside. It also gives you good 6s from the bar in positions like this, where Andy had to hit off the bar point and Merrin would have had returns should she have rolled a 6 from the bar.
I mean, that double 5 again was played very quickly, and there were a lot of options. I mean, White could have played around to the 10-point, could have made the ace point. I mean, certainly you really want to stop and consider those candidate plays and weigh up the pros and cons, because there were a lot of good options there. And waiting on the 5-point, your opponent's 5-point, is dangerous, because that's a point your opponent wants to hit and make.
Merrin correctly uses the 1 to efficiently unstack, and we're in a bit of a hitting battle here, where both players are fighting for their 5-point. Andy's won his. Merrin wants to come in and hit back if possible. Okay.
So blue needs to slow down now. And here, yes.
This is a cube.
It's a good cube here. Blue clearly has a lot of threats here. Blue can hit with 5s and 9s.
Yeah.
And 5-3 would make a 3-point. But
5s are somewhat duplicated. I would be inclined to take this.
I would take it, yes. I mean, if White makes an anchor here, White is in the game. Sure, blue has some threats, but you can't be scared away by those threats.
And 5s are somewhat duplicated, with the hits and the inner board points. And also, some of those 5s are made by breaking the 8-point for blue.
So Merrin passes anyway. I mean, it's also worth counting how many checkers blue had in the zone. So then blue only had 9 checkers, so quite not a very strong blitz. And sometimes with a stronger blitz, you are more inclined, of course, to pass. Okay, so
4-1 reply. So this is one that intermediates might not know, because you tend to not want to hit on the lower points. You want to play pure. Andy makes the right play.
Very good, Andy. Yeah, so
nice.
Yes, absolutely right. With a 3-2, for instance, you would only hit on the 4-point, not the ace as well. You bring 1 down to cover with a 6. Here, you are just out of a lack of other options. You make the double hit, and also it stops your opponent playing. They essentially miss a turn with 2 on the bar, which is very strong. Okay, 3-5 for blue. Yes, making a point looks good. Okay, white's going to make the bar. Very good.
Nicely done.
Nicely done, exactly. Here we can see the score again, 6 away, 5 away, 6 away again. You know, getting to 4 away on 2 points is very good for Andy, of course.
Double fours was great. Just sort of neutralizes white's ability to make her 5 point. And as you can see with double ones, that's now becomes somewhat awkward.
Very awkward, yeah. So I yes, I don't think you really have any options. Yeah, I like the play because blue is going to leave a lot of shots hitting with a 2, and in most cases probably won't hit with the blotting board.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. 5-2
doesn't produce a 6. So now you want to move. Yes, that's
I like it.
I don't want to leave the risk anymore. You had potential when you could make it before, but now.
Again, an efficient play, looking at the stacked points and taking the checkers off those stacked points is what you want to be doing. Looking at where you have the spare checkers and putting them to better use. Here, of course, white can make board points much faster once those points have been slotted on the previous roll.
Yeah. So this is essentially still a mutual holding game, even though Merrin doesn't occupy a point inside blue's inner board. It's essentially the same thing. In fact, owning the bar point, owning the 18 point, even McGreal had a bit of he thought that owning the 20 point was the most important point, and then towards the end of his life sort of even started to think, well, maybe the bar point was better. That's since been revised back to the 20 points.
Absolutely. And here, blue has really run out of timing in this scenario. Blue has 2 stripped points, as we mentioned. I mean, and here you can just see how badly 6s are going to play for blue.
Yeah.
So white really wants to build the board here with a 6, making a 2 point.
6-2. 6-2 is more or less forced. But look, 4 blots in board.
Yeah, so here you can just hit away, but sadly white misses, which is a really bad miss because a lot of numbers hit there with 6s and 1s.
Yeah.
I mean, just 20 numbers just direct, and that's not accounting, of course, 2, 4, 3, 3, and some of the others.
24 numbers in total. So to miss there was quite unfortunate.
So blue should run to the mid there with a 4-3. I would certainly be running here.
Yeah, I can sympathize with what blue's trying to do, prioritize safety when you can see Merrin's board being built, but this is just now such an untenable position to play.
Yeah. And split from the back with a 3, 18 to 15. Here you need the outfield control. Blue, you've got to again stop to consider, like, how is blue going to play some of the rolls? A lot of 6s here.
Double 5s, wow.
Wow, again, I mean, so blue should obviously not hit here.
Not hit, yeah.
But again, a super roll there for Andy, a double 5, because so many rolls either crunched his front position or just led to many indirects.
Merrin shouldn't be tidying up the outfield here, I think. Even though he's under threat, you want to keep contact if possible. Yeah, that looks quite nice.
This looks good. You really want to, again, blue has to bear with a 5 and either do that, or even with a dilly builder playing 3-2, I quite like that. So again, one needs to keep as much contact in the position. So well done, Merrin, holding the contact. And here we are. So blue is forced off by hits, but again,
not so bad at this point. Blue's actually happier with a with a play that forces them off with a hit rather than not a hit.
And wow, a miss with 6-1, a big miss. And here again, stop, consider the cube. You've got to think what will happen here. Blue has 5s and 1s to cover.
Yeah.
Wow, the 3 is awkward though.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes, that is a dreadful roll for blue.
You just got to bring it round, yeah.
Yeah.
And now if white dances, wow, it's a great hit. Merrin, it's a great hit, 2-1. And do you lift or do you just keep that there to cover?
It acts as a cover even with a 1 as well. And it's not like ones play better around the board. So I like the lifts. It neutralizes the double hits as well, which would be bad.
Oh, and a great hit back for Andy. Again, that would have been a big cube there for Merrin on a dance. So a very volatile game, a lot of swings. And here, entering is absolutely huge for both players, of course.
So Merrin did well there to keep the outer board points. Rolls like
okay.
Interesting. Okay. So barring sort of 2-1, double 1, double 4, Andy gets round.
So this is interesting.
Yeah.
So Andy is doubling a position where his opponent's Merrin is actually better off than in a previous position in which he didn't double. So it's definitely worth considering and slowing down.
So here, Andy needs to count shots, basically. 2-1. Did he want to bring that checker in? I'm just having a look. So that leaves 3-5, or 3-6, or 5-4. I think he might have even. Oh, he actually didn't have a good one to play, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so 5s here play awkward. Some 5s. 6, 5.
Once again, we're seeing the importance of not having the 5 point is particularly bad. In fact, in some holding game positions, even when you have a significant racing lead, if you don't own the 5 point or the 4 point and your opponent has an anchor, the gaps can be quite treacherous. So
absolutely. Yes. And I mean, that's almost like a phantom anchor, the open 5 point for white.
It's a nice way of putting it.
So here we have it.
Minimizing shots. Merrin wants to produce a 3. She does.
And there we saw it, you see.
Now, if Andy dances, Merrin has I would say. Okay, so score-wise.
Merrin could be very clever about this now and get blue to enter, make the bar point, and try to pick up another checker for the gammons, because this is a clear pass for blue now that the cube is offered. You're not going to take this. But would you have played on there? Try to fish for another checker?
I think there's enough bad numbers for, well, maybe not bad immediately, but if Merrin doesn't extricate that last back checker and blue enters, then you may well have missed your ability to offer that recube. Score-wise, however, offering a recube at what was it? 6 away, 5? Was it 6 away, 5 away?
Mm-hmm. Before that,
it was 5 away, 6 away. So, you give your opponent an extremely good recube vig, but I think that was a smart move from Merrin.
Mm-hmm.
5-2, you split correctly. When your opponent splits, your incentive to split goes up.
Absolutely, fighting for an advanced anchor. Merrin again is up, wants to reduce the volatility, get that high anchor, not reduce gammons. Also, difficult score 3 away to cube at when you're the leader. It's a tricky one, and even very strong players struggle at the 3 away score, knowing when to turn the cube.
Yeah. There's a good, so here Merrin just makes the bar, which is very strong. There's a good heuristic rule of thumb for sort of 3 away, many away, which Stick Rice has talked about, which is basically don't turn the cube if there are gammons in the position for either player, because your recube take point at 3 away is extraordinarily high, sort of around about 40%, depending on the nuances of the position. Okay, so here we go. This is one of those. I mean, it's tricky. It's understandable. At any other score, you would.
I mean, 3-way, 4-way. You're right. The recube take point is 40% of our score. Yeah, so it is a clear take here. I'm not sure whether I would double that position as white. I mean,
white, because then you gain so much on the hits. You've got 15 hits that hit on the 4-point, and you gain so many gammons with that third checker back. In fact, again, an ace-point holding game, a third checker back is an extra 20% gammons.
Absolutely,
so it's quite significant.
Absolutely, and blue here, Andy will be itching to recube in this position. I mean,
and Merrin has that extremely high take point, like you said, 40%.
Absolutely. So almost, I mean, you just need to be a small favourite in the position to turn that cube, which is why you need to think twice about sending it in the first place.
Andy gets to hit and escape, so we call that escaping with tempo, and it's extremely useful when you're behind a prime.
So yes, not quite there, I don't think, on the recube yet, but certainly blue had stepped up a little bit more to the edge of a prime.
And this is tricky.
So
I'm tempted as blue. I would use a 3 to step. Good.
You've got to step up 4 there.
I agree. You stay back. Yeah.
And now white needs to perform, and double 1 does it.
Yeah.
So here
a couple of ways of doing it.
Yes, of course. Hitting loose is fantastic because you can make the 6 prime, of course, if missed. But you do leave those numbers to hit back.
Yeah, and it may well be. I mean, you do want to prime in this. Okay, look at that. That was a great dance. Merrin will be happy about that. Makes the 6 prime and can come forwards. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah. So white wants to, of course, pick up that other checker. So now,
interesting to look at those double 1s. It may have been right to switch when you have a stronger board. It's always difficult to know whether to hit loose or to switch, because the dances convey as much an advantage as well as convey as much an advantage whether you slot or not. So
I like that play with white, splitting to try to get more numbers to make the anchor, of course, mobility. Now blue really needs to think how to win here. How does Andy win? Well, Andy wins by counter priming.
Yes.
To try to get
Andy
white to break it from position. Yeah. Okay, so 6-3 is not fantastic. Yeah.
Yes, that's tricky. The triple split that Merrin made earlier, often colloquially called sort of 3 feet down, or in Roberti's new book, it's referred to as the McGreal split, because it was rarely seen before McGreal started doing it.
Notice how with our double 5, white has had to move from a priming game to a blitzing game.
Yeah, which is often the case, and we know from what Mochi tells us quite clearly that the position and the dice tell you what to do rather than the other way around. Yeah,
that's right. In terms of game plan, masterclass, I know you wrote that we're with Mark and Mochi, talks a lot about these decisions over the board. And white is still very much stuck. White can't escape so easily. Of course, with a 6, you're going to leap out. But if blue enters quickly, blue can save a gammon here.
Yeah, which is blue's sort of main focus now at this point.
It would be a big gammon saver, because like we saw in the previous match, getting to Crawford, you really reduce your opponent's winning chances.
Yeah. Okay, so we've reached the closeout, and now Merrin's looking to just play her checkers without leaving bad numbers like double 6 and double 5. High doubles tend to sort of play worse, so Correct play here.
Yeah, so 6 away, 1 away. Crawford, and would only have 11% winning chances only.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Double sixes.
Okay, so the dice have turned somewhat in Merrin's favour. So, okay, so double
That's a
six.
gammon saving number.
It doesn't hit, but Andy will be very helpful, very thankful to save a gammon there, which is absolutely huge, of course. I mean,
so it's probably right to slot the 5 points.
Yeah.
Because even though Andy wants to just bring them into the 6, with the 6 overstacked and the 5 with nothing on it, there are chances of, by the time he brings his checkers in, he might roll a number that misses. So it's correct sometimes to waste a little bit to slot the inner board points. And now the gammon saved, which is...
The gammon is saved, which would be actually for the match here. Yeah, so now Blue, as we said, has it does 11% winning chances here. Post Crawford, which is not super high.
So now we're at 1 away, 6 away, Crawford. And unlike in the previous match where we were 1 away, 7 away, this is not an effective DMP score. The gammons for Andy are extremely valuable. So you would make gammonish plays. You definitely make the 2 point with the opening 6-4, for example. You might even play 4-1 slotting, because the gammons just become extra valuable.
Yes, that's right, in terms of efficiency. And I mean, getting to post Crawford here, I mean, you basically double your winning chances as white. You go from about 11% to about 20%.
Yeah.
So obviously a big swing there in terms of equity. Okay, so white hits with a 3, brings another one down to...
Yeah. Strong blitzing formation, can also be converted into a prime.
Okay, makes a 5 point, steps up. Steps up, duplicates sixes and 4s duplicated there to make the 4 point and so on. 4-2 makes a 4 point.
4 points, yeah.
Puts those checkers to good use. The blot there, or on their 24 point, no risk there, leaving it. Okay, so Blue, of course, would have liked to have run there, but no can't. Yeah. So Blue would have to play to the 2 points here.
To the 2 point, yeah.
Don't see anything else. The 2 point is okay. At least it duplicates 1s for white.
It also heavily unstacks that midpoint, which is one of the bigger liabilities, or the biggest liability on the board outside of the checker that's all the way back.
Absolutely. So, of course, you don't really like playing it there, but it's almost a forced move, isn't it?
Yeah.
In that situation. So, how was that played? Was that okay?
That was played correctly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So 5-4. Now White can consider hitting here, of course, with the blitzy formation.
Yeah, and the blot that Blue has in board,
and also. Because what else is there? You've got to ask yourself, I mean, what else are you going to do? Of course, you can clear the 18, but you're leaving shots there anyway. So you might as well hit and leave a shot.
The 5 is difficult, though.
Yeah.
There are plays in which it's right to double slot, even against a checker on the bar, especially when it slots a point that's so valuable, like the 5 point. The problem is, in this case, it actually leaves so many more shots to do that. It leaves 20 versus, what have we got here? 12 plus 5, 13 in the ones. Okay, it might not have actually been too bad. The number of shot levers was relatively similar.
I mean, 2-6 with a superb roll by Andy, comes in, hits and makes a point, and a painful dance there.
Yeah, yes.
So 6-5.
Yes.
Okay. So
Andy wants to win a gammon, which is possible.
Less likely now that
yeah.
And
3 points on head.
Very nice. Again, that 18 point is doing a good job holding that stack of checkers there on the midpoint of blue.
Andy now just wants to bring as many pieces into the zone as possible to complete the closeout. It might have been better to play the 3 in potentially.
I mean, should the score go to 4 away, 1 away post Crawford, then Merrin has what scored a 3 drop. Can drop at that score if Andy wins with most opening rolls, in fact.
Yeah, it's true. It costs her nothing to drop the cube because the cube's going to be turned every game anyway, and the same number of, barring any road backgammons that are won, the same number of games are going to be played out.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, Merrin would prefer Andy to only win 1 point here, getting to 5 away, and then Merrin can take the cube when it's turned, even if Andy wins the opening roll. Again, Nick is very good at post Crawford.
So this is interesting because if Andy plays 2 down, he leaves a 5-6. Whereas if he played, oh no, sorry, I was looking at whether or not he was able to just leave a 5-5 as opposed to a 5-6, but it wasn't possible.
So White should definitely make the 20-point anchor here. Looks pretty clear.
Yeah, it makes, even though those anchors are kind of very close to one another and it's not necessarily super efficient, it's sort of a sort of pseudo back game idea to push contact to near where the points that need clearing are. It's going to be quite awkward here. I mean, double 6.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And even that is awkward though, because blue can't clear that blot. And here 3s also play badly after White's made the 20 points. So again, we're thinking about which numbers play awkwardly for our opponent all the time. Every roll, you're putting the pressure on your opponent all the time when you play, giving them hard decisions, making them sweat under the pressure of the dice. That's what you want. The game is as much psychological as well as strategic.
So here's a good example of, I mean, there's not much else you can do, but you always run the last back check when you're running it into 20, 23 odd shots.
That's right. And with the race lead, of course, you've got to get going.
Yeah. That was a beautiful roll, double 3s for Merrin.
Six 1. Make the bar.
Now, there is making the bar, but there's an interesting. Yes, I would have made the bar because you'd have quite a lot of escaping numbers. You have the time to make your escape. It was not necessary to take it there. You've got plenty of rolls, as is sort of conferred by the outfield checkers. They represent timing, and in this case, it's timing to roll your better numbers. You should 4s to step up, 6s to escape.
Nice play there by Merrin as well. Numbers to make the bar now. Good diversification there. So his 2-1 is going to make the bar, I think. Yeah,
definitely. It makes 1-6. Ah, okay. It makes 1-6 from the bar a lot worse. Whereas now, now there's the risk of escaping. So Merrin probably has to hit. Yeah, hit and point, sure.
Hit and points, very strong. So the current temperature looks like Merrin may have this match. So that would be 1 match apiece. And Merrin and Andy going to a 5-point playoff.
Yeah.
So again, very exciting. 2 strong intermediate players playing very well. We're not transcribing this, but we haven't seen many huge mistakes along the way.
Yeah, I think like you said before, there's just a degree of slowing down a little bit, especially when you roll high doubles or you have cube decisions at match scores where the differential between points is quite high. There's a lot of thinking to be done.
Certainly,
so
you
Merrin closes.
You can miss things, of course. I mean, as we all do, when we're either tired or we play too quickly. And sometimes the things we miss are absolutely crucial to pushing forward that win. Okay, so double 4 here. Again, White needs to start thinking about how double 6, 6-5 plays, not leaving any shots. So very nice there. That's 6-2. Excellent. 0 position, no shot leavers.
Same with here.
So again, lovely. Double 5, clear of a point. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, nice.
You don't need
because
to
you don't need a gammon, and the gammons are low anyway.
That's right. You don't leave 6-1, 5-1 unless you're absolutely pushing for that gammon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's some bad rolls, but blue enters some race equity, of course, but white has a really good bearing structure here. No gaps, taking 2 off every time.
And he's hoping for some rolls that bear off and don't overstack the 2 points. As we know, stacking the 2 point is very painful.
That's right. So it's in a lovely venue in Macclesfield, this tournament. I was actually at the tournament last year. Beautiful hotel in the countryside. Great players. I know a lot of strong players are at this event. And by winning a previous event across the tour or getting, to a semi-final, players accumulate points, and then they can win a place at this tournament where they play one another. So
we're now into the sudden death, are we?
That's right. Yeah. So as far as I know, it's a 5-pointer sudden death. So all matches go down really to a 5-pointer, don't they? So again, as we said before, like those take points are really useful to learn.
Well, indeed, in a 5-point match, already your take point is slightly lower than for money than a standard game. Your take point is around about 20%. It's only lower than a standard game, but it's worth knowing that you can take deeper in a holding game, for example. You can
in a racing game,
in a race. Yeah,
in a kind of gammonless position. I mean, because you're forcing your opponent onto an odd score 3 away, so therefore the take point is lower.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And there is a big difference, of course, between losing a gammon, which would take your opponent immediately to Crawford. So those blitz cubes you need to be a bit cautious about, and getting your opponent to a 3 away score. I mean, and that's the way to think in terms of cubing. Think about what score your opponent or yourself would get to.
Yeah, indeed. So Dan, are you a 2-1 player when you play 2-1 and slot, or 2-1 and split? We know that they're relatively even at a normal match score. What's your preference?
I mean, sure, a lot of people who slot with a 2-1 would do so because it leads to more complicated games, of course. You might do that against what you perceive to be a weaker player, but you also complicate the game for yourself at the same time. So it cuts both ways. Certainly a more gammonish scores, I'm going for the slot because I want to build the board. And some players would misplay like a 3-1 or double 1 reply to that. Where do you make your 5-point, or do you hit? So certainly you're playing into maybe that lack of knowledge in some areas, and I think we can think of it in terms of pressure, as I mentioned before. That you just keep the pressure on. It's a mind sport, but it's also a mind game, backgammon. And in the Masters round, people don't go easy on you. You make a mistake and the cube comes flying, right? And then you think, what did I do?
I believe it was Phil Simborg who said something along the lines of that backgammon is a game for masochists, in that your opponent wants to is liable to experience some pain, and is masochist and sadist, and it's your job to inflict that pain upon them.
Absolutely. But it's a game of great beauty and elegance as well, which is why we really love it. and those things become more beautiful the more you play. The more you understand it, the better it becomes.
Hence the name of your channel.
Backgammon is beautiful indeed. That's why I called it such. And
nothing is more beautiful as well than after you slot with a 2-1 and I roll a 6-4 and get to pick up both of them. That's a moment of beauty right there.
It does happen, yes. But of course, anything can happen in backgammon. In these shorter matches, they look to be very evenly matched, Andy and Merrin. So it's hard to tell who's the favourite really here. A lot of games have been holding games, quite similar to games. We haven't really seen a back game. So the level of complexity has been around races and holding games.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's exciting. It's exciting as a viewer playing or watching a 5-point match. I think when you get into the realm of sort of masters and grandmasters, playing these shorter matches, they allow for, there's less time for luck to even out, should we say. So it's these kind of 5-point matches where you could quite easily be playing against Mochi and win and walk away feeling smug about that fact, even if you played at a 20 PR and he played at a 1. So
that's right. I mean, and that's why in Monte Carlo, for instance, you play 17-point matches to cancel out that luck factor, and then it's very much as much a battle of stamina as it is skill. Yeah. Well,
it's a very good point. We know that there are players, Kiko, who I've not met personally, but I've heard a lot about, and Will Snellings, who have some pretty rigorous sort of mental preparation techniques, that give them an edge under those conditions of high stress.
Certainly, I know a lot of top players. They go running, do exercise, and I certainly had a few pre-match rituals. If it may be too strong a word for it, but certainly getting fresh air and so on.
Well, look at that. So we're talking about 2-1 opening, and Andy chose the split. Merrin ran correctly with a 6-5 to move a checker out of the way of a potentially impending priming structure.
Okay, so here the 6-2. You of course play the 2 first, making the point. And again, a lot of mistakes are played by not considering one roll, one die separate to the other die. Players often will play the higher number first and discount the smaller number, when actually sometimes you play them in the reverse order to stop you making those early mistakes in the game. Okay.
Andy made a slight mistake there, entered with the 5, but it was a 4. Could have considered a slot, of course. A good rule of thumb for entering from the bar is people tend to think about the number that enters first, where they should actually think about the number that plays after they've entered. Can you do something productive with the other number, like a slot or create a builder? So it's often useful to kind of reverse the digits in your head.
Absolutely. And now that double 5 was interesting with Merrin. I would have maybe considered making 2 points in the inner board there, leading to much more efficient cubes as well. And we said the value here of winning a gammon on a blitz cube is huge in a 5-point match.
Yes, and Merrin had a 6-5 where she could have covered. She ran, but I'm not 100% certain it was correct, because it left the shot, and her checker back on the 24 point was not under huge amount of threat, and this has allowed Andy to turn the game around a little bit here.
Blue is duplicated the 2s there on the hit, but again, you really need to think there about whether the hitting is correct, whether you should be giving up the anchor and leaving a blot in your boards, because now Blue is in big trouble here.
If Blue dances now, Merrin definitely has a cube. 2-6 hits back.
So again, Blue has to hit with a 6. For sure, you're hitting with a 6, right? I mean, are you not gonna?
Yeah, it's tricky because it functions as a tempo as well as an escape, which is good. But there is a lot of risk here.
I think Merrin has sending the cube here. I mean,
yes.
we got 5s and 1s. There is some duplication, but also 2s hits as well. 5s, 1s, and 2s with a stronger board. I mean, it is a gammonish position.
Mm.
I mean, cubing from the bar can be very strong, and can often be a pass, in fact, because of the threats. I mean, so we can kind of see really how Blue played the 4-3, and he played that, and it led to kind of a series of moves where he left himself very vulnerable.
Especially against a stronger board. I would make the. I mean, I would be making the 3-point here.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you at least want to try and gain some board strength if you are hit and you get into a hitting exchange. And Merrin's not in the most flexible hitting position.
Again, you know, that is worth pausing to think about. White had 5s and 2s to hit there.
Yeah.
Again, slowing down, having a moment to think about it, and we can use Wolves' law again. You know, if you're not sure whether your opponent has a take or pass, and send the cube.
Yeah. Andy now should just. Oh no, he can't tidy up. Sorry, he needs a 5-3 to tidy up. Okay.
5-2 is a little bit awkward.
I mean, I would just play to the 11, and then play to the 11 and then 6-4.
Play to
no, you can't. Sorry, you're right. You can't. Yeah.
I think you just played for bar.
Yeah.
Right? You played for bar?
5-2.
So you leave 5s and 2s. Okay, so now the cube is turned. But here, I'm not sure. I wouldn't double this, because if you miss, then.
Well, also, so if you miss, then and Andy consolidates into a leading race, and there's a holding game. He has a very efficient cube, and also White's take point is elevated. Recube take point is 25 at the score.
So White does hit with the best number, of course, 5-2, which is huge, massive swing there.
Yeah.
But you know, if Merrin was going to double there, then she should have doubled, you know, 3 rolls beforehand when she had the same level of threat, or actually more threat, more attacking numbers on previous rolls.
So Andy's rolled a great sort of saving grace from the bar here with double 5s. So he's got 2 more to play.
This is what go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, with Merrin sort of being quite blotty, the temptation would be to come out. I'm not sure that. Well, making the ace point is useful, but now you're sort of leaving yourself somewhat unconnected.
So here you play the 4 down to make the 11, and then the 5 jumps out, right?
Yeah.
That's what
the 11 blocks 6s, which is extremely useful.
You don't want to give Blue
a 6, a free 6, 17 rolls hit here.
17 rolls, too big, too many numbers. Yeah, again, slowing down. Maybe considering some of the candidate plays, I always like to think of what's your second move, your second best move. So at least you have a point to evaluate those 2 moves against one another. Some big swings earlier we saw with a double 5 and the 5-2 before that. So this is what we all love backgammon, because it gets our heart racing. Those big dice swings.
The 4-2, Andy made the 14 point. You don't often like to see that double midpoint formation, except when you're ahead in the race, because everything else left a shot, and this allows you to make some future points. Andy just wants to bring this round quietly now. Quite difficult when he's got a blitzing formation and these stripped points. 6-2, for example.
Yeah, so here I think White. Okay, so a tricky one here. You're hitting against a stronger board, so I'm not sure I like that play, but obviously it's great
when you
when White dances with nine rolls. But again, Blue can't. So here you lift with a 1. Sure, you don't want to leave those. Again, board strength is something coming on the 4, and then slot with a 5.
Yeah, I mean, Andy's kind of really tricky at this point to bring those pieces around now. Now the double midpoint after that wastage with lifting, which you're right, he had to do. The double, his stripped outfield points are very tricky. He'd love to make his 5-point with a 6-1, for example. That would be great right now.
Sure. I mean, what we're seeing a lot actually in Andy's games, I mean, is that he's putting a lot of checkers on his lower points, and whether that's because the dice have gone that way, but certainly it's something that's become noticeable. So White improves their flexibility there by moving forward with those checkers. So double 3 here, so you can block the 6s.
Yeah, this is a nice clearing roll. Yes.
Or you can make the 5. So here you need to know the race. You need to know whether you want to preserve that contact or not. So again, really, really crucial just to take a moment just to think about that.
I quite like bringing the pieces all the way around from the midpoint. It has the double advantage of creating a blocking structure. I mean, it's hard to clear up from here.
Yeah, we can see as well that cluster count of 2 on a 13 and 2 on a 14 is 54 pips of a little 4 block there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. I think there is another way to play that double 3.
I mean, not having a 5-point made is going to prove to be, unless he rolls a 6-1 or a 5-1 here.
Again,
6-2.
6-2 is enormous roll,
yeah.
But still leaves the 5-6. And as you said, the open 5-point for both opponents is a big liability, and that's something that has come up a lot as well.
And sometimes it has to be done, with a switch, for example. But you usually want to. I mean, we know that there are so many times that you privilege making the 5-point over hitting, for example. After a 6-1 split open and you roll a 3-1, you don't hit on the bar, you make the 5. It's so valuable. You sometimes forego the hit.
That's right. And even with the switching players with double 4 and double 2, sometimes we don't even switch with those players because we don't want to lose the purity of the prime structure. Okay, so double 4 is again massive roll. Comes in, makes a 2-point, and now the cube is going to be flying after this. So here we are, the cube.
Yeah, 25% take point. The cube needs to be. Okay.
So that was a big cube there for sure.
Yeah, the gallons are fairly minimal. The chance of a closeout is also minimal.
And and I'd still be cubing this because
you've got this for sure.
Market losers, but now blue has a take here, right? Actually, on the
White,
maybe not. No, I would have to counter it more.
Yeah,
but certainly before is a pass. I mean, here
so you've got the pick and pass numbers as well, right? And I mean, Merrin made that decision quite quickly, but the race is so strong, even when you don't hit, that it probably took that into pass. And we know there's an elevated recube take point for Merrin at this point.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Pre-race 5 away.
Yes.
Merrin's got 35% wins. So still pretty high, really, 35%. So okay, so again, slowing down, really considering a cube. We've seen a lot of that across this match.
And I would have played the 6-4. I mean, it's optional, playing a 6-4 by making the 2-point. But yeah, it leads to more complicated games. It leads to more gammonish games when you're trailing in the match.
Now you hit, with a 3, you fight for those key points. But yeah, you're right, making the 2-point because there you'll play more of a gammon go score when you're trailing. So blue steps up, mobility.
Blue correctly hits back, rather than making an anchor.
Okay, so grey roll makes a 5. and then splits the back
And then
checkers.
splits, putting that bar point under a lot of pressure.
Huge pressure. Again, now, white needs to slow down, depending on what blue rolls. So now I make the bar, I think, here. I don't hit. I just consolidate the position. Yeah, I don't like this. Too many shots against a stronger board. So would you have made the bar there?
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, what's one, you know, who wants to be in a hitting battle? It's clearly Merrin here with more checkers back and a stronger board. So yeah, I think making the bar and not creating that volatility is extremely helpful.
And this 4-1 is not clear there. White only has 7 in the zone. But of course, hitting back just leaves so many returns against a stronger board.
Yeah, and also blue only has blue only has, what is it, 2, 4, 7 in the zone as well. So same goes for them.
Yeah. These decisions can be tough, whether they hit or not. And here you have another opportunity to hit as well.
Yeah.
I mean, here I think you don't really have many great options outside that. I mean, you don't want to give up your 8 to make the 4. Making a 2 point seems quite deep. So
3 off the midpoint prepares.
I like this play. I think that was a good play by Andy there, making the
when White doesn't roll a 6 or a 2 here, for example, now she's going to be worried about leaving these blots around, and we'll have to start moving them. Okay, and now Andy's happy with creating some builders and a better distribution to prime those glued back checkers, as Michi would call them.
Glued back checkers. So 5 is great here. As well, you have the opportunity of making a 4 point, but the hit is very strong here. You're using that spare checker and not breaking your anchor. So that is really significant about the spare, the mobile checker. That's what Alex Sargent calls it, the mobile checker.
Yeah.
Being able to preserve the anchor. Very important, of course. 5-4. Okay, so now you step up from the back.
Yeah, you have to. Especially with a stronger... Oh, no, sorry, we're talking about blue's roll. My bad.
Okay, so blue is just going to... It's not fantastic, is it? It's not, I mean, it's not the greatest roll, whether... yeah.
I mean, there's making the 4 point, which I can see
slot.
Andy's looking at.
I think I slot as blue, right? Because here you're leaving more shots. You're leaving a lot more shots. I think I just play around and slot.
Yeah, just play it round.
Yeah, wow. But White has missed there. Steps up. Big priority there to make that point once the 6 and 4 have been made. Making the 5 point. Really big. Stops.
So surely now we... See, I'm tempted to make the 9 point. Create more of a blocking structure.
Again, very quick there. So 4-3. Okay, so nice and safe. 3 down. 3 down. White would prefer to hit from the mid than hit off the anchor.
Yes, because they've got the stack checkers there, or rather just 4 of them. So hitting and breaking. I mean, there is another side of that, which is, you like to hit and leave the anchor is good when you're up in the race, but to hit and leave the anchor when you're against a relatively strong board or equal strength board is not so good.
That's it, yeah. And also here, of course, you roll a 2, you get to make that point, which is also very good. You're thinking ahead. Obviously, the dice are unpredictable, but you can certainly consider what may happen in the future. 5-1.
So we've fallen back into a mutual holding game, and you're not leaving a shot with a 1, I don't think. But I don't know whether or not you would have played down from the mid. In fact, I would have rather played down from the mid because it gives you the chance to make your bar point.
Certainly, stripping the 8 point, you need to again consider whether that is a right play.
Well, now Merrin has sort of blocked her opportunity of making the landing spots, which we know are crucial. Cock dice there, so need to re-roll. Yeah, being able to one of the values you're looking for in a mutual holding game, apart from high doubles, is creating landing spots for you to be able to move your checkers down to. So creating a prime in front of the anchor is very useful, and you don't want to burn your spares.
6-1.
Andy's rolled a 6-1. Yeah, you're not running, of course, against a stronger board.
This is a tricky one, yeah. I mean, you can run and you can duplicate twos. I mean, it might be worth considering. I mean,
that's a good point.
White does have those buried checkers, just because anything else is really bad. You're giving duplicated twos, which is good. You should always look for those duplicating numbers. And white gets a 6. Is that
that's white? Yeah. So white gets again, a 6-2, gets to
white
hit.
Loves to hit, but how do you play the 6? I mean, you've got to come off, haven't you?
You have to come off. Yeah, you've got to come off. You don't get the advantage of the duplication. But this is what you're waiting for in a mutual holding game, right? You are waiting for the hit. So the option to not hit, you don't hit now.
Yeah. There's no other play, is there? I mean, yes, you could play to the 5 point, but
no, yeah, it's just not. You need this. This gains you so much in the race.
Yes, yeah, and again, in terms of cubing, you're always thinking in conjunction with a checker play, those cube actions that may follow, right? So here you can. The thing is, you might make this move now, but what about next time, right? What will you do?
Yeah, with all those stripped outfield points, it's not easy to play. And obviously, like you said about the Wolsey's kind of cube action idea, there's another rule of thumb, which is which play would my opponent least like me to do? And in this case, clearly it would be being hit.
Yeah, and also, if you're leaving the shot there, as Merrin did, then you might as well hit and leave a shot. Because there's more of an upside. And here, blue can escape with tempo. Andy can hit and escape. Two good things, better than one. Yeah. Okay, 5-1, awkward.
Yes, there's a lot of burning checkers here.
You see that 5-1 would have played much better had white made the other play, because now we have that dilly builder you mentioned earlier, which is just really out of play, really.
Yes, those hitting shots, when you have the opportunity, are sort of like an early pay now, pay later. And if by paying now, hitting and leaving the shots, you also get the advantage of a hit. This is interesting.
So Merrin throws a cube, definitely worth counting the race, because here, if you do have a race lead and a hit, then it is a cube. But certainly, white is not guaranteed to hit, not even a favourite actually. To
Aces and eights. That's a part. Well, okay, that's. Yeah. I wouldn't be. Without. Well, you said the racing question was important and a chance to count, but I wouldn't be sending a cube or passing that.
No, exactly. And there we talked about that before. The 5 away, you can take deeper 5 away, right? Because now Andy has put Merrin a 4 away. So here you're going to be passing a lot of blitz cubes, just because it's so efficient to win the match.
Yeah, exactly. 3 away, 5 away, 3 away, 4 away is the. Yes, the gammons are just so efficient.
And 4-way, 3-way, we had that recube take point of 40%, massive take point. So you can basically, Okay, good. So,
and he continues the hits, which is correct, rather than making the anchor.
Always worth checking the score, as we mentioned, because again, Merrin should be thinking now about playing more gammonish moves over the board. Yeah. The match score should kind of dictate in some ways your checker play, what you're trying to do, what result you're trying to obtain.
Yeah.
Very important.
Would you have made the anchor there, the 4-point anchor, rather than step up?
Yeah, interesting one. So here you make for 4 and then split the back 3 feet down.
3 feet down, yeah.
I play 3 feet down, yeah.
Just because there's no risk, you've got the stronger boards. It's so many more point making and hitting numbers. You make the outfield a dangerous place for your opponent.
Well, that's 6-5 as well. I mean, you would have preferred to be split now, right? 3 ways. Okay. White's 3s have now been duplicated to make the anchor and hit. The double hit, okay.
Interesting. Perhaps not enough in the zone. So the alternative would be what? Bringing one down, bring an extra checker in the zone.
This is definitely worth thinking about because, as we said, that the score, the blitz is big. But it's a weak blitz, right? 7 in the zone, very weak blitz. And that 4...
I definitely wouldn't be safe doing that 4. I would be bringing another one down if I was doing anything.
If I'm hitting, I'm bringing another one down and really, really going for it. And yes, there is some duplication there of 5s and 4s as well by bringing another one down. I feel if you hit, you have to do this play because now you're weak on both sides of the board. And usually we don't like that. We don't like to leave blots on both sides of the board. Again, this is interesting here. Do you make
the 4 points.
4 point and just leave a blot there to pick up on another roll? You want
because what's more valuable? What's harder to do? You're going to be able to making the 4 point is quite tricky with that distribution.
Yeah, I would have made the structure there. Making a point better than hitting loose, right? That's a general rule of thumb.
Although it is the one that Michi says it has the most exceptions to. It's the rule for which there are the most exceptions.
Yeah, everything. Okay, wow. So white here, Merrin's got 2 on the bar. Blue, okay, interesting. Okay, big 4 there.
Yeah.
So the cubing is off at the moment. Certainly now that the anchor has been made. Really big swing on cube decisions once the 20 point has been made because it's cancelling out those game plans for your opponent.
Yeah, well, in a gammonless position at this score, you've got the trailer's take point is actually slightly higher in a truly gammonless position, so in a race position. Obviously, we're not at that point yet, but yes, once anchors have been made, then all of those early aggressive cubes, you have to think a bit more harder about them because you don't gain from the gammons.
Yeah. I think it was Justin Noel who said, if you have both 5 points, you can cube, basically. There's some, it's almost like when your opponent loses their 6 points, you can cube. There's some general things that don't hold true, of course, all the time, but certainly are indicators, aren't they?
I think Roberti talks about this. I mean, look, I'm just talking about Andy's play. I like this is tricky because you don't tend to want to slot with 2 on the bar, but the extra hit prevents White from making the 4 points. So I think Andy should have hit with the 4 to stop this back game formation happening.
That's right. And look at the structure of Blue's home board there with the 3 and 1 point made. It's a classic blitz structure.
Yeah.
Deeper points.
This is very tricky to sort of come back from because strategically Blue's game plan would be to prime the anchors and if you don't have that many checkers to play with, then you struggle to do that. Merrin's game plan, correctly slotting the 5 point there.
That's right. Better timing in a situation. Yeah. I didn't like so much Andy making the outfield point there as well. Yeah. You don't want points when you're ahead in a race. You just want to clear those points. The 5-4 back game, of course, is quite weak.
Functions more as a high holding game. Means the cube was to come in, you don't need so many. You lose slightly fewer gammons. You need less of a pip deficit. In fact, there are some conditions where you can take even when you're ahead in the race because there's racing equity from them. In the masterclass book, we have a table that tells you the pip deficit, the minimum pip deficit to take the cube. And in this 5-4 formation, back game formation, you can actually even take leading the race because marginally, because you have racing equity.
Yeah, very useful, that table. Absolutely. Here, of course, Blue can play. Andy can play over Merrin's anchors there. Merrin may get some earlier shots, having those higher points, but this plays much more like a holding game than a back game. And Merrin doesn't have the timing even to play this sort of game here.
Yeah.
Needs to be much further down in the race, because otherwise you'll be vacating those anchors.
Yeah,
so,
which is why Merrin would be happy. I think potentially running off the spare there and hoping to get hit would be beneficial rather than creating a dilly builder.
Yeah, and that was a nice play there by Andy, 6-2, leaving the 6 shot, clearing the point. Double 3 again, quite fast, a bit too quick. Merrin wants to roll small here. So yeah, how do you play this? I mean, do you just play it
to the bar, leaving the shot?
Yeah, or do you take one off for 4 points on the ace? Yeah,
I don't know. I'm tempted to break the bar there and hope for a loose hit. Hope that my opponent potentially misplay, and it may or may not be correct in the future to hit. But something like this,
I'd definitely be clearing here for sure. Particularly now that Merrin has 3 blots in board, very low risk. Nice, I like that. Maybe leaving 6s and 4s a bit too big. Could have just left 1s and some indirects there. And Merrin does roll a 6-4. Wow.
Yeah.
Again, maybe hitting twice here and just get the timing.
Because if it works, then you have the advantage of having 2 on the bar. I mean, now Merrin's played in pure, which means that the ideal structure that you want to make from when playing a back game, i.e. a priming game from White's perspective, is impossible. Can't be done.
And something I always try to instill in my students is, why are you moving that checker where you're moving it, right? Every checker needs to be working for you. So that's why you need to slow down, really consider where you're moving your pieces over the board.
This is a nice roll, but I would look at
see, I'm not sure I'd come out with all those checkers there.
Certainly half of that roll should have been played to the bar point, because you want the landing spot. If you're going to be converting into a holding game, you want those landing spots.
Or the 8 point would be better.
Or the 8 point,
to
block the 6s, because now Merrin looks like she's controlling the outfield, but will be is liable to leave blots. Doesn't have much in the way of hits. Merrin's got the tough challenge of clearing a triple midpoint, essentially.
Yeah, and you said before just how difficult it can be to clear the 2 points, right? So now you double switch, bam, bam.
Yes, that's nice. That's very helpful. Now gives Merrin a bit of freedom to play loose with those checkers that are all the way back on the 13, 14, and 15.
And now I would be considering the cube. Wow, certainly not now, but, wow, super return.
Yeah, look at
that. Out with them both.
Out again.
Let's go. Yeah.
Because now Blue has a cube when Merrin dances, essentially.
Okay. 4 and wow.
I think Merrin has to come out, and get herself into a losing race.
Yeah. And now you need to count for White. So we've got, what have we got? $99. 99 and 24. So 123 for White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Blue's got 14. Ooh. $96.
Okay, so huge race lead. Looks like a double.
Yeah.
And now Blues missed. Wow.
Well, blue. Well, so yeah, I mean, that's a very unfortunate.
I think I make for 2 point there.
Yeah.
I strengthened the board.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a big race lead, and Merrin can't take home board is semi crunched. Race lead of 25 plus pips is just too much.
Yeah.
And now you've effectively lost your market, haven't you?
Well, if you're not hit, yeah, that's true. So I think you're right. Andy just has to minimize shots. So we just need to check whether or not playing to the 2 point minimizes shots, because it gives him all aces and all fives. That's 20. And then if you were to hit, you also leave 20 plus that. Yeah, you're right. So playing to the 2 point leaves slightly fewer shots.
Here we see again the open 6 point for Merrin. Not great.
So this is okay, what's this? This is 20 shots versus the other way, which was also 20. That's staved off Andy's cube.
Just about lift the 2. Okay, good. I mean, so it could have been a pass earlier, which would have prevented these difficult decisions, right? And now White has a decision. It's good to stay back for sure, to leave Blue with some awkwardness, clearing his outfield points.
Yeah.
And blocking 6s is great as well.
6-1 plays pretty badly for her. 5-1.
5 out.
Yeah.
For sure. And 1 just
shift.
3 to 2. Yeah. You've got to get going. Right. Good. Right. Excellent. So here we have the open 5 and the open 4. So White's blot there acts like an anchor.
Yeah. Yeah, there's limited danger to White staying there. Looks like Merrin was contemplating a cube there, which I think would have been premature.
Yeah, so this is way too dangerous. For White, we're considering for Merrin. Yeah, too much, too early. If Andy was on the bar, different scenario, of course.
Yeah.
But here, just because you have shots doesn't mean you can cube. That's again something they see with intermediates. They see the opportunity to hit, and they send the cube.
Yeah, that's part of O'Hagan's law, isn't it? You look at threats, whether those threats are hitting or making a point, and you just think, oh, I've got threats, so I should send the cube. But you also have to look at how your other numbers are playing. And the general rule is, as long as they're playing okay, then you've got a cube. But
that's right, and you even deduct those anti-jokers. So it's a little bit more complicated. So now stop and have a think about the cube here.
Yeah.
Certainly, just pause for a moment.
Just playing on.
I'm pretty sure
leaving yourself so many opportunities for. I mean, this would be the play.
Pretty sure that one was a miss cube.
Yeah.
Again, very fast.
I mean, look at this. This doesn't leave you, in a better position at all.
See the issue there of not cubing, you're allowing your opponent back into the game. Because actually by cubing there, it's a very tough decision for Merrin whether to take or pass that cube. And now Merrin cubes.
I mean, it just goes to show the swings, doesn't it? I think with the open 6 points and what looks like a race lead, I can see the pass there.
Yeah, I think so. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying this commentary. Dan Rovira, Alex Barr here to talk you through some of the best moves. Check out Backgammon is Beautiful, my YouTube channel. If you're not a fan already, then you should be. So let's get back into it. Three-way.
Okay, three-way. So both sides have the elevated take points, 25%.
Yeah. So you hit a short early game, fighting for those key points, really crucial. Hit back.
Possibly come out. There's the...
Yeah.
5-4 is nicely duplicated there.
2 and split to the bar.
Yeah. No need to... There's tendency to think that, now you've got 3 back, you can play... Yeah, I'm not so sure about this. You want to create the contact. Pull them checker off the midpoint. You've made those 6s so much more productive for Merrin because they escape as well.
Yeah, and you lose a lot in the race now. Getting hit by much more pips. And now White's Merrin's freed all those back checkers, and Blue has 4 back. So the cube might be coming. You can be a little bit more aggressive of a three-way cubing score.
Yeah.
And Blue, okay, so Blue has something. Andy
and now we've staved off cubes for a while. It looks like owning the 4 point is strong.
Yeah, consolidate the position here to safely the 2 blots. No reason to take any risks.
So this is one that Roberti talks about in his latest series, which I like. We're sort of, as a beginner, you're kind of taught never to stack up as the first port of call, and then Roberti comes along and says, well, actually, when you've got full freedom and safety, then conserving your advantage is what you want to do. So I completely agree. Just stacking up is stacking up when it also doesn't create a bad distribution.
That's right.
Is great.
Absolutely. You just it's what Mitchie calls the advanced stage of the game in his back checker strategy book, where once you've got freedom, just play safe. Right, safety is key. There, you're leaving way too many shots with 6s and indirects, and now you may not even get a good roll to safety them. So there'll be repeat shot levers across rolls.
Yeah, you gave Blue a chance to consolidate his board. There's definitely no cube here.
No cube. Again, you can think in terms of market losers. Unless White rolls maybe a double 5, then I can't see anything else really.
Yeah, this is not a cube.
Yeah, so 4-2. So now you have to make the point, of course, but you still leave 6s and 1s to hit, which is a lot of shots.
Yeah.
When you could have just avoided this. Of course, Blue's now going to hit. No, I would be hitting there for sure.
You don't want to be getting into this back game formation like this. No, you gave Merrin the chance to. So now you just split the 3-2.
You just want to avoid playing back games really as much as you can. They're difficult to play. They baffle the best minds in backgammon. So don't play them. Right? Simplify. Particularly at the intermediate level, certainly simplify the games as best as you can.
Yeah.
And now I would be considering the cube here as Merrin, because Blue doesn't have the timing to play this game. And here it's like a 20-point plus holding game. So it looks like a double take. Merrin can clear the midpoint with doubles, which is usually a sign to turn a double.
Because typically you don't want to turn the cube against the back game until you have potentially 3 or 4 points left to clear, depending on the formation. But that gives way when you take into account the opponent's timing. If they have poor timing, as you say, then you start wanting to contemplate cubes a lot earlier. For example,
Merrin has stopped here. Now this is a good time to cube. Now the bar point is made. That is huge, making the bar in a holding game, even with 1 anchor. And here it may even be a pass, just because of a poor timing for Blue.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with the pass.
Yeah. So again, missed the market there, Merrin, by not cubing previously. And that would have been huge, winning 2 points, of course. Now through a 2-away gammon go light, as Mark Wilson likes to say.
Meaning Andy can be extremely aggressive, and passes come more frequently. And that's because it kills all of Merrin's gammons when the cube is turned.
Mm-hmm.
Double 5. Somewhat forced, yeah. So strong opener. Merrin would like to have her checkers split, ideally, but hasn't been able to.
Mm.
Yeah, this is so 10 in the zone, but in a priming formation.
That's right. The split looks clear. The 3 again. You play the 3 first, and then you think about the 4 afterwards. The hit is strong.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I'll be anchoring.
Strong.
Good.
Yeah.
You lose a lot less gammons when you have a 23-point anchor in these positions. And now, I think I just make the ace point here. For white.
We've had a lot of games where the 5 point has been sort of unmade, or the 6 point has been unmade, haven't we? We've had a lot of these, and we tend to find those lower points have a kind of gravity all of their own and drag everything down. But here you don't want to be leaving the shots when you're up in the race.
Yeah.
What's Andy rolled? 5-4. Yeah, that's tricky. So slotting the 4 would leave 14 rolls against a stronger board. It's probably not right. You're also using the wrong checker to slot with. You tend to want to slot using the 6 point, the stack on the 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this was sort of the lesser of a few evils.
Mm-hmm.
5 point or split for Merrin is the question. And this is, there's a couple of ways of looking at this. This is a question of sort of which is harder. Okay, so just come down. Not sure I would have done that there.
Mm-hmm.
Because you had 2 other good options, really, and you left a shot sort of unnecessarily, which is what Andy wants to do. Andy wants to hit and get a chance to reorganize his checkers into a better distribution. So that was a strong, extremely strong hit and escape from Andy. 5 has to come down.
Okay, 6-2.
6-2 just makes the 4 points.
Very nice. Really good to make that point there. 6-1 hit and
3 feet down.
Yeah, I think so.
With the stronger board, it's fine to get in the hitting battle.
Okay, double hit, I think. Do you go for it or no?
Yeah. Well, when the alternative is...
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you'd actually do this because Merrin's got so much back and you're going to want to be priming as blue. So Merrin makes the strongest anchor available to her, which I agree with.
That's good. Yeah, I like that.
And now, blue is hoping for something that makes...
4-2 is not horrific. So white has got a stronger board, so safety again is a consideration here.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether you...
Did you just play to the 4 point?
Or to a 6, you mean, from the back check?
Sorry, to the 6, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah. Like this.
Oh, sorry, this is better spread.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Wow. I'm not sure now about that.
Yeah, stepping up under the gun. I would have come maybe everything up to the to the 3 point, right? Also to the 22 point.
Yeah. You're just giving blue a lot of hitting opportunities, but you can play into your stronger board there as Merrin and take more risks, of course, because blue is not really going to want to hit loose. We can see that here with the 6-1. They're hitting loose is just way too dangerous.
Yeah. And it prepares to make a hit when potentially Merrin doesn't. Okay. That's neutralized.
Super strong hit there. Double 2. Wow. Okay. The double 2 make for rack.
Yeah. Make the rack and play another one in.
Yeah. Need a really good opportunity not to make the rack.
You see, it looks like Andy's contemplating making the 2 point, but it's just not right here. You've got a priming structure. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that play there. I mean,
it gives Merrin the opportunity to make the 20 point as well, which would be bad. You've only got a 3-1, double 1, or double 3 to make it at the moment, and double 3s are somewhat duplicated. It's the strongest point on the board for a reason.
That's right. And also another factor is you don't want to point behind the anchor, you want it in front of the anchor.
Yeah.
Because what our anchor is actually doing, they're trying to block. Okay. Anyway, Andy's still pretty stuck there. We really see the benefit of the 8 points working there.
Yes.
Okay.
I might have come all the way out. I might have come all the way out, to be honest. I mean,
Okay, this is interesting now. I think you pick and pass, yes.
Yeah.
Always worth considering whether to keep it slotted, of course, depending on how much work you need to do on the other side of the board. 2-3, wow, very awkward. So what you have to...
it's Merrin, right? So I got that wrong, yeah. Otherwise, you just step up to the 20. But so the 8 point has a lot of value here. Oh no, but you can't make the 8 point.
Wow, 3-2.
Is now the time to split?
That is. I really like that play by Merrin. It's a mobile play, right? You're going for mobility there. I wish we had XG up actually.
Yeah.
Because that was a really interesting decision.
Merrin plays that well, hitting to prevent the anchor and also creating an anchor of her own.
5-3. Okay. Double 5. Wow. Killer. Absolute killer.
Okay. So they both come out.
And now Merrin is playing on for 2 good here, right? No point in flipping the cube, of course, because you're going to just get it straight back. So
look at that.
Andy
3-1 or a double 1 right now would be any 3, of course.
Absolutely huge. It's right, of course. You don't want to leave a return. So
tend not to slot against 2 on the bar because they first have to enter both checkers, to get into a meaningful position.
Even in these positions, Merrin needs to be careful about not leaving a joker double 5. So certainly, thinking carefully about where you're putting those. I don't really like making a point there. It's not blocking anything. Seems a bit unnecessary.
Double 6s are better though, but yes.
6-1 is huge. And now
so we're looking at 40 to 50% gammons at this point.
Even more.
Which is extremely strong.
I mean, blue just has so much work to do, and he's got to bring 2 in and get those crossovers there. So this could be it, but anything can happen. A double 6 here, of course, from Andy, or a quick entry can be enough. We've all saved and won from this. So 6-2 is good. So gammon's definitely decreased by a lot as a result of re-entering, and this save would be massive. A slot the 5 is an efficient use of Okay, so Andy really needs some really big numbers here to get these rounds. 6-2, 6 and 2. No, I'd come
I would
into
bring
6.
to the 6 point. Yeah, you just don't need. Now you slotted the 5. You don't need to waste the extra 1, even if it's just 1 pip. Everything counts at this point, as we know.
Absolutely crucial. Yeah,
it's definitely savable. 6-4's 2 down.
Yeah, I would not be wasting that. I mean, that could be crucial. Actually,
your sixes would have played well from the coming down to the to the 10 point.
So
9 point.
Yeah, again to the 6 point. Just bring it in. That's right. Yeah. Okay, crucial here. I mean, every pip matters, right?
Yeah, this is a real significant time for Andy to be contemplating. The Merrin probably should have played 3-2 there potentially.
So 6-5. So Merrin needs a double to win. Only some, of course. Okay, and it's been saved, but that was pretty close. And wasting 3 pips here, 1 pip there was certainly could have gone badly later.
Yeah.
In the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we're at Crawford 3 away, which again is a sort of pseudo DMP score where neither side really cares about gammons. Of course, it is backgammon go for Andy. Is important to remember. So if Andy gets into a position where he has 4 of Merrin's checkers on the bar, which is about I believe about 10% backgammons, and he has a bear off position, then he might well take some risks to bear off, leaving some awkward numbers because a backgammon would win in the match. But of course, gammon go doesn't really mean anything at this score because the cue's being turned on the next match, the next game anyway.
That's right. But exciting stuff. Both still fighting in this tournament. I mean, they've both been playing since yesterday morning, so fatigue must be setting in as well. So having a moment to think, grab some water, toilet break.
Do we know who the who's playing in the final yet?
Not clear. I know the brackets are available.
Okay.
So obviously, it's a big tournament to win, a kind of best of the best, if you like.
Do we? Sorry, I'm just looking at the clock. The clock looks like, can't quite tell from the.
It looks like it's on the 0. The clock.
Yeah. Has Andy run out of time? Did we miss that? I don't know. This pause might be calling over a tournament director. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's interesting. We didn't see that. They were both playing very quickly, though. So it just makes me think that maybe it wasn't paused, but...
we were talking about the moves, not looking at the clock. And this is obviously, time management is a skill in and of itself. I can certainly attest to that.
Maybe I can
experience that. So maybe we missed. Maybe we missed. Yes.
Okay. Is that it? Okay, maybe I should go back on the feed and have a look. I mean,
take a look. Oh no, they are sitting down. No, they're not. I think we may have been focusing too much on the checkers and not enough on the clock.
Okay, so it looks like maybe I should go back on. It looks like Merrin has won on time. So well done, Merrin.
Congratulations, Merrin. Yes.
Very nice match to watch and commentate on. Good luck in the next round. Thank you, Alec, for joining me on the commentary.
Yeah, thank you.
So any final words?
No, I think it just shows if we were watching the checkers and not the clock, you can see how it can happen for the players for sure, and it's an important part of tournament play is clock management.
Interesting, we were so focused on the checker play and cube action. Now we've failed to recognise the clock, which just goes to
I definitely noticed in this in these series of matches, we had a few, kind of common themes come up. Wasting checkers and not taking the risks when your opponent was on the bar, for example, and burying checkers just led to a lot of hard to play positions. And then, as you've been pointing out, the not necessarily pausing to think about the cube in certain positions, particularly in the positions where it's not only that you have an advantage, but that you could roll something that leaves you with a disadvantage at the next time. You avoid, it's not just about your dominating rolls the next go, it's about saving yourself from having to play the awkward ones. I think there was a few kind of positions that came up that spoke to that theme as well. So a lot to take away from this one.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you, Julia.
Oh, you're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, so Julia was on mute there. Wasn't sure if she's speaking.
Yes, sorry, I'm on mute, trying not to pick up too much background noise. Yeah, unfortunately, Andy timed out in that. I think Kev left it to run in case there was a gammon, in which case it wouldn't have made any difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the finishing the game, and there was definitely 0 on the clock, and we went through the video to make sure it was a genuine timeout. Just to let you know, there was a timeout in the other Masters semi-final, which has just finished. So,
wow, okay.
Really?
Yeah.
They seem to be playing quite quickly as well, from what it seemed anyway. So.
Until that last game, yeah. There's timeout in the Masters as well. Wow.
Anyway, thank you ever so much for your help commentating.
Thanks for having us on.
Good match to watch.
Yeah.
And we'll see you again very soon. So we should have Geoff Hall and Tim Cross arriving in the next couple of minutes, and I probably should be on the right machine to let them into the room when they get here.
Is that the final, Julia, coming up?
So we should have the Masters final coming up next.
Yeah.
He's in the quiet room, and I believe it is John Barnes and Daryl Ars.
Oh, great.
Oh, right, okay. With Tim Cross and Geoff commentating?
Yes, that's right.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and we're not too far off schedule either, only half an hour late. So
that's good.
These 7 plus 5, when they're all going to tie breaks, they can be quite long.
What's the venue like?
Oh, it's lovely. I mean, it's a fantastic. You've been here, Dan, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I was there last year. Very nice. We actually gave it a bit of a shout out, did we, in the commentary? Yeah. Macclesfield, Shrigley.
Yeah. It's a lovely old house, and we've got rooms. The streaming is in like a private room, like a library almost. And,
right.
Although some of the books are fake.
Oh, really? Have you checked if there's any hidden doors behind them?
I believe there's a panel that rotates.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo.
That'd be great.
Tim is here, so I will let him in.
That's great.
Excellent.
Hey, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Yeah, good, thanks. Hi, Julia.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah,
hi,
Tim. What's the name? When did you?
Mary
timed out, yeah, Andy.
Oh, did it? Oh, right. Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I was watching till 3-2. Timed out. Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Hey, Geoff.
Hi, Geoff.
Hi, Alex. Dan.
Hello.
Julia.
How are you?
Well done. I was watching your commentary, and I didn't spot that the clock had run out until somebody made a comment on it.
Yeah, us neither. We're focusing on the checkers, not the clock.
Yeah, you could sort of get sidetracked into thinking about checkers and cue decisions quite easily. So I understand it's John Barnes and Daryl Art.
That's right, yeah. All right, then.
So, I'll be logging off and watching this one.
Yeah, me too. Have fun, guys. See you. Thanks, Julia.
Cheers, thanks, Alex.
We'll see you
Hey
soon.
guys, enjoy the next one. I'll be watching. See ya.
Bye.
Well, Tim's been swatting up a bit on Daryl Art, so hopefully he'll have something to say.
I have.
I better mute my phone as well. Oh, that's Kev, actually. All sorted. Oh, yeah. Okay. Looking forward to this. Should be a good final, shouldn't it, Tim?
It should. Yes. Well, actually, I don't even know who Daryl's playing in the final yet. So.
John Barnes.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, no, he'll give John a good play. In fact, it's almost 50-50, I would say.
What have you heard about Daryl then?
I've heard he plays sub-5 and
okay.
Yeah, and he's and I'll give you. I'll read what.
Well, yeah, you can.
I'm just gonna. I can read it to you though. 2023 Irish champion, currently ranked number 4 in Ireland, runner-up in the Liverpool Open, regular member of the Irish team, and in one of the most talented players in Ireland. He lives in Harrow and plays in Healing and Muswell Hill. Very strong player, works hard in his game. And the word on the street is he plays under 5.
Is he? How old is he? Do you know?
No, I don't know anything about him, to be honest. I just heard the name. That's all, and that's it. So you know, I'll give Kevin a credit for it as well. You know.
Yeah.
So do we see this? Do we see the match on the screen top there?
Yes, you will do when Julia shares her screen with us.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we're not live on YouTube now. I hope not. There is a possibility.
Well, I don't think we said anything we shouldn't say, so that's a relief.
Apparently the results page is wrong. I've just got this thought would be helpful, Tim. I'm going to keep the just the corner of the chat box on the YouTube video. Yeah. So if anybody mentions anything, and somebody said that the results page says it's Alistair and Daryl in the final.
Oh, so right.
I think that's wrong, though. I think they're just going to.
So for them to say that, it means they can hear you. So we are live on air now.
No, they can't hear me. I'm just reading Stefan Paliwoda, who made the comment.
All right.
We're not live, are we, Julia?
Oh.
Really?
What should we say? Some scandalous things.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
These are just coming through, so
yeah. Just let us know when we're live.
I will. Which side do you want to be? Okay, so the names are all set up.
Right, so we're playing for. And it's a best of 3 7-pointers.
It's 7 + 7 + 5.
It's 7 + 7.
Okay. It's 2 7-pointers. If it's tied at the end, then a 5-point final.
Most of the matches seem to have gone to these 5-point deciders. I guess that's why there's such a delay.
It's a surprisingly long format when they all go to deciders, because it's longer than simply 19 points.
We are live, by the way, on YouTube. I've just been notified by.
Good. Well, at least we've behaved ourselves, Geoff.
Yeah, you didn't say anything too bad. No. Yeah, sorry, Julie. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
It's all right. They're at the board now, so I will leave you. I will mute myself so that.
No, that looks like John.
So that they're not listening to you.
Well, no,
that is John.
That's very much John. So
we'll catch you after the final. I hope it's a good one.
Thanks, Julia.
Thanks, Julia.
Right, do you want to introduce what you know of the players, Geoff?
Yeah, obviously, I know John Barnes well. He's played in a couple of my events. He's an England player, although I believe he doesn't enjoy playing online. But he's certainly a very capable player. His BMAP scores are certainly around the 4 mark, I would say, and he has produced better than that in some of the tournaments that I've done. A very strong player. Looking forward. I don't know a lot about Daryl. I've heard he's a good player, but I believe that you know a little bit more about Daryl, and you think this is going to be a really good match.
I believe so. Obviously, we know John's around the 4 mark, and so the word on the street is that Daryl's playing under 5. So, fundamentally, when players are so close to the match on PR, it's almost the dice that couldn't decide. But they have to play up to it's okay saying that, but you still have to play up to your maximum, and don't let this be the time that you make one big huge blunder that decides the match. Okay, just a quick introduction about I've got Kevin Bailey, my friend, and also a joint friend with Daryl, has told me a bit about Daryl. He's the 2023 Irish champion, currently ranked number 4 in Ireland, and was a runner-up at this year's Liverpool Open. A regular member of the Irish team and one of the most talented players in Ireland. He lives in Harrow and plays in Ealing and Muswell Hill. He's a very strong player who works hard in his game and champion. Currently he's 5 or so at the moment, and he's very likely to improve from that, from what I hear. So it's going to be a good match, Geoff.
Definitely. So they've started, and it looks like John's made a nice advanced anchor here. So Daryl is doing his best to advance his back checkers as well.
Okay, pretty straightforward play here.
Well, do you make the point, or do you hit two?
Actually, no, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't see them making the point. Sorry. Yeah. I would do the double hit, but yeah, so that John agrees with me.
Yeah, I think I would have double hit. Unless I knew that my opponent was going to roll 3.
That always helps with that skill.
Okay, so
this was the point of John's double hit, that even if it went badly like this, he had the potential to end up with a strong 4 prime.
Yes. Just following on, Tim, from what you said about Daryl as well, Pete Heskett, who says hi to both of us, another strong player, has said that Daryl did a 2.4 PR against him at BMAP last week. So
Brilliant.
He's obviously capable of producing some very low performances.
Brilliant. And congratulations to my friend Pete. I know his final result is somewhere where we've long been expecting him to play. But you can't keep talent down forever, Pete, and you're about to make the mark that we always knew you would.
Yes, well done, Pete. What's 3.5? I think he ended up with, or around that.
Yeah, I just didn't know whether it was private information, but it isn't now. So he played at 3.5, and people who played Peter privately know that he's capable of even better than that. Yeah, that is some incredible stuff. He just needed to show it, and it's happening now. Okay, 4-3.
Hey, the 3 is tricky.
Is it? Why is it tricky? Is it not just straightforward coming around the corner? Because
you can play 6-3 if you want to play safe.
Yeah, that's.
I didn't see that check. I missed it. I didn't see the white on the white there.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, so we've got our first decision. Oh, it's certainly a cube for John.
5s and 3s to cover, 6s to put another one on the bar. Nice.
So we just need some idea of the race. I'm thinking this is a drop.
21-20. So roughly 130 for blue, and then if you count 25 on the bar, that would be 90, 101. Yeah, 117, 140, 147 for white.
With the blot lying around on the 11 point.
Yeah, I even though blue's got 3 back, I'm with you here, Tim. I think I would give this one up.
And it has done. So we think, from our perspective, both players are just playing tremendous backgammon from what we've seen so far.
From our view, I mean, XG may disagree, but normally you're pretty close, Tim. You're pretty good on the mark on a lot of these.
We'll see. Thanks, Geoff. Okay, so it's 1-0. 1-0 to John, and at this score, the cube action doesn't change very much for either player.
No. I always consider it a 7-point match, Tim. That I tend to look at changing slightly when he gets to 2-0.
Yeah,
I take a bit deeper if I'm behind, and be a little bit more cautious when I'm in front. But at 1-0, I don't really adjust much.
no, well, because there should be no adjustment because one side's ahead, but the other side isn't even away. So the two things more or less almost exactly counter each other.
Right. So is this a 4-2 for John? I think I would make the 9 here and step up. Or you could, if you're thinking of bringing, oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong. It helps if I get the right player. That's what happens when I get.
Oh yeah, that's it. Because it's we're playing with the tower, aren't we? So that's
yeah. I saw the dice on that side and just assumed it was. Okay, so it looks like a 5 to play.
Which is intriguing because it's good to double hit, but it's from the worst possible point, the 8 point.
Yeah, break it at 8.
Yeah. Worst possible is a slight exaggeration, but for a really point where you don't want to.
No, 5 point or 3 point. Guess when you're blitzing, they do. It doesn't matter what order the points you make them in, guess. He has got 10 checkers in the zone. Good response from Daryl, though.
John's close to a cube here, but I think not quite. So with John again.
Yeah.
Now repaired the damage to his 8 point. Again, a really tough play.
Yeah, do you hit or do you come out? Or
I think I'm hitting. I'll tell you why. Because if you do the normal coming out play, all you're left with success is a 2 point game, which is pretty grim.
Yeah.
So you've not much to lose by hitting. That's the way I think about these things, Geoff.
No, it also tempos John from stopping him to make 8 point with rolls like 4-1 and double 2, double 3.
I think I like the cube here.
You cube off the bar here.
Yeah, I think so because there's some of the market losers are pretty big.
You're certainly considering it, and that these two. I commentated yesterday and with Radu, and Radu seems to make very, very quick checker decisions, but he does slow down a little bit when it's on the cube, and it's vital, I think, if you for any standard player to really look at all the roles.
Radu plays, and Radu plays. I think he gets rewarded for his quick play because of the energy he brings to the game that people, I'm a total PR player. I don't know if you are, but I'm aware when I see somebody like Radu of the energy he brings to the game, and that some people will be intimidated by that.
Yes,
it didn't double, and this was one of the reasons he had to.
This is a market loser.
Yeah, because of this particular play. So unfortunately, this is a big market loser. So now he has a dilemma: is he too good or not? Which I suspect he is. Yeah. One of the things you can tell you that it should be wary of if you're getting in too often into too good to double positions, it means you're doubling that tiny bit late. Sometimes, too many times. So it's a bit of I'm not talking about this one. This is just one-off bit of information. But if it happens to you regularly, it means you're doubling too late.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I think XG will reward you with a lot of dings for not doubling, and then another ding for doubling when you're too good. You can do it that way as well.
Yeah.
Does he make the 8? He has got to clear it, but I think it's a good blocker, isn't it?
That was a big roll, whether he rolled a 1 or a 2 there. A big roll, a big difference. Yeah. And I think because he rolled a 2, John is still too good.
Well, he's decided
to cash it.
Yeah. I can't see Darryl taking this.
No harm taking your time though, Darryl.
If you knew you were going to roll 6-5, which is the ultimate, you know, when it's your go, provided you don't get hit on that bar, then you know you're still not in.
So either he or us, or either he or me have got that quite badly wrong. So that's.
Now this is another dilemma. Does John hit on the 1 point here, Tim, and stop the possible 1-2?
I think it's just a bit too risky. I think
on the bar.
If you get hit with the 1 and he makes the bar, suddenly White has got a strong game. So I'm with John here.
Yeah.
You know, look, if he gets a 2-1 back game, he gets a 2-1 back game, and he has managed to get it. But
timing's not great, is it?
No.
But he'll take that roll, I'm sure.
Well, absolutely. There's absolutely no question about what he should be doing, where he should be coming on the board.
I mean, my instinct here is just to play to the 11, like Darryl's done. I don't see any other two.
So Darryl wants a 5, and he's got a 5.
But he's got 2.
Oh. It's cocked. So John badly wants the bar here. Any combination of 6 1s and 2s, and he gets the bar because he's prepared to leave as a 5. He'd be prepared to leave the 8 point if it was in order to make the bar.
Yeah.
So
I would play because of that. I might dupe those 6s. I might be tempted to play 13 to 11, and then I might slot the bar myself here.
Oh, good shout. Yeah,
I would have played 13 to 11. 13.
Yeah, because there's absolutely no issues with getting hit here.
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is quite straightforward. Coming on the 23.
Yeah.
No, not the 22. I stayed on the 23.
Oh, what a decision here.
I think it's so good that he has to make the 3. Because he has got 6 and 5s to associate, not just 6s or not just 5s.
Wow.
The problem with making the advanced anchor is that John might attack on the 1 point.
Yeah. I mean, there is a thought.
Of just coming 1 out.
Yeah, just bringing that 1 from the 23.
And hitting on the 3 point. That's not ridiculous. I'm not doing anything incredibly clever. I'm just making the 3 point and just gradually moving this game forward.
You are relying on 5s and 6s now.
Yeah, we've got 2 rolls to roll them.
Yeah, there you are. That's your perfect follow-up roll there. 5, 6.
Whoa.
And this game is starting to turn, Tim.
It is. No, slow down, John. Slow down. Oh, sorry. I thought you could hit on the 7. Sorry.
So he can spring that back check on it.
Yeah.
So he's looking at the shots. If he moves 1 forward, he leaves 10s and 1s, and if he stays,
it's hard being a commentator where you don't know. I'm intrigued if I mean Darryl's done well to turn this round, but
yeah,
I was calling it an easy pass, so that's intriguing. I'm just interested for myself where we were with that decision. Is there anybody running it through XG quickly or not?
Nobody's made any comments yet. I know Pete sometimes runs things through. Pete Heskett.
If you're watching Pete, if you're watching Pete, would you have a look at the or anybody have a look at that cube decision? If it was indeed a big pass like I thought it was, or Daryl nailed it. I'm quite interested.
I mean, it was running too good for a while, in our opinion.
Yes, yeah.
And then, you know, Daryl made some salvage, and John decided to cash. Well, we thought he was going to cash.
We thought it was cashing, but that's what I'm interested in. I mean,
he's going to put it in, Tim.
Thanks, Pete.
No, I'll be interested in that because sometimes your cube decisions are far stronger than mine, Tim. That's not an area.
I have my moments.
I certainly have my moments. We won't mention about the last BMAB match I played against. Where my checker play was pretty good, but my one cube decision we won't get. Anyway, let's change the subject.
Yeah.
I mean, the fives don't grow on trees, so.
Yeah, I understand why he has to do that. Yeah. Okay, so the score now is 0-1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's five, and if you roll a five, you lose your market.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's doing the right thing by taking his time, and I think there's so
oh, by the way, Sean Casey thinks XG says too good. I think.
Yeah, well, that's what I was hinting on, wasn't I?
Well, we were saying it was starting to overlap. You even said, Tim, I would take a roll, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, it's redoubled and taken.
Great position. This is exciting backgammon now. So, what could happen?
Sorry,
Tim.
I would have taken. No, I might have gone to the 13.
This is interesting now. Or 2.
Is it too big to bring 2 down?
There's some huge plays here. Yeah.
I mean, it's a big play, but
John's just not getting in, which is okay. That's great.
Oh, it's a 372 blunder to take that cube, Tim. Thanks, Pete.
Thanks, Pete. There's hope for me.
So yeah, so your radar is still good, Tim.
Double 5. Who's got the double 5? It's good for white. Whoever's got the double 5.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's John because he's taken his time.
Yeah.
I mean, Darryl would already moved.
Well,
oh no.
I think hitting on the 1 is a bit big.
I agree. I don't see that, Mahmood.
Yeah.
I mean, you can come into the 4 and leave a 6-1. Or you could just leave double 6 if you want to play 2 down. That leaves 1 shot. The other way leaves 2 shots, but it gives you slightly more flexibility too.
Yeah.
Guess he might be looking at the race as well. If John comes out with a 6, the race is still reasonable.
Where are we in the race? Because this is important.
Well, if he plays that, that's probably what he's checking on. So it's 40, 58, 68, 76.
Oh, White's quite a long way ahead in the race, so he should play safely then, surely.
84 for White and 21, 58, 70.
Yeah.
The 104 for Blue. So yes, he should play safe. And there's the 6-5. I mean, that does make the race reasonably close, but
yeah. Okay.
That's distanced the gap again. Another nice roll. But John's going to need a double, I think, to tighten the game up. Yeah. Not that double.
No, not all over this by a long way.
No. Yeah. That 2-1 certainly didn't
Yeah,
do.
I don't see the point of John's play there. Just take one off when you can. Just you've got in order not to take one off, you've got to be for sure it's right not to take one off. And I couldn't see it being certainly right.
Yeah, my instinct was just to take one off the three. You've got your three chips on there anyway.
Just don't think too hard. If you as you get better and better, you start to recognise the odd time it's right not to take off. But it really is rare, you know. 99 times out of 100, it's right just to take a checker off.
I mean, you may go 6-5 now.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So when you're behind in the race, you play for big numbers, and when you're ahead in the race, you play for he's gone for the double four as well.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's still double four, double five, double six, three numbers that could make it very interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a good roll for Daryl.
Yeah.
If you play 3-1, then twos go from 4 to 2.
My feeling is John's slightly overthinking these.
Yeah.
These plays. You know, there's not going to be anything wrong with 4-2 here, and I feel like he's overthinking them.
It could play an impact if he runs short of time later on in the match, Tim.
As well, yeah. What is it? You know,
I would say that because then
if he's right and I'm wrong, he's right by point 0.001.
I agree. Yeah.
And I've made the play of 4-2 3 minutes ago. And John, you know, that's my advice if you're watching this, John. He has made that. So.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh
yeah, and he wins.
Turnaround. I think he won anyway if he played the four.
With
the double four.
Yeah.
What a.
Well done, John. And just so anybody listening knows, if they think I'm being harsh on John, I'm being harsh on John because I respect his game so much, and that's why I'm not messing around. You know, he's a fantastic player. And if he was somebody's game I didn't respect, I would certainly not comment in that way about him. I just wanted to make that clear, Geoff. You know, it's like if I was commenting on you, Geoff, I give you a tough time. You know, people like you and John play such good moves. You need to just have little tiny intricacies that improve things. Yeah, would you agree?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think it wasn't worth the clock time there too.
Yeah.
So, So John's going to be just, he'd like the game, but he's quite happy to just play this safely, I guess, and pick up a point.
Yep. Interesting.
think if I was Daryl here,
John should be considering coming in on the 5 as well. With the
yeah,
board.
I was 1 point away from looking at, you know, if he could have made the 5 or 4 point there, I think I would have been considering even cubing.
Yeah.
I'll play the 9.
Well played.
Hasn't quite got enough, but that helps. I think I'd be tempted to make the 4 here, Tim, and then either consider making the 2 or step up and coming down to the 9.
I think it's because the score is 5-0, you should just hammer into 2-point board. Just the 4 and the 2, and then just throw a cube. It's scary. So I would have just made the 4 and the 2, and then cubed.
And then cube, yeah. Wait, I would have
the score at 5-0, you know.
Yeah. That's probably held off the cube, although.
Yeah, I think so.
Being on the bar on a 3-point board isn't fun.
Wow.
Ouch. That is a bad roll.
Yeah. Even to the extent that this score, it might even be a cube.
Yeah, I would be tempted to cube this.
Because blue's position is so bleak. And it's the kind that can lead to gammons if blue rolls badly.
Yeah, any 5 is going to be apart from
so I'd be doubling if I was Daryl. Yeah. And he has great play, Daryl. Well, if you're
John snatched it. It's almost like he was expecting it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice roll.
Cheers.
I mean, John's take point. Well, if it's not gammonish, his take point's pretty low, isn't it? 2 away, 7 away.
Yes. Yeah.
But it was just that, like you said, if it goes wrong, it can go very wrong.
Yes. I think this is pick and pass, or he's got to do something big.
Those back checkers. Yeah.
But this is one of John's winning chances. Yeah. Using his board, even though it's badly positioned, as a weapon to escape with.
I think he's considering stepping up to the 21 point as well, Tim. But is that a bit big? I think he's counting the shots, maybe.
I don't think he needs to do it because he's got 6s and 3s still. If he had less escape numbers, I probably would. But well played.
Yeah, good play, Joe. Yeah, you can't break the 20. I don't think it's too dangerous.
Wow! Here, look at this now. Right, we're to see this, and this one hits on the 3. Wow!
Yeah.
Intriguing. It's going to happen quickly. Oh, now this was the point of Daryl's cube.
That things when they go wrong can go badly wrong. Yeah. Again, I mean, I'd be interested in. I mean, John snatched it almost like he was expecting Daryl to double, and he knew it was a take. And it possibly, probably
it possibly was a take, but yeah, I'm just particularly impressed with the cube. I thought it was great.
Yes, I agree.
Now does John hit and come up 24-21? You know, I know it looks crazy, but the thing is, if he doesn't do that, he might get gammoned anyway. Yeah. So I think that this is the time for a massive play.
It's reasonably big play. I mean, he's still leaving 4s and 2s to get hit with anyway.
But he has made a 5-point board to prefer John. So I think on reflection, I prefer John's play.
Yeah,
because it's a 5-point board. Okay, here we go.
Right then.
And this is the point of John's play.
Oh, we needed that. So 2s and 4s and 7s to cover.
But the cube, let's reflect on the quality of the cube from Daryl.
Yeah, it's very good.
Trailing in the race. Massively trailing the race, and he's not taking his foot off the gas in any way, shape, or form.
And that closes out.
He knows how to win, does Daryl? Well played. Played, Daryl.
Yeah. By the way, Stefan, thanks, Stefan. Stefan's put that cube decision with the tape that John, and Stefan says it was a cube, so well done, Daryl, and a marginal take. So well done, John. It was just the speed. It was almost like John.
It was just really tough decision. He made the decision so quickly, but I didn't know one way or the other. I've got to be honest,
Yeah.
So well done, John. But let's remember the cube. Many people would have missed the cube, even though XG says it was an easy cube. That's XG saying, not a human being.
Agreed. And Stefan's followed up and just said that when Daryl did cube, he had he was a 56% favourite with 17% gammons.
Right. I can't quite remember that. Did we applaud the cube? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think we said it was a good cube.
Yeah,
and it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the 2 on the bar. There's 40% gammons, another sort of 6 or 7%. 2 checkers out.
Well, yesterday's commentary, I'm afraid, Geoff.
Yeah, it's suddenly got skyrocketing downwards, close to 50%. So.
Yeah. Oh, Daryl, no,
He's still going for it. He's still seeing 2, 1. Yeah, it could have been a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, I suppose they were again. Oh no, I take it back. Daryl well played.
It's got an even number of checkers as well.
Yeah,
so it could be off in 4 rolls with no doubles.
Yeah, in reflection, I'm with you, Daryl, on the aggressive cubing, aggressive bearing off.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, well played.
The double will make this interesting.
We still got 1 chance, but not anymore.
Okay. So 5-2, 25% match winning equity for Daryl.
They seem to be playing at an incredible pace. Is it the way the checkers are? Is it the film that's making it feel like that? But they seem to be playing incredible pace.
They've both got 8 minutes. Well, John's got slightly more. How many? And they've played. What did they start with? 2 minutes a point, Tim?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Can anybody tell me what?
I think it probably was 12 seconds and 2 minutes. So they've used just under half their clock time. Yeah, they're not hanging about.
Interesting. I prefer just a simple run here.
And me.
Rather than leaving the 8 point. There was 3 checkers on the 8 I put ahead, but not with only 2.
And again, Johnny's leading in this. You want a simple running game if you can. And breaking that. Do you mean hitting from 8 to 4?
No, I'm just playing 24-14.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah, hitting for 8 to 4. If I'd had 3 checkers on there, I probably would have hit.
A couple of comments again, Tim, on the YouTube. Stefan says it was a spot-on cube from Daryl, and Sean has confirmed that it's 2 minutes. It's 14 minutes they started with, so it is 2 minutes.
Yeah, so they're not playing ridiculously fast pace, slow pace, fast pace. Sorry, then. The user about the right sensible amount of clock time. It feels like they're playing really fast. Maybe it's my slow mind trying to keep up with this commentary.
So I think what John's considering here, Tim, if I'm right, and you might correct me, is it's 13-8 to start with, and then 6-5. Oh, so that blooming.
Yeah. Oh, perfect roll. Look at that.
Oh wow,
lovely for John. Just what John wanted here. No,
What is? You'd have to check the race here to
yeah.
see whether it's worth running. So if you run, it'd be 76, 108, 141 for white, 141 for white, and 99, 109, 100, about 143 for blue, roughly. I might have missed to check it because he moved too quick. But the race is close.
Does Daryl step up here now? There's only 8 in the zone. I think he possibly.
Yeah, and he's got a 3-point board saying.
Okay, so we really need the race in this position.
It's 2 to the 8. He'd be on 65, 89, 99, 170, 125 for blue.
Yeah.
Against 22, 74.
Yeah.
98, 110, 125, 133 for white. So I think it'd be 8 pips.
Yeah, blue's 8 pips up. Yeah.
He's got some there as well.
And that's it. Well, this is just a race. That's the best white can do. So it's a very close race. It was a very close race.
What's today's news, Tim?
They're moving it. Well, this is a straightforward double pass, even at this score.
Yeah. And I was going to remark that John's take point was quite low at this scoring race. It's been 2 away, 5 away.
So does Daryl understand that at this score, it's not much different than a normal cube?
Yeah, he's gonna. Well, we're gonna find out.
So basically, you can allow yourself 1 pip, probably more, of whatever formula you use. That's about it at this score.
Well, he's probably doing the race first, Tim. But I think White's 119, and after that double 6, 42, and then 73, 91.
18 pip lead. It's a pass.
Is it that much? I must have miscounted something. Yeah, you're probably right. 63. 101 and 119, you're right, 18 pips. So
I just use comparison, that's all I do.
So it's
a pass. Perhaps it's not a huge pass. Well played, Daryl. Well played, John.
Yeah, if it had been 5-3, he still would have, I think, had a pass there, because I don't know if he had 18, even if he had 18% of that score. But anyway, so we move on to Crawford, Tim.
Yep. It's important that people know that at this particular score, gammons don't matter to either side, and so this might affect people's play at a later point.
Yeah, it's a good point. You don't mind whether you're on 3 or 4, really.
Yes.
So it could affect this play, for example.
Yes.
Although I'd be tempted to make this is John, isn't it? Oh, I'm not even sure this is now. I think it is.
I'm pretty sure it's John, and I'm pretty sure he's going to make both points. But double 5s in my, I think I mentioned this every time I commentate. It was so I missed out getting into the semi-final of the UBC because of how I played a double 5 once, and it's still lost 2 years later.
Yeah, I think hitting on I think those are 2 for definite, and then you consider the other 2.
I think it's going to be quite close between the 2. I used the method, but it didn't serve me well in the time I'm talking about. I use the method if I don't know what to do, just make both points. But it doesn't mean to say I'm right.
It does strip the mid, that.
It does. I find it really hard to decide between those 2.
Yeah, yeah.
So when I find it hard to decide, I just do the simple play. I might play. Oh, we played.
Oh, we played that. I might have played 6 to 5 because I didn't care if I lose a gammon, and it duplicates the 4s there to hit with.
Sure about it.
I would hit, but I wouldn't really care that much. Nice return. Sean Clennell wants to know why it's only a 7-point final. Well, the reason is, Sean, it's a best of 3. If they go to 1-1, then they play a 5-point decider. Richard Ferber has just confirmed what I said. Okay, 2-1. Yeah, no, last.
Yeah, I don't see it again. Anything wrong with the simple play of picking and passing?
You wouldn't hit and make the point?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Sorry. You made? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, pick it, yeah. Hitting
and making a
even if he gets a 2-4 back game, it's not a great one. Oh, absolutely. All the other players give White counterplay. Okay, great roll for White though.
Yeah, makes a 4. You can come down from the 11 because the 1s are duplicated, but I don't suppose it's a big difference. This is so difficult. I mean, John's got basically 2 less checkers to play with, Tim, because he's made that one. So he is going to struggle a little bit unless he retains some flexibility with his remaining checkers. So that's what he's considering.
You see, the thing is, you ask yourself the question: if you slotted with the 5, would White happily hit? And it hit without thought. So when that decision is so easy, it does make you question whether the slot is correct. I just play again a simplistic play of either 7 to 6 or 8 to 7.
Yeah. Hope that you roll a better roll next go.
Yes. Yep.
Let's see what he comes up with.
Now it's a bit different. So now you have to take a chance. So you do it now.
Well, you're going to leave a shot somewhere. Do you leave a double shot and make the 10? Is that too big?
It's not my style, but I can't say it's wrong. You know.
The alternative is to bring 2 off the mid. I think I'd play this, but I don't know.
Well, I would have just played just leaving the 1 blot.
Be interesting to see what XG says on that one.
Absolutely.
Can't cover the 5. So what do you do with the 5? Do you play to the bar?
Yeah. Or you could just play. You could just play with 3 abandoned as White here. You've got a solid back game. You actually want to get hit, so it's just.
As they say, you keep the play pure, don't you? Really, you just put your checkers where you want them to be, basically.
I think about yeah.
No, you wouldn't advocate 6 to 5 here. I know Sander probably would consider it.
It's not. I think you've got enough time in anyway. I actually would play 23 to 22.
That's exactly what I would play.
Just for the 6s, so my 6s play well as White.
Not just that, but 1s gives you a slightly better, a 3-4 back game.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, not good from John.
No. On 2, and then hit on the 3. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, Daryl's got enough timing; he can cope with the double 4 and not ruin his timing. In fact, it's possibly helped him speed up a bit and with that open block. It's forced John to have to cover it there.
This is an easy backgammon the guys are playing now.
No. So it's telling me my internet connection is unstable, Tim. So if I do lose it, at least I know that you're in command.
Okay.
So just letting you know, because I do get patchy internet at times.
All right. If you go, I'll know you're not. It's not because you're sulking, Geoff. Don't worry.
So Daryl can either keep his 5 prime here, or he could slot the 3. I think I like keeping the 5 prime.
I like it because it's going to happen soon, and you can make.
Is there any shot leaving numbers now that for blue? Is 6-4? Is that no?
I don't think either's going to be massive, but a 5 prime's a 5 prime. That's why you
Well,
need
6-4. 6-4 is a nightmare.
you need some really strong. You need some really strong reasons not to keep this 5 prime.
No, I agree. I mean, like I say, there's shot leaving numbers here now.
Yeah.
That's not quite one of them, but that really strips his position.
Now if White had played with the play, we'd be slightly concerned. Although this isn't good. Yeah.
Okay, there's some double shot leaving numbers here as well. That's not one of them. So it's John's hanging on here with.
Yeah. And a 1 to play, is it?
3-1, yeah.
Now this is interesting.
He's thinking of the amoeba split, as Minchie calls it. Just going. Is that what you think he's thinking of?
Yeah, he's thinking of it.
What are the bad numbers for John? 6-2.
See, double 2's good anyway. Double 1's good anyway. 3-2 is playable for blue.
Yeah.
So it's probably okay to do the amoeba split because there's so few.
That's not so good.
That's one of the ones that would have been worse. Well done. Well done, Daryl.
So 5s and 3s to hit, but
Oh
not
no!
like that though. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Just suck it up and play to the 2 points.
Yeah. Keep your fingers crossed the double 3 is going to come out the baffle box. Oh, big difference there between double 3 and 4-3, Tim. Double 3 would have left 4 shot, a quadruple shot, I think. Okay, just the one off. So there's a few numbers here that can cause problems. Oh, do you hit? You can't.
You're forced.
Oh, you have to, I mean, you're forced, yeah. Big roll here. Right.
He misses.
Yeah.
So this game's looking tough for Daryl to win now.
And as we all know, this is the one problem with playing a back game when it goes wrong. And not that it matters this time. And Daryl was right to play it with just John needing 1 point. But how often have we lost gammons, Tim, by playing a back game that goes wrong?
Absolutely.
So John is deciding whether he wants to hit or not.
I think in this position it's almost immaterial. But...
Yeah, I agree. I think John's got 8 on that 3 point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he's got 7.
Jared just should have obviously moved the 2 to cover, so it could cover, but it's not. Again, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. So he wants John to roll another 1 to give him the best chance of a shot. Yeah. Okay. Chance. Oh, and there's the one.
This is a crazy game we play.
So, with 2 checkers on the 1 point, what is Daryl's percentages, would you say, Tim?
15.
As much as 15?
Yeah, 14 is, yeah. I would
Okay.
Is that 2? Oh, no. Sorry. I got carried away there. Let me just the 5. Yeah, well, actually, I don't know. My calculations, I think they're about 12. So maybe I think I might have overstayed today.
I'm trying to think. I think, is it so that
I work on 5% plus 4% for each checker, so that makes it
okay.
5, 9, 10, 11. That makes it 13 or 12 if it feels too optimistic. So actually, if I'm really badly wrong, I need to relook at that.
I was guessing around 7.
Right.
But that's because if he's got all the checkers off, it's 5%, isn't it?
Is this a shout out to Peter or Stefan?
Well, actually, Reese Hodges has joined the.
Reese, yeah.
And Reese quite often puts positions in. So I know that a certain player won a Midland Open game with his opponent getting all checkers off bar 1.
Wow.
And they were saying what the odds were, and I can't remember. I thought it was 5%, or it might have been less than that.
Yeah.
But anyway, Daryl is up against it effectively. Okay. One, no, yeah.
Oh,
that will be 1-0 up, unless there's some freaky. No, can't be done. So John takes a 1-0 lead, Tim, in the series.
brilliant.
I think apart from that one take, the standard was very high, and they're going to take a short break, Tim.
Okay, brilliant. Are we staying online or?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to put that position in. By the way.
You are.
Yeah.
On the when you've got
how many check with 2 checkers left.
Okay, be interested to see.
Okay. Okay, so let's have a closed board.
Yeah, I guess it makes a slight difference if they've got a better distribution. I think they may have one checker on the 4 point, but I can't.
I'll do it as if it was a 1 point match.
Well, that's a shame. I think Stefan was trying to transcribe the match, but he lost his place.
Okay, so let me have a look. So with 2 checkers, 16%.
Wow.
Okay. With no checkers, 8%. Wow, is that right?
Have you put what have you put your opponent's checkers? Where have you put his?
Yeah, I put 2 on the ace point.
No, I mean the other player. What have you done?
I put 1 on the 4 and 1 on the 6.
A reasonable distribution as well. I didn't read. Wow,
I didn't know it was that high.
Seems high to me, but I may be wrong. I've forgotten.
So with 2, I've got 16. I said 5, 4, and 4 is 13. So I underestimated according to this.
Yeah, no,
but more particularly with 14 off. It's still saying 7.7%. Wow. We had it as 5, didn't we?
I thought it was 5, but it was a number that I'd forgotten. But yeah, that you learned something. That's quite crazy, really.
Yeah. Yep.
So what you can say, like, if somebody says they were unlucky because they got hit by an 11 as an outlier, then you're only talking the odds of rolling an 11.
But I'm going to change my I can do so I'm going to change my thinking now to 7 plus 4 for each checker. I'm going to just update my calculations after seeing this.
Okay.
Yeah, unless anybody listening can explain, is there something? Just say we're wrong to say 7.67% with 14 checkers off. But that's what I've got when I put it on my XG plus.
I'm sure you got it right, Tim.
Yeah. But it's very interesting. So I'll update my calculations now to 7 plus 4 plus 4. Wow.
Well, I shall also I'll confirm your number. I'm just running.
Check yourself. Yeah.
Oops, I haven't bothered to turn the sound off. So
I know I'm interested, but I don't mind. I'm interested in other people's views on the discussion.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a 6-5-4 perfect distribution. And
something doesn't feel quite right going on here.
Well, if I do all 15 checkers with the additional checkers on the 4, 5, 6 point, then it's 16.84, and that's with perfect distribution. The yellow has got 16.84%. Obviously,
I think we've got to go to 7 plus 5 plus 5 plus 5. Actually, Geoff.
Yeah, well, that's like you said, it makes a difference, because if I randomly scatter 2 of the checkers and put 1 on the 4 point, then all of a sudden it drops to exactly 16% with 1 on the 4 point.
If anybody's listening, what we're talking about is just being able to just make our best estimate. Of course, if we had perfect memory, we'd learn every single one. But how much can you remember of backgammon? In the end, the perfect player would remember all 25 billion individual positions, and that, of course, is impossible for a human being. And so we're anybody listening, we're just trying to get a simple formula together, so that every time we come up with it, we can make a reasonable estimate. And at the moment, but what is interesting is that both of us underestimated the winning chances for one side. So that's good. That's what living and learning is. What we're both, Geoff and myself, are both doing all the time.
And something interesting, I've put in the perfect distribution is 8.16. So I shall now take a new figure of a player who has all 14 checkers off, has got around an 8% chance of still winning the match.
Are they about to sit down for the second match now? Yep.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Right.
Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, we've had some more backups on that it's around 7.7%, Stefan said. So interesting. Okay, so we're on the second leg. of this potential best of three, with John having a 1-0 lead from winning the first game, or first match rather, and so we join it in the first game. Tim's back.
Thanks, Geoff.
John looks like he's considering either running out or maybe playing 13-8 and staying on the bar, I guess, and causing a little bit more contact.
But I think that the problem with staying on the bar is that there could be some big double hits that will finish the game almost immediately.
Yeah, I think that's why he's put it back. He's considering the same thing.
But
I mean,
it's close, yeah.
And there is a strict mid as well. Darryl has only got 2 on his mid. So 6-1, for example, isn't his best hitting number.
Got a lot of options here. I think making the 3 points is pretty good.
Yeah.
It gives him 25% wins immediately. No, I don't like this.
Okay, well that duplicates the 4 to hit, but yeah. I was considering a double hit, Tim. But
yeah, that was the second. I wasn't even considering the play that was made. The double hit is. I would have preferred just simply making the 3 point, but the double hit has got to be considered.
in another not nice number, Darryl fanned the first time, and 2-6 isn't great. Leaves a double shot for John there. John's going to consider the same thing, Tim. Does he put 2 on the bar here?
I think he's too strong. And one of the things that I'm just trying to bring in the game really recently is Mitch's idea of if you win in, play safely, and if you lose in, play bold.
Right, because he's ahead in the race.
Yeah, well, obviously the race is my race, and board strength is what we grill rights, and I've got my own stuff on it. But I'm actually now thinking that what Mitch has said is a good guide as well. Just simply think about whether you're winning or losing, and the more you're winning by, the more careful you are, and the more. There's more to it than this, but I'm now thinking about backgammon as a term. A lot of dials, all giving us different indicators of what kind of players to make and what kind of, for example, the 3-1 played 8-5-6-5 is such a strong indicator that the dials can be set anywhere and you'll still play the same move. But when we've got the moves that are closer, we have to look at the dials more carefully to give us guidance about what kind of player to make.
Well, here's a good example, because you've either got the hit, which I'm aiming towards making the 5 here, even though I'm behind.
Yeah.
But what's your thoughts here?
I am making the 5 here because I'm going to just play against the. I'm going to try and just beat the stop the bar point. I'm going to hold Blue's bar point.
Yeah, I think
my main attack. Yeah,
6-5, 6-4. I think.
I don't think John's got a double here though.
He's considering it.
Yeah, it's not crazy, of course, but the problem is his empty 4 and 5 points will haunt him for a long time here.
Yeah, it would certainly a take.
Yeah.
So there's 11 5.
If I had either the 5 or 4, perhaps I would double up without either of them.
There's quite a lot of numbers there. Yeah.
No harm done, but Darryl, you must take this one.
Lost my connection a bit. I'm not sure if I'm coming through.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm glad that Darryl wasn't affected by his bad take in the first.
Oh, that wasn't a good entry from John. Missed everything.
Okay, so how frisky is Darryl feeling here?
Yeah, that was almost. I think John would have rather robbed.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Almost.
I'm actually going to cube this with the score at, you know, with the thought of getting the cube onto 4. It might be a bit early, but it's.
Well, you're certainly going to cover the 5 point. I mean, there are rolls that don't.
But you've
But
also
the
got
5 to
fives
cover
as
it,
well.
the 5 hits. So
Blue's position isn't great. Come on, Dad. Yeah, let's go for it.
is a 5 a market loser?
Well, a 5 plus them making the 5 point.
Well, you make it with everything else pretty much,
Yeah.
apart from 5-2. But then you double hit with 5-2, I guess.
But even making the 5 point puts blue under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's true. Do you need the 5? I mean, if you rolled something, I mean, what Mitchie does a lot of the time, he says, well, let's say I roll a decent roll, but it's not great. So, you know, something like 4-1. Are you, and then your opponent rolls.
I like Daryl's calm approach to this.
It's a tricky decision, Tim.
Yeah, it's good. Impressive, Daryl. But now you've been calm, just do it. Yes, well played, Daryl. Well played.
He's already anticipated that.
Yeah.
I suppose he's always going to get a shot.
Well, this is just easy. We're going for it. We're going for it.
Yeah.
Not messing around.
Yeah. Okay. That's the good bit. Where's the 2 though?
I think he's got to play 8-6.
Well, he could play.
Or in 3-1. No, 8. It's horrible, isn't
it? Well, could you play 7-5?
Could you? Yeah.
Slot the 5. Well,
that's more. Yeah.
Anyway, so why not give direct 5s? It's a few more shots. If it works. Invariably it won't, and actually that was one of the 5s that didn't hit you if you stayed on the bar, the 3-5. Another decision. I think I would come out to the bar here.
I don't think there's a decision here. I think it's easy.
I think it's just making sure he doesn't blunder or something. There is a hit there, but it looks fraught with danger, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I look at it, Tim, the more I think, surely you come out to the bar.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very, very confident that's right.
I think it would be a blunder to hit. I'm actually a bit surprised. Am I missing something here, Tim? Because I would have thought there's so much downside to hitting here.
Yeah. And also, I think John's misunderstood, not taking into account. Yeah, he's played it. Well played, John. We knew. We always knew you'd get it right.
So.
Suddenly it looks good for John, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's I'm just trying to think. I mean,
I think John has to. I think Darryl has to button up.
This looks what, and put 4 on the 8 point. The thing, if John rolls a 6. I mean,
I'm just putting 4 on the 8 points, and I can always redistribute them quite easily to the 6, 5, or 4 points.
I was wondering about duping the 5s and just
absolutely no problem with that at all. You know, just playing
into the 4 point.
Well, what about 23-20? That's quite important, isn't it?
Yeah, you can play 20. Okay, but So you can release the checker from the midpoint now.
Yep.
Sorry, the bar point, not the midpoint.
No.
I'd leave 8s and 12s here. Oh, did I misread?
No, it was right.
Sorry, no, yeah. 3-1.
Oh, 4-1's not easy. Apart from he's just playing bold, Daryl. So he's forced to play a good play, as we say.
Yeah, he has to slot the 3, doesn't he?
Yeah. Played.
Oh, that's a great roll for Job. Covers and hits. I think he's, yeah, good play.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Despite this going badly for Daryl, this shows about the cube, Tim, because it really has worked out for Daryl, and he's still got a game.
Yeah.
But at this score, Tim, do you know when would you consider if ever turning the cube back to 8?
A lot lower than normal, something around the 65, 67% win chances. But there's a bit more. It all depends on volatility and stuff like that as well. But certainly earlier than normal, because there's no cube ownership value for the other side.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
it's. And of course, there's gammon potential here for John.
Yeah, well, and so now we won't be doing for that for exactly the reasons you said. Is in that is in this not good enough to good situation.
Right. His initial reaction was pick and pass.
I think I'd hit on the 3 point.
Only on there, and then just bring a checker down, not pass it. I think you need that 4 point.
Yeah, so it was just only 3 really, apart from 6-3 and 4-1. Apart from that, any 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
he's just moved right. That won't cover, but at least he comes out.
Yeah.
Is he considering the 4-1? I just don't like.
Well, I think he needs that 4 points. So 6-3 is not terrible, but I think he should just go all in, especially as there's a bit of duplication.
When you say all in, you mean
12 to 9.
Okay, yeah. Well, you're always going to regret not having that 4 point made.
Yeah.
And that makes the 10 point, whatever that is. Yeah. Although it's another point to clear at some point.
So John wants that 4 points. And does he? Oh wow!
Oh wow! Nice.
It's just too much, isn't it? Well, it's only duplicating 5s, but the cube's on 4. I couldn't play it, but maybe Sander and Liloff could.
Yeah, that's a.
But what about this? What about this? I'm going to say, what about that?
And
6-4 with only one block. With only one block.
Yeah, I think that was the play.
Yeah, that was an in between. Yeah, not making the 4, but just slotting the 4 and only playing with one block. Of course, he's glad now, like you said about now that he's rolled the.
Yeah, he would have got hit, but there's going to be fun trying to bring this position home to him.
See, now he's forced to play to slot the 4.
Well, I think I'd go 6-1 here.
Just keep the extra builders.
Oh,
Not much of it either way. Two.
That's a tremendous roll for Darryl.
Double 2.
And that's a pretty good roll for John. Does he kill another checker here? I don't think I would, but I think I'd play 10-8, but I'd probably regret it because the 5s need to come in as well as, you would have left the 5 as a hit.
Well, John can't go completely crazy here because he's got to make sure gammons are part of the equation.
Yeah, he's going to be crying out for a 1.
He's got 1 6. I didn't see that. Where's the 6?
Even better, yeah.
I didn't see the checker.
Oh, well, Darryl's gained something there by making that 23 points again. This is interesting.
Yeah. But I think John's in this too good, too bad, he's in this position where he's the window between not good enough and too good is so tiny, don't even bother looking for it.
I'm not even sure I'd be. I mean, he's got such a strict position, a strict position, Tim. He's got 2 checkers out of play, one that's a dilly builder that's really not going to do him much good either. So, don't see how he's going to bring this in without leaving a shot. At least one shot, and here's one straight away. Well, actually, he could play to. No, it's still a shot. He's still going to be giving direct 6s. Yeah, if he just plays his back checker up 1. But the other way, the 5 is right in the firing line.
But he's got to. Yeah, I think that's my play because.
Yeah, 5s and 1s. It's just you're just stripping your position each time you're taking a checker out to play it.
Yeah.
I mean, Darryl has got a blotting board, Tim, so 4s and 5s to cover. That's the wrong. It would hit if John wasn't blocking his 23 point, which he is. So no point leaving that one there, I don't think. So yeah. If you're going to get a shot, you probably want to keep your structure. Otherwise, I'd be playing 8-6, but I don't see. That's a nice roll for John for a change.
Yeah.
Let's bring it in.
Yeah.
There was an argument, actually, Tim, for going 8-6 twice and leaving the 5, but
it's a big play.
I think it's a big play. Yeah, it's a weak argument.
No, I don't. I'm not that confident.
Okay, so here we're getting to the nitty gritty now.
It's a nice bit of nitty gritty. So now, does John throw the cube? I think he does. I don't think there's that many gammons left.
That's a very good point, actually. I mean, how many gammons has he got from this position? Surely he's not considering it, Tim. So maybe he feels he's got enough gammons here. Maybe there's enough that can still go wrong. I don't know. Does
Daryl take? It gives him a tough decision. So how many? We have to count the crossovers for John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11. He's got 12 difficult crossovers as opposed to 13. So there are a lot of gammons again.
Yeah.
I think he's too good again.
But would Daryl take if he queued?
I think it's a pass. I think it's too good pass.
I'm inclined to think now that after that double two, I'm inclined to think that I was taking all the way up until that double two.
Yes,
and
yeah.
Now I'm not so sure. No, he's playing on too good.
And he's massively too good now. So
yeah, that'll be the last time they'll even think about cubing now.
Yeah.
So if John does win this, if he can.
Oh, how do you play 3-2? Oh no, that is good. 3-2. So that means every two is bad, but even at the end.
And then 6-5, 6-4, 5-4 are all bad if you play it that way.
Yeah.
Twos still aren't great. So my inclination is to
get another checker off. But just for what we found out in the last match, in the last game.
Well, I could well be wrong here, but my gut instinct is to rip one off and
Can you remember our calculations is adding is now 7 or 8% plus 5% each time. So that makes ripping checkers off even more important.
Yeah. I mean, you do leave yourself bad twos, but even if you leave a shot actually.
But not only on 4-2, 5-2, and 6-2.
3-2, do you leave? Oh no, you don't leave a shot with 3-2. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there's just the 6-shot leaving numbers. And you leave shot anyway with 6-5, 6-4, 5-4.
Yeah.
You do clear a point a bit quicker. But I like taking one off and
I think it's really too hard, yeah. Again, me and you were calling it not much difference.
Interesting. He's looking at that.
I'm calling it very little difference.
Think it's close there. Yeah.
No, I'm going for the other one. I'm going for the one off, but I'm saying it's close.
Yeah, I was going for one off.
Because the gammons are so important here.
Oh,
it was 2-1.
Yeah, it must have been 2-1. It's hard to see the dice sometimes. Okay.
No, it's too good now. It's definitely too good now, John.
Oh, he's counting the crossovers now, but he's surely
9, 10, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Wow, this is really tricky.
Well, I'm calling it as too good, Geoff.
I think it's too good, but I'm not. I'm not as confident as you.
Well,
it seems to be too good, to be fair. I mean, I suppose what he's thinking is any two leaves a double shot. I'd love if somebody's got Reese. Have you got XG there?
I'm pretty confident it's too good. No, I'm not playing.
So 6-2, 5-2, 4-2, and 3-2. If 3-2 is fine, like you said, double 2 is fine. 2-1 only leaves a single shot, but you have got 6-2, 5-2, and 4-2, which leave a double shot. That's what he's thinking. If he's going to take this long, I would have had long enough to have opened up XG and put the position in. I'm going to try and do that. Probably not going to let me. Come on. Yeah, it's tough. You know, you get a 4-0 lead, Tim.
Yeah.
You're in good shape. And I've got time to put this in.
Yeah, it should be quite quick to put in. I'm calling it too good.
Okay. Let's put. I've got to put my layout the other way. Oh, come on. Right. Oh, jeez. Is he still thinking? I hope.
Yeah.
No,
he has doubled.
He has doubled. Okay. Well, I'll try and keep the position. I'll try and keep the position anyway. See, I didn't follow up.
How many checkers were there on that 1.7?
He had 7 on the one. Okay. So I'm going to lose this, aren't I? What have I done wrong here? I did it right the first time. Okay, I'll carry on with thinking. So he had 7 on the one, and he had 2 on the 3 and 4. The opponent had 2 on the 2. He had the rest off. And what was the opponent's home board? It was pretty fullish.
Pretty strong, yeah.
Okay, so
I've got it as too good to double on mine. But not by a huge margin. Yeah, at this score. I've got it as too good to double if I got the position right.
Okay, let me just see if I've got the same now that I can do the score.
But only by 50, 55.
No, you see, it was a tight decision.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. 7-point match, so double action. Why have I got that? Oh, I don't want to make. Helps if I put the right player on roll, doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, too good. Oh, I've got a bigger I've got a 170. Too good.
Oh, yeah, right. I didn't get the position exactly right. Yeah, I perhaps didn't have enough outside checkers as well as the 2 checkers back.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I've if I do a closed board because I can't quite remember, then I know it's even worse then.
Yeah. Anyway, but I'm pretty sure it was too good, but not by.
Yeah.
It's just the amount that we're looking at.
All right, let's go on to this then. So we're looking at 4-0.
Yeah.
Or 3 away, 7 away, should I say? And Pete Heskett said 249, too good error.
Right.
And Sean Casey agrees with that.
Oh, well, I didn't have the exact right position.
Yeah, I'm the same. I got about 179 or something.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I tried to put it against myself just to check I was right.
But I think your gut instincts was to carry on.
Oh, it was. I had no question. I thought it was too good. But
yeah.
But
okay, so at least we've got some match left still. Daryl's still in the running. Well, how about that for a 3? Wow. So I missed the start with this, Tim. Has the cube been turned on?
No, the cube's still in the middle. It's a pretty standard position. It's not now a standard position, so now John has got a hard decision.
Yeah.
A very hard decision. Unless the race is...
Well, he's going to... Okay, so
this looks like a double take for me. But of course, I need to just work there are two.
so 8.
Like, yeah, well, John doesn't mess around with the cube. Well done.
He snatched it, yeah.
Again.
He was about 26 pips down, according to my calculation.
Yeah. But that hole on the 4 point is a bad hole.
Yeah. People say it counts as a ghost added point almost.
I call it a super anchor. Everybody has their own different name for it. I call it an anchor with a gap in front of it, a super anchor. And now we see just how strong it is.
Oh, and now look. How'd you like your threes here, Tim? Wow.
Yeah, we go because we're not bothered about fours, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd. Would you give the extra shot by hitting? I don't think I would.
So tough.
Well, if you don't hit, it's 11, and if you do hit, it's the 4s plus 1 3. So you're giving 2 extra shots, and you've got to cover that. So I think I would have given him just the 1, although I would have got hit. I didn't see what. Oh, it's double 1. Okay. So 4 needed or something small. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's perfect.
Oh, that was an understatement when I said pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't want to say that number next time. I think John will stay back, even though he breaks his board. And he's forced to stay back this time.
So that's that game over. If you'll just allow me to mention on this weekend that we've lost one of the real giants of UK backgammon this weekend, my friend Rick Unofsky. To people who played just at the moment, only coming to the game recently, they don't realise what an incredible contribution he's made to UK backgammon. He's the man behind BMAB most famously, but he was a tremendous theoretician, and he showed me a lot of kindness in his life. So I just wanted to mention that on this sad weekend, just when the game went quiet. Geoff, I hope you don't mind.
No, I think it's very that's good of you to say that, Tim. I didn't know Rick personally, but I didn't.
You've heard of his reputation, presumably.
I used one of his formulas, I think.
Brilliant! That's a tremendous.
Yeah, calculating the match-winning chances.
Oh, fantastic, Geoff!
So he's been
a great legacy is left.
Yeah.
To the game. 3-2. So it's now 4-2 for
John.
For John, and clocks are not yet that important in this.
No, John's a little bit with that double decision. That too good double decision he had. He did take up some time with that, Tim. So he's down to 3 minutes. Oh, that's a miss. Well, I say it's a miss. It's a hit on the 1.
Okay.
I'm certainly making the 9 here as 2,
yeah.
And then I guess the other one plays itself then.
Yes. Darryl.
Do you hit and cover?
Yes. Yeah. It's
yeah.
A 3-point board. It's a 3-point board, and White's got a blot as well. So The rewards for the dance are so big for blue.
Yeah, this is getting
That's a good roll for Darrow.
bit big to play 6 to 5 and Duke to 2, especially with
yeah, just a bit. Oh, fine. So, John, just slow. No, I still don't. I think the take is a bit too easy.
and he's not covered either.
Does he go huge? There's an argument with the cube in the middle. He goes huge.
Split to the 20.
Yes, and then cubes next roll to where he dance. Obviously, it wouldn't have worked.
Like you say, yeah, with the cube in the middle, he wasn't going to get. Yeah. So does Darrell play from the mid here? It's tricky. He hits with either. Well, that's the correct play, I'm sure.
2-6.
2-6. Ray Fogel and special, just when he needed it. For those who know Ray. Another hit back.
Right, has White got a double here? I like how Darrell's seeing these decisions. He didn't rush into that. Well done, Darrell.
Oh, wow. Okay.
See, but he has lost his market by not doubling. I'm pretty sure this is a pass now at this score.
Well, John's lost all of his midfield structure now.
Yeah.
I've not seen Darrell before, Tim, actually. Well, and I would say, can't see him that clearly, but I would say he was probably a tad younger than us, but...
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. I'm pretty sure he looks up, yeah.
It's hard to see.
Sadly, Geoff, but we're not giving up yet, though.
Okay, so you'd pass this, I
I
think.
will be passing as John, yeah.
I mean, you just don't want your opponent to get to 4 away without a fight, but I mean, ones are duplicated to hit with, but I think this is Pete Heskett has said send it now.
Yeah.
And he's right. And John took a little bit longer then, though.
Yeah.
I think. So at 4 away, 3 away, as this sort of mini gammon go type.
Yes, it is. It's I teach all my people. It's a very aggressive score.
Yeah.
A lot more aggressive than people are. Not 4 away, 2 away aggressive, but the next level down.
Yeah. I think I'd play 21 and 23 here.
Good play. Good shout.
What's the odds? I mean,
I'm playing 2 down because any num 4 looks a strong double to me. That's the 3. That's the 3 that probably keeps the cube off at this score.
Yeah.
Oh, slow down, John. Yeah.
He's enticing him. He's hanging a hook out there to try and say, hit me.
And I think he should take the bait.
Oh, well, you see, it's worked then, because my feeling is not.
He should have. Well done, John, then. Yeah.
So the fact that we're a slight certainty here means he's done the right thing there. Now, obviously, Darrell's going through the same dilemma. thinking about any home board point, mate. You know, the 4 or mate, I would be hitting,
but with no board at all against a 3-point board.
I just don't like it. But maybe I'm a bit too timid in these situations.
No, again, this would be nice to see the XG analysis.
My feeling is 8-4, 6-5, but
yeah, just get an Insta board.
Yeah, like to see this though.
It would be interesting.
Where would you play the 1 then, Tim? Would you just
move and carry on? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer, actually, isn't it? You're not going to slot the 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Daryl agrees to me. So it'll be interesting. Wow. And now...
I know, he doesn't hit the instant.
Geoff says, that's why not. And he's right. Well, he's sorry, that's why... That was the why not, but...
yeah, but that was the one roll XG.
Okay, so what's John going to do? Okay,
he's playing on too good.
Yeah.
It takes him to Crawford if he wins the gammon.
Yeah, he's no question too good now. He can't cover. Incredible.
Come on, Daryl. You need to do something. Sometimes the dice just don't want to be your friend.
Yeah.
If he'd have rolled a 2 there, he might have forced a cube off John. Oh, thank you. Pete, I'm just reading what Pete Hedsky saying. Interesting cube action in the last game. It was a 32 millipoint error to cube from the bar for Daryl, but then swung to a 300 millipoint error to Tate for John when Daryl sends.
Right, sorry, I can't remember, Pete. Sorry about your good work.
I think that is the one we said we would pass.
Right.
So it was a 300 error to Tate. And John did pass, if I remember right. Thanks for that, Pete. I lose track of what's happening in this game sometimes. I don't know what was happening. Okay.
I don't mind this because the other players are not good.
Yeah, you're killing a checker pretty much. Okay, so.
But now we can pick up.
Yeah, it was unfortunate not to cover it after finding that play.
Yeah. Whoa, that was a strange game. Now we get a 5-5 for white.
Unbelievable.
Or another 4-4 now for 5-5 now. I shouldn't be calling these, should I? Sorry.
You shouldn't in case it comes. Oh, okay. Do we coming in here?
Oh, great roll. Great roll, John.
Yeah. This is looking very ominous that this will be Crawford 4 away.
Yep. Wow, 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Interested? Is it enough? 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. It shouldn't be enough. Well, John's just making sure it's not enough. Okay, so we're up to 6-3, Crawford. So unlike the last game, unlike the last time we got to Crawford where gammons didn't matter, now they massively matter. And to people trying to learn from this this broadcast, the reason being because you want by the time we get to post Crawford, you want to be an even number away, so that you can have to win less games. So, for example, if you're 3 away, you have to win 2 games with the cube on 2. But if you're 2 away, you only have to win 1 game. So, in other words, it's a real big deal for White to get a gammon here. So White should be playing gammon goal backgammon, and Blue should be playing gammon save backgammon.
Correct. And in fact, it affects your checker play and things, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
We may see some evidence of that.
Let's hope so. It'd be good for people to understand.
Like 6-5. Come on.
That might be one of the examples.
What did you? Yeah.
Four. John's got 2 minutes left to play. Double 2 is a nice roll.
This is interesting though, Tim, because
he's not on 2.
Yeah. You can play to the 20 point when you're gammon safe.
Yeah.
May have been worth some consideration. I don't know.
I mean, of course, the best way to save a gammon is to win the game completely. That's
a good point.
Okay, so John's looking good and he's looking better. So not straightforward.
Wow. What are you doing here? I think I'm coming out.
When you've got your opponent by the throat, keep your hands there.
Well, there isn't a good 5. I just can't see. I think that's the.
Yeah, that's right. Well played. You keep pure because there's nothing to be gained by not being pure here. Yeah, I like that one, John.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's try and reduce our opponent to a 1-point game. Wow. Don't we love backgammon? Oh, slow down. This is a really tough double 1. 2.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is a crazy game. Wow. But John's obviously got a massive advantage in it because of that incredible 5 prime.
Yeah, it's really difficult for.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he must hit and hope to create a 5 prime of his own.
I agree. I just can't. It's got too much.
The passive plays are just the passive plays. Blue's just got too much time to roll the numbers that he needs.
Yeah, why Daryl's in so much trouble now anyway. If you get another checker sent back, it's not, it doesn't matter at this score. I'm getting some internet internet
It's actually,
interference.
I'm still hearing you okay, Geoff. Everything's good. Well,
Okay.
there we go. I think you have to play 13-7, even though you desperately wanted sixes everywhere.
Yeah. Now you're desperate for a 6.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, you can play 3 to.
But yeah, I would definitely play 3-2. I think you needed to come up a bit.
Yeah, I would have come up to the 23. But
well, you got it now. But now, unfortunately for White, he has to start playing his ones. But White's giving himself a game. That's all he could do because he's been in a really tough spot for a long time now. That's fine. That's fine. Well played, John.
Do use another one or a couple.
2, 3, 4. Yeah.
If ever you could wish for a double 6 on your dice, now's the time.
Yeah. You want to stay in the.
Come on. Ooh. So it's back to the drawing board, and there are some crunchy sort of numbers. 4 wouldn't help, John. I think I'll keep the 4 prime here, Tim, and just play 3-2 twice.
Yeah, well played. Well spotted, Geoff.
Well, Darryl spotted it as well.
Yeah,
just as quick. It's a nice small number by John. So Darryl could do with a 6 here.
Oh, that's not the get best by a long, long way, I'm afraid. That's put John back in the driving seat quite a big time.
Okay. John eventually jumps over the 2 prime in front of him. So 6s are, oh dear, just sometimes there's nothing you can do when the dice are.
We're only looking now so White is reduced to just a race only now, but that can happen.
Oh, Phil Touchins, by the way, Tim, has won the intermediate.
Oh, congratulations, Phil. One of the
Well done.
Big names of UK backgrounds throughout the times with the Touchins Trophy, and he was a big player in the Beaver days. Well done, Phil. Congratulations.
And he's a fellow Midlands player, plays in the Midland League.
Well, he can't have everything good about him, can he?
I asked for that. Yeah, well done, Phil.
Well done, Phil. Congratulations. You know I'm joking, I hope. I think I blocked the double 6s here.
Yeah, I mean, John is thinking, well, if I get hit, I'm going to have shots back. But yeah, he's still. Okay.
4 and 7.
Misses.
Whoa, interesting.
How do you play this?
Oh, so hard. The only thing he's got not that much equity to lose by playing whatever he plays. I think I would stay, not go, but I understand him going.
Yeah, you want John to roll something like 6-2 or something if you do this. That is so really
tough play. I understand. He's got not much to lose. I think that, again, we'll find there's not much in that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so now John is all in. And
well, it gives him an option.
Yeah, it looks like that.
2-5.
Oh, we have a game, and
wow, that is crazy. Right, and one still on the bar.
Yeah.
So 7s and 10s needed to put another one on. Will you leave a 4-6, 5-6, 6-6 in order to give yourself more directs? That was the question. I think it was too big.
So now blue has a 6 to play. That'd be my play as well, John. Well, 5-4, and this is hits on the 6 point.
You just got to hit on the 6, surely. And keep your fingers crossed. And that's a miss at the moment, so you're still in.
Yeah. You don't give your opponent ones. There's no advantage to give the opponent ones at all here. Oh, I don't agree with this. I don't think there's any reason to give your opponent ones.
So which one do you hit, Tim? Because you can hit and pass, or you can hit and split your back checkers and then lift the one on the 6 point.
I think you hit that one. The one is just
Bit more flexibility now. Your checkers are split.
And look at this. This was the problem with John's play of leaving. Oh, but constantly tough plays now for White.
This is crazy.
5.
Okay.
He can't leave the treble shot. So that's
nice. So 3s and that misses. Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah.
So when he ran with that 6-2, Tim, I don't know what.
I think it looks good now, doesn't it? I just felt like John missed a trick when he left that single 1 and left his opponent with a chance of putting him on the bar.
It's unbelievable how this game turned there. When he rolled that 4-4, I think it was early in this game, it looked all over then by the shouting. It just shows that this game is never over, is it?
It's an amazing game, isn't it?
So we're going to get to. He's not going to pick up a gammon, Tim. So do you think he's going to hold off from the cube?
Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I never used to do that, but I've seen so many people not understand the trick. I've started doing it occasionally. I've started doing it randomly. And it works so often. I've been shocked how many times people don't understand it. Don't understand the free drop principle. Even players that I would have thought were top quality players. Sorry, not the very top, next level down players, PR.
Well, he's not going to try it with you.
He's not going to try and do it. So,
okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me again. I keep this internet.
No, it's all good. You've not broken off yet once yet, Geoff. Sorry.
Okay, well, it's because I pause when I see the sign. So there's the 5 point each. What would you do? 10 and 5, Tim?
I think I'll do 10 and 23.
Okay. Maybe I'm being a bit over aggressive. I'm just trying to nail that.
It's not bad. It's not bad. But if he's playing that,
yeah,
it's 6-5.
6-5. 6-5 now. Yeah.
But I just stay a bit out of danger. I know that hasn't good.
Oh, do you see daylight, or do you get more flexibility?
See daylight, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Darryl can run to the 11, or he can hit on the 2. Is it too deep?
Yeah, there's not that much to hit again from hitting on the 2.
No. I suppose the race is a factor to whether you play around to the 11. What are the other options?
Just play around to the 11 for me.
Okay.
But so it might be right. There's not.
Yeah, I haven't done the race. I haven't had quite a chance to. Oh, there's a hit. So. Oh. Yeah. So some bad 6s off the bar here, but not this one. Now, again, he's on that 2 point.
It's just the bar point is so strong.
Yeah, it's a good call. It puts right smack in the bang of all those checkers, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's go forward next time.
Yeah.
Play Darryl.
Well, he's 141. His counties, I believe. So I don't know what John's is. They're moving a bit too quick for me to do everything.
4.
1, 2 does hit.
Does he go forward now? Does he feel now?
No, he's decided not to. John's going to run. So if he's in front, he's going to come away, and let's have a look. What's this race now to?
Yeah, well, White's got enough race chances to definitely play that play.
Yeah. 101, 105, 114 against 56.
Yeah, White's winning the race.
Yeah. He's 128. He's 14 pips up, I believe.
Thanks, Geoff.
But he has got to clear that awkward bar point now. It's still pretty close, 8 pips, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, Stefan Paliwada said John will know the trick well, and perhaps Darryl thought the same thing, which is like,
yeah.
Probably not your ideal opponent to try it on against.
Probably not.
Well, it allows Darryl to move one of his checkers now, with John taking his back checker up.
Yeah, I didn't like it myself. I'd have given up one of the 8 and 9 points.
Okay.
In order to keep the. But having said that, White had a 5 point board. Let me Let me just think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he would have left a 10, so he would have left 3 shots to possibly lose the match.
Yeah, that changes things. So what?
Okay, so.
Oh, dear. Double
That's
score.
right.
And this game continues.
Darryl with a clear advantage now. Rolling well. So, barring anything extreme, we're looking like we could be at a DMP match here, Tim.
Yeah.
After that last game, I'm not going to say anything's for certain until I see that last checker being taken off. John's fighting back.
No.
Ooh. Okay. So DMP then, the strategy will change slightly again, Tim?
Yeah.
Won't see many blitzing plays, I don't think. So neither player needs a gammon. They just need to win the match, win the game.
Yeah.
That's nice. 5 points for John.
Oh, yeah. And now John's got an advantage just from that because White didn't roll well.
I think I would have maybe played 6-5 again. Maybe I overdo that.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I would have paid the price, but
yeah, but
pretty poor position anyway now.
I'd come out to the 18 and duplicate the 6s.
Good call, yeah. And keep at least keep your mid that way.
Yeah.
I was thinking of 5 and
I slotted
22, but I wasn't sure. So now he's done it, Tim.
Yeah, I feel it's the roll to the left, but but that's that puts a big down. Yeah, I think this is too good to
pass up on. Well, you made the 22.
Yeah. Yeah, he can't stay. Yeah, that's by Darryl.
Okay. Again, double 2.
Well, he wants to bet the 11.
And he wants to leave some ammo for the bar point, I think, or to try and make the bar.
I don't.
Okay, well, that's a lot of ammo for the bar point, but it.
Yeah, got a cost to it.
Yeah, it cost him a lot of shots.
Yeah.
But now he's got on the 5 point as well, Tim. He's got a lot of numbers that make the bar or the 5 point.
Yeah.
Of course, that one doesn't do either. That's a pretty poor roll, actually. Oh, he's slotting. Okay.
Nicely aggressive. So what's the number? 4 and 1, is it? Yeah. Okay, so white needs to come in here.
He does.
Well played. Oh, and it turns again.
Okay.
This is a
Wow, this is great, you know.
it's backgammon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, but do you remember John had the too good.
Yeah, and it turns, so we know how it can turn, but he's still got to get that back checker to safety.
Come on, John.
That was a good roll. This comes into the 6. So and he's got a nice structure there, John, with all his checkers in play in front of the anchor. So it makes it much easier for him to.
That's it. That's fine. Yeah.
Still a nice structure as well. Yeah, he's going to clear from.
Slow down, John. Slow down. You have to, or you can't slow down because of the clock.
Yeah, I think I would have cleared it too, but I don't. Maybe he knows what the race is. I haven't. So now he's going to clear that point anyway. So he's still. Darrell forced to run off. Okay.
So Darrell's best chance is to win a race here.
He's not going to get a shot for a while.
I think he should probably go straight away. He's not going to get a shot. Yeah, well done. When you look at positions like this, you have to look. I know everybody's saying keep contact, but you've got to have some reasonable contact.
Yeah. And there were always small pick and passes as well. If John rolls 2-1, 3-1, which is bad for his bear off, but good if you stay back. So Darrell will need something to make this exciting.
If he's going to throw doubles, that's not the one to throw in this round.
No. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take a lot for starting with a 6-6, Tim.
Yeah.
Just not finding the big numbers now.
It's now 6-6 or 5. No, it's all over. So well done, John.
Bye.
A great win for John Barnes, one of the all-time greats of UK backgammon. Been one of the top players in the UK for 20, 25 years now, and he's still there, showing he's winning the annual Tour Winners Invitational that you have to qualify for and win. A double hard tournament to win. So well done, John.
Yeah, and congratulations, John, and commiserations. Darrell put up a good fight, and it was an entertaining match. Tim, we had some good positions in there, some good cube positions to look at. I'm going to probably go through that video again and put a few more positions in XG and see how accurate or inaccurate we were.
Yeah, that's not bother. Don't tell me. I hope everybody enjoyed it, and congratulations, John, and you didn't let yourself down there, Daryl. Good representation of the Irish
Get a train back to London now.
Oh, here is Julia, I think. Your microphone's on.
I'm here. I'm live in the room, so you can hear the background noise.
Okay, hi. Good match, and one of the top players in the UK won. It's nice to see one of the top players winning, in my opinion. Just, you know, bit of both. That's one of the great things about backgammon. Anybody can win, but the absolutely top players win more often than not. And that makes a great game to me. Unlike chess, where the best players always win, or if it was a completely random experience. Okay.
Well, thank you very much, both of you. I hope it's been an entertaining match.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we had some interesting positions, and me and Tim and I were on the same page for most of them, weren't we, Tim?
Yes.
Which I feel good about, you know.
I probably led you down wrong path, but never mind. I was interested, and I was like to listen to your views as well, Geoff, so it was good.
Right, well, thanks, Tim, and thanks, Julia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you again.
And I will be seeing you online again for the future event. Thank you all to the audience. It's been great to have you, and we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.